All right. Chapter 37. A Memory Worth Forgetting. Asakusa. Everything that happens in front of the circle occurs in a matter of seconds. For a brief moment, Junko Kirigiri and Arwen place their hands together and begin to deeply meditate together. In the next moment, there is a sequence of ruthless anguish seen on Arwen's face as she begins to disintegrate and melts into nothingness before everyone. Several objects fall down upon her wake, including a hierarchy circlet that connects wraiths to the Great Stygian Library, an ancient-looking jade bell, a decorative fencing saber nestled inside of its sheath, a single white lily flower, and of course, 4 oboli coins clattered to the floor where she was once standing. How does everyone react to this?
I think Josie's just going to stand there in shock for a few minutes a couple minutes. Just to see, I don't think there's any particular reason, just kind of shock and too surprised to do anything for at least a minute or two. But if nobody else does anything else, I'll probably walk over to the belongings and tentatively touch them to see if... Well, I guess I won't. I don't have fatalism, so I can't do that.
Right.
I'm gonna I'm gonna sort of kind of. I mean, I kind of know what's going on here. So because I've been through it, I'm gonna kind of sort of my shoulders are slumping. I'll look down and kind of mentally hope that she gets through like I did, and then I'm probably gonna head over and start collecting her things so that she has them when she returns. Plus, I figure, I don't have an inventory to get our stuff mixed up with, so anything I'm carrying will be hers.
I'm going to side-eye Rob and be like, I don't really trust you with anybody's gear, but I'm also not going to complain at this time.
Junko Kirigiri will pick up the single white flower that had fallen to the floor and hold it and pretty much confirm what Oliver had just kind of confirmed with his own face and say she has fallen into destruction. And we can only hope that she can find her way out of the labyrinth, just as many of us have in days of our own past. So, you should know, and this is with a heavy heart that I tell you this, I have already summoned a transport to take you out of Asakusa. If it is any refreshment to hear this, the memories were transferred successfully to her. She possesses the memories that I wanted to give her. She just was not able to escape the palace of memories that many of us, Namoi, must travel to unlock memories that do not belong to us. When that transport arrives in a few minutes, I highly suggest that you take it back to Ikebukuro, and you leave Asakusa. There have been too many lies said today, and I fear that my companion will not be as friendly as he has been in the hours before. Does anybody have any questions before you depart?
I have a excuse me. I have a not in character question. I am blanking. When Rob returned to us from his destruction heroing, was he physically located at the same place where he disappeared?
No.
No?
Nope.
You show up
He-
where your fetters are.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. Okay. Then, in that case, I will, in character, I will turn to. God damn it, Rob! What's your character's name again?
It's Oliver.
Okay, for some reason I was like, Oliver was the last character's name. Anyway,
So many characters.
yeah. So I will turn to Oliver and say, "You've been through this. Is there any chance she will return to this location?"
Not to my knowledge. No.
Then
I showed up at one of my fetters.
that explains. Okay.
I had to take a train all the way back from. That's why I had to show up on a train, because didn't show up anywhere near the area where I was destroyed.
Okay. In that case, Junko, I do appreciate your offer, and I believe it would be in all of our best interests to take your offer. Oliver, Bronson, do you agree?
Yes. Out of character, I thought Josie was going to be like, so about that spear. No.
Oh god, I forgot about the spear. But you know what? There's a whole shitload of things going on, and I think yeeting us is going to be the most pragmatic option available. And,
Yeah.
you know, sticking around to steal a spear, not after everything that has happened, Oliver. Lying to Benimaru. Anyway, so Bronson, you're on mute.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we spent how long looking for Oliver when he fell into destruction, and he just showed up later, so I'm assuming that's how this works.
Alright. Junko, I appreciate all you've done to assist us. Is there anything we can help you with before we take our leave?
Yes, you may return to grandmother Anna and let her know that we will stand beside her
I will
When
let
the-
her know. Oh,
when the
sorry.
war is ready to bring us in. We will be ready to assist her.
I will pass the message on.
Bronson, buddy, are you really going to run away with your tail between your legs?
Yes. Yes,
I mean, you could take this guy. You could totally take this guy. You took the other samurai guy. This guy, you got it in the bag.
Yeah, but today we don't need paper. And our ride's already on the way, so.
Yuko will start making her way to the sliding door to the north. As you guys are exiting, there is a very strong and potent moment of bittersweetness that occurs. You'll see a very familiar looking bus come by with a very familiar looking driver on the inside as well. She is no ferryman, but she definitely knows how to get you to and from Ikebukuro without any problems or delays or difficulties in between. So, as everyone is taking one last look at Asakusa in the distance and traveling inside of this artifact vehicle as it is, you start to see smoke rising from the distance. One building after the other. Mainly the pagoda that is standing tall amongst the township. But you can definitely tell that there are several buildings that are set ablaze at this current moment. And a very strong glow just permeates itself from afar. So here's what we're going to do. Before I settle you guys in Ikebukuro, everybody, as far as I'm concerned, is a little low on pathos. And I would recommend, before you make any decisions in Ikebukuro, to consider your passions, take a look at them, and consider what would be an appropriate way for you to siphon, or what they call in the game, leech. An appropriate way for you to leech some pathos from some of the mortals in Ikebukuro. So look at your passions, see if any of them would be appropriate for the city of Ikebukuro. If you feel that your pathos is doing fine and you'd rather work on your willpower, I do need you to specify that and say, I'd rather work on my willpower instead, and we can enter a sequence that is surrounding that instead. So, everyone's going to get a little moment to think about what they've done. And I'm going to move us over to a different scene at this time. Hi, Nicole.
Hello.
Nicole, when you awaken from what feels to be a very good long slumber, you get a sense of your surroundings almost immediately, as if it was like waking up in an old town or house or family home that you're very, very familiar with. Having said that, familiarity starts to kick in almost immediately. You can smell what seems to be old books all around you. You can feel a desk in front of you that maybe you've studied papers or books on when you were younger. You can hear the sounds of people starting to leave and walk away to the exits of this building that you are inside, as if they're closing down or shutting down for the night. And you just get this very good sweeping nostalgia that sweeps around you. I need you to roll, when you get a chance, 4d10 for me.
Difficulty 6, I would have 1 success.
So I have... Did you roll any 10s?
Yes, 1.
You can explode the 10, I believe.
Okay.
Yep.
Nope. So just still 1 success.
Okay. So apparently, after your small slumber that you had, after coming out of a destruction harrowing, fate has only allowed you to recover 1 point of corpus to your body after exiting slumber. You are inside Princeton Library in New Jersey. It is a very familiar place to you. In fact, you know it well. It is one of your fetters, after all. But something is a little off this time. Something's a little different now that you are in the Shadowlands, as opposed to one of your older memories of the past. So, Nicole, you will notice that I have placed you in the center, in the middle of this library.
Yes.
As soon as you have awoken, you can hear the sounds of people walking on the floors of this library on the inside. Even though you can definitely kind of tell that people are leaving for the night, maybe an announcement was made on the intercom saying, that the library was going to be closing and everyone should depart. There are certain people who are still walking in this library. You're not sure who they are or what they're doing, but you can hear their footsteps all around you. What would you like to do? Right now you are sitting at a desk. You've got a book in front of you and a small, what appears to be an artificial candle for ambience. But you're just by yourself, sitting at a table. What would you like to do?
Can I take the book with me?
You reach forward, and your hand passes through the book as you realize that it is part of the Skinlands.
Ah, darn. Okay.
Yeah. I won't deduct a point of damage for that.
Oh, thank you.
No worries.
I'm gonna move, and then can I see this guy from where
Yes,
I
you
am?
can. At this point in time, I need you to roll your dexterity plus stealth.
Two successes.
All right. Your 2 beats my 1 success. When you are looking around the corner of this hotel, we're not at the hospital.
I was gonna scream.
In this library, when you take a look down the aisle, you will see a man who is indeed standing and appears to be examining the different facets of the library, trying to find something of importance. You will notice that he possesses what appears to be a candelabra in one of his hands, as if he is trying to look with the limited amount of light that he's getting from this candelabra. Definitely, with your death sight, you can tell that he is a wraith. Do you want to give me a perception and alertness roll?
Okay. That would be 1, 2, 3, 5 successes.
Okay. Here are some details that might be very important for you to notice. One, he is wearing the sigil of Stygia itself, the Empire of Stygia. So he is obviously a legionnaire soldier.
Okay.
Another detail that you get is that every now and then, as he's walking through this library, he will walk up to one of the counters, and he will actually allow some of the wax from his candle to drip onto the top of it. When he does this, you start to feel parts of your arm and parts of your neck start to dissipate. You do not take any damage from that, but it seems to be causing some kind of deterioration, kind of like a skin disease. Is starting to ebb away at your corpus, your undead flesh, as he does this and pours the wax from his candle onto the shelf. And it's very disturbing to you. And it doesn't hurt, but it definitely kind of disturbs you because you're watching yourself basically ash away when he does this. So, what would you like to do at this point in time? He has not noticed you because you are too stealthy for him.
Okay, from my location, do I notice an exit anywhere?
There are 2 exits. One of them is to the north, which seems to be guarded by someone,
Okay.
and the other one is to the south. It is not guarded, but it does appear to have someone who is close by it. You can see the shadow of another wraith standing there, just kind of patrolling the area and doing his own investigation.
Okay. I would like to quietly and stealthily
Okay.
move myself this way, if I
Okay.
can.
Yes, you may. Give me 1 second to roll for somebody as you move.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, look, it's a new adventure. You like new adventures, right?
So the Stygian soldier who is standing over here can make out a sound of possible footsteps. He doesn't recognize the footsteps as the military boots that his fellow compatriots usually have, and seems a little, weirded out by this, and starts to kind of walk over in that direction, examining. He has not seen you yet, but he's looking around as if trying to find you after he hears your footsteps.
Ah, man. Okay. Can I don't want to risk it. Let's use an ability. Which one do I want to use?
Do you want some dice for this new adventure?
Not quite. Maybe. Hold on. Give me a second.
Adventure!
I would to use. All right. Let's. Could I use mnemotechnics
Ooh.
to make him think of something positive? I want to stick him in a memory so I can hopefully get past him.
Yeah, let me check that. That's a good idea. Okay, so it's going to be your charisma plus mnemosis. Difficulty will be a 6. It'll cost you 2 pathos and a willpower to cast them.
Ugh, the willpower. All right, it's worth it in this situation, but that hurts.
I would think so.
Yeah, I'll take some shadow dice. What are you offering?
Ooh, let's see what I've got to offer. She says as she realized she forgot to bring up and find out how many I'm allowed to.
Oh, you're technically allowed to offer anything you want, Jay.
Up to 5.
Yes, up to 5, that's correct.
Or up to, yeah. Anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Fart. I don't know. You want 3? You want 4? You want a whole 5?
What about 3?
Oh, well, that was on the table, so I suppose. Are you sure you don't want 4?
No. I'm good. 3 hopefully will be enough.
Okay. Give me those ones.
So that's charisma, mnemosis.
Correct. Difficulty
Plus
6.
3. Okay.
Plus 3.
All right. So you did get a 1, Jay.
Okay.
And then I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5 successes.
Oh my gosh. Describe the memory that you are infusing into.
Well, I thought it was just I wanted him to notice a happy memory. I wanted to put him into his own happy memory.
Oh yeah, he's gonna be daydreaming for sure.
Okay.
So describe to me the happy memory that I am experiencing. What am I reminiscing?
How about something from his childhood? You know, a
Ooh.
happy time with his family, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe a
So,
birthday party.
yeah. So what happens in game is Arwen will kind of extend her hand down to the surface floor of the library and gaze upon the Stygian soldier, the legionnaire who is standing only a few feet away from her on the other side of the desk. And in moments, you will notice that he stiffens up for a second, and then he just kind of turns his gaze to the other direction. So he's facing this direction, and for some reason, as he's looking at all the papers and books that have been left on the floor and all over the desk, it seems to kind of like bring up a memory of his past that interests him very much. And he's very, very hyper focused on it. Doesn't say anything. If anything, his hands kind of fall down at the E. And yeah, he seems very distracted at this very moment.
I will happily take this moment to take the exit.
Okay. There is enough of a gap between the two doors to slip through using your ghastly features, as it were. And you will not take any damage from slipping through the doors itself. Give me 1 second so I can transport you to what you see. When you emerge from the library itself,
Oh no.
The first thing that you notice is that there are two soldiers standing at the ready. It looks like these two are having a conversation with one another, and one of their leaders appears to be someone who is maybe of a higher station, like a marshal or a centurion, appears to be kind of walking back and forth. They haven't noticed you quite yet, but you get a sense that if you take one step forward, they will immediately probably over at the library. But they're just currently just standing guard. Like I said, these two are having a conversation with one another, and this one is walking back and forth very, very briskly, as if hyper focused. What do you want to do?
What do I want to do?
You want to explore. Whole new experience. Nobody
No.
to betray you. Explore.
I want to protect my behind. That's what I want to do. And of course, this is my character that doesn't have Argos. Doing this. Can I watch to see when this guy gets a little bit further away? Because I know the other two are talking, so I guess I'm waiting to see if he moves.
Okay.
And then I'm going to see if I can slip out.
Okay. You don't need to roll for this. You take a few moments to like study his motions and his actions. Unfortunately, he's a very strict-looking soldier type who basically knows exactly the route that he's going to be walking at all times because anyone slip by. So, if anything, if you needed like a little bit of an idea of his behavior, he'll walk down a few steps, and then he'll walk to the right, and then to the left again, and then back up again. And he just continues walking this continuous cycle as if there's something on his mind. And again, he looks like he's ready to go and ready to pounce, but he's just waiting for the opportunity to come. The other two soldiers continue their conversation.
Just pretend you belong.
I'm
If you
afraid
belong
Jay-
there.
After Jay says that, Nicole, give me a perception roll.
Okay. Yeah, it's 2 successes.
Can you explode the 10?
Yes.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, then that now makes it 3 successes.
All right. You take a moment to kind of collect yourself, maybe like looking for the right moment to slip by the marshal who is walking to and fro, and listening to your shadow say, "Hey, why don't you try to look like you belong?" Or try to slip in. It is in this moment that maybe when you are like looking around the corner, that you look down and you're like, "Huh, that is a very bare naked looking leg I have there." And you look at the rest of your body and go, "Oh shit, I'm not wearing any clothes. I don't have anything.
Whoa. Funny.
I haven't materialized any clothing for myself to wear, and I don't have a death mask. I'm just standing here naked right now." And, well, this is embarrassing. I'm definitely going to be noticed if I try, slipping out there.
Okay, well, since I don't have any clothes and I can materialize it myself,
Yes, you can.
can I imagine clothes that would fit in with, like, the Stygian symbol? I don't want to be a legionnaire.
Yeah.
I just want it to, so it looks like I'm not a free wraith.
Unfortunately, the clothes that you materialize will be the ones possessed when you were last with your colleagues. It won't be armor. It won't be anything fancy. It'll be kind of the clothes that you remember yourself fondly with just before you died. So those clothes are going to be the clothes that you materialize from your memory.
All right, well, I'll do that because I don't want to
Okay.
walk out naked.
All right. Do you want to use a pathos or a corpus? I would recommend a pathos.
Yeah, pathos.
Okay.
Pathos.
So you spend the pathos, and immediately when you start to envision the clothes that you were wearing when you had first died, the passion and of that memory starts to materialize itself in the form of clothing all around your body. And all of your former clothes that you were wearing start to make themselves apparent. If you wish to, you can also materialize your death mask on your face if you want to. But if you don't want to, that's fine too.
No, I'll do it.
Okay. So as you are kind of like crouched down, allowing your clothes to materialize around your ghostly body, you'll feel your death mask start to surround your face protectively as well. So you are now fully clothed.
Perfect. Okay.
Cool.
Still does not help me in this situation, but
Mhm.
at least I'm not naked.
Right. I'm going to time stop you there so that you can think about what you'd like to do next in this
Thank you.
situation. Yep. And we're going to see how the other wraiths are doing over in Ikebukuro. Many of you know, Ikebukuro is the most friendly of cities to be exploring, especially if you are the undead. But it does have a liveliness to it that is contagious. It is easy to find yourself the living, meandering and wandering around the area, doing small little tasks. But at the same time, thanks to your death sight and your life sight, you're able to easily pinpoint various wraiths that inhabit the area as well. Some of them might be familiar to you. Some of them might be brand new and you've never encountered them before. Now that we are in Ikebukuro and I have Oliver, Josie, and Bronson in the city, and you've been dropped off by the bus, what would you like to do?
Well, you mentioned the leeching pathos. Given that we're in Ikebukuro, I actually have two passions that I could leech pretty easily because I have freedom, feeling like I have options, and anticipation, something new to experience. And Ikebukuro has a lot of both of those, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Which one of those two would you like to focus on at this moment?
Let's see. You know what? I think something new to experience is
Okay.
the most appropriate. So we'll go with that.
All right. Could you describe for me what you were looking for? Is it something in the Skinlands? Something in the Shadowlands? Is it specifically that you're looking for to spark that passion?
I am remembering when I was young and was finally able to sneak into a bar because, of course, I wouldn't do the responsible, sensible thing of going when I was, legally allowed. I would wait until I was finally old enough to look like I could sneak in and not get caught too quickly. So I'm
Okay.
looking for someone in the Skinlands that is just a little too young to go in legally and is clearly there for the first time and is totally ready to experience the wonder of a club for the first time.
Okay. What you will see is a collection of junior high school boys that are kind of collected together. They're all wearing school uniforms. It looks like they had just taken the train in recently. One of them will pull out what appears to be some fake IDs and starts to hand them out to his buddies, and they're all chuckling at the sight of them. One of them gets a little bit nervous after seeing this, wondering if they're going to get into trouble. But the other boys are just kind of like pushing him on the shoulder and patting him, in Japanese, saying, come on, man, it'll be all right, it'll be fun. Don't be fun. And then one of the other guys, when he sees the concern, says, "Wait a minute, aren't some of the bars out here owned by the Yakuza?" And the other boys are just kind of smiling, saying, "All the go and check them out." Or they're having a delightful exchange, and it reminds you a lot of your Nicole. I'm sorry, Nicole. Jay, please roll 2d10 for me.
All right, cross our fingers. Assuming 6, I got 1 success.
All right. You get a pathos from that experience. No worries. I'll mark that. Rob and Alex, what are your characters doing in Ikebukuro?
Well, on the topic of pathos, I think, Ikebukuro is it kind of a lawless sort of area?
It's not law, but there might be a little slippery nature with some of the law enforcement that's going on around here.
I'm more talking about, is it an area that's likely to have, like, not specifically renegades, but like renegade or rebellious types, like people who live by their own rules?
It's definitely yes.
So it's not a super hierarchical area.
No.
Okay, well, in that sense, I think the passion would be maybe liberating the Shadowlands, in the sense that, like, looking around and seeing people who, don't live by the rules of, hierarchical society. So I think that would be, like, maybe my passion, looking around and seeing a place where people can go where they aren't under the thumb of the hierarchy.
Okay. And you're looking in the Shadowlands for this kind of behavior?
Well, I'm looking. No, it's not even looking. It's more. This is how I'm like to make a pathos roll.
Yeah.
Is by sort of that. That's sort of the feeling I'd like to take in to Leech and my surroundings. Look for people who clearly aren't living by any rules but their own.
Okay. And you're looking in the Skinlands for something like that nature?
Or wraiths, really.
Wraiths. Okay.
Probably more wraiths, simply because that's more my focus, is liberating the Shadowlands. So seeing people that are free of, large hierarchical organizations that tell them what to do.
Rob, do you have any bureaucracy?
Yes.
I need you to roll your perception and bureaucracy.
Five successes in all.
So you take in the surroundings, and immediately a lot of things jump out at you in this entire scene, actually. that you have in front of you. The first thing that you are able to notice when you're taking in the more rebellious and renegade kind of mode of behavior and also mentality is you're kind of studying some of the wraiths and also some of the living mortals. The wraiths around here are remarkably very, very on that wavelength that you're looking for. The first one being the police officer that you had encountered before, who had a very kind of free-spirited nature. She is a corrupt police officer. So she does not abide by the rules given to her by whatever government or whatever jade bureaucracy that holds her job in place. She is very much so a corrupt police officer.
Okay.
Next, the individual standing over by the sign. You don't know what it is about her, but she looks very, very out of place and looks very free-spirited, very not really kind of working for any real organization. It looks like she just kind of like fends. But at the same time, there's a glint in her eye that reminds you standing up here on the stairs. You remember this individual.
You're breaking up a lot. I'm not getting a lot of what you're saying.
Oh, am I breaking up a lot?
Yeah.
Oh. Here, let me try resetting my microphone then. All right. Can you hear me okay now?
Yep.
Okay. We'll give this a try for a little bit. So, Rob, I was just trying to mention that this individual here has a glint in her eye that reminds you of this individual up here on the stairs. You have a very, very specific memory about this person. And you have an idea that the two of these people are working in cahoots with each other.
They're pickpockets.
Yes. And they are definitely trying to rebel against the society that they live in as a whole. The last thing that you notice, Rob, because of your perception, is that there's an individual here who seems to have some form of illegal gambling. And he, seems to be kind of like calling in some of the local wraiths that are like walking around very, very casually. And when this happens, here, 1 second, my battery is dying. Hopefully that fixed it. Huh.
What?
The battery on my laptop is dying for some reason. Give me 1 second, Rob.
Okay.
Is it plugged in?
Hold on.
Okay. We're back in business. So, Rob, the last thing that I was describing to you is the gentleman here to the south seems to be doing some. Every now and then you will see a wraith walk up to him, and he will set some cards down, and he'll start to play a game with them. You see immediate disappointment in the face of the wraith who loses a game to him, and he seems very, very sincere, but at the same time appears to be kind of like taking advantage of people around him that, you get a sense from him that he was wronged or felt out of place in the socioeconomic system that he's a part of, and has to go into basically, fixed gambling to kind of like get his money, as it were, instead of like a decent job. So all of this behavior around you just kind of sparks a lot of interest in you. Rob, I believe it's 2d10 for your passion, correct?
Yes.
Go ahead and roll those 2d10.
Nothing.
Okay.
Actually, I have one. Do ones count for these timber rolls?
Not necessarily, no. No.
Okay.
So nothing from that.
Nope.
Okay. Gotcha. Alex, as Bronson, is there anything that you for in particular in this area?
Yeah, and just out of character, I won't pretend that I fully understand how this mechanic works. So if I'm barking up the wrong tree, feel free to correct me, because I've got a couple of ideas that I think are at least tangentially related. But just kind of building off of just the general neighborhood, the vibe of the place, the activities that I'm seeing going on both in the Skinlands and among the Wraiths. Seeing, this duo of pickpockets over there, looking out for an easy mark. This dude who's getting, his paycheck taken away from him through some maybe rigged gambling. Like that kind of, I feel like that in Bronson brings up a number of experiences when he was, working in Vietnam, but also throughout his life where he was that guy that was going to put himself in the way to defend that victim. And generally by, just making it known that, no, I see what you're doing. You're not taking advantage of this person. But also those times when he had to throw down and just the crap out of the guy that was taking advantage of the presumed weaker person. And so I don't know whether that ties into my passion of proving myself in combat or caring for wayfarers. But those seem...
Yeah. Before you roll your passions, and I think I need to reset roll 20 if it's going to behave this way. Just waiting for your character sheet to pop up for me. All right, and I'm going to reset. I'm going to reset roll 20 for me. But while I'm resetting, I first need you, Alex, to roll your perception and your streetwise for difficulty 6. Okay.
Okay. Perception and streetwise.
Correct.
That's looking like a 1.
So 1 success?
Yeah.
Okay. With your just kind of like looking around and examining the various behaviors that I described to Rob earlier, do you get a sense that you want to interact or interfere with any of these behaviors that are going on, like the pickpocket, the illegal gambling, the police officer? Do you feel like you wish to interact with any of them?
I mean, I guess sort of. Because like I'm still not a huge fan of the pickpocket. But I am thinking back to when they pickpocketed a part of our team, and I was one of the people that stepped up and was like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I think you may have dropped that thing," to both let them know, "Hey, I saw what you did there," but also to like give them an excuse because like they're probably on hard times too, so they're not necessarily going to get busted by the cop for just doing pickpocketing,
right?
So that kind of thing.
Okay. And if roll 20,
if I was gonna interact with them, I would kind of sidle up and just be like, "So, how are things? Are you still making people drop stuff, or?"
Yeah. Just the mere thought of kind of conceptualizing that in your mind seems to be enough for you to kind of gain a strong passion of like, it's kind of like thinking something out ahead of time, which kind of sparks that passion inside of you. And the way that you worded it, the way that you're saying it out loud, I would probably put that towards your redemption. So I'll allow you to roll your 4d10 for that when you get a chance.
And that's a big fat nothing.
Okay. So perhaps a little bit of action and decision making with these actual people might come in handy. The thought is there, and it's definitely trying to spark up something inside of you to, interact and say something. But obviously, it'll have to wait until you actually do so. So right now, with everyone in the situation that you're currently in AK, very similarly to what happened when we first, you are allowed to take 3 steps forward, and I'm going to move some of my NPCs in reaction as well. So everyone can move their character 3 steps anywhere they want, and then I'm going to move my NPCs as well. It'll almost be like deja vu. Okay. Jay, if I remember correctly, you wanted to look into another one of your passions?
Yes, the freedom, feeling like I have options.
Okay. You definitely, when you are looking over to your left, you spot the guy who is doing the illegal gambling with another wraith, and there is definitely that, the guy saying, hey, you swindled me. You're taking my money away from me. This is a fixed game, and the guy just kind of sweet talks his way out of it, just saying, hey, man. You agreed to the game, and you lost a little bit. We can keep going if you want to. And there's just something about that energy that kind of comes from him that just brings up this idea of, like, he's, instead of him, like, turning it into a conflict or making it worse than it already is, he's turning it into another opportunity, which kind of sparks a little bit of passion in your mind as well. Like, a very clever idea. Roll 2d10 for me when you see this.
All right. Oh shit! I got two successes. Hell yeah!
All right. That sounds much better than the first time around.
Definitely.
Yeah. And Jay, just a reminder, you have 1 point of corpus damage. If you want to heal that, you may do so at this time using your pathos. But that is up to you. You don't have to if you don't want.
You know what? I think I will, because I still have 2 more passions, and it's still the same scene, so there is potential for perhaps rolling for either victorious or empathy.
Okay.
So I'm going to go ahead and heal that corpus.
Sounds good. I've healed you your corpus damage, and you will lose 1 pathos. Rob, is there anything that you're looking for after taking those steps forward? Maybe a different passion, or maybe you're taking in the scenery a little bit and want to react to it?
I'm wondering if the pickpockets are dumb enough to try to do that to us a second time.
We're about to find out, aren't we?
Well, I have a response if they start to move in close.
I'm sorry, what was your question, Rob?
I'm just gonna, right now I'm just watching them and waiting to see if they move in close.
Okay. So you're keeping an eye on them and observing them. When the time comes, I can give you an appropriate perception roll for that, so that you get a better idea of maybe what they're scheming and how they plan on doing that. Is there anything else that with your passions, such as maybe a little bit of I want to say like maybe a little bit of hopefulness from the thieves themselves, or maybe hopefulness from the gambler.
Oh, because I don't think either of them are building any sort of connections.
Okay, gotcha.
If there was something that was like, more building connections or seeing things like not because like it really more families and connections and community level sort of stuff is what would work with me on that sort of passion, whereas everyone here seems to be out for themselves and criminal, which is kind of the opposite of what I would like to see.
Okay, understandable. And then, Alex, is there any action that you'd like to take at this point in time? You've taken your 3 steps, but you're kind of observing this. Did you want to take any actions or say anything while you're kind of walking forward?
I don't know that I want to take any action as I'm walking forward. But I am going to kind of break off and go down towards where the gambling is happening. Partially just to, maybe my presence is going to put like another set of eyes on this guy, so he's going to run his game a little bit more legit. Look out for the guy getting robbed. But also, I noticed that the pickpockets are also heading that general direction. And so, like, if I can put myself between them, like, they're not going to rob the poor schmuck after he gets his wallet taken, or like his his paycheck taken in the rigged gambling. So it's just kind of like putting myself there as another set of eyes, making everybody just be a little bit cooler to one another, but also being ready to throw a couple of punches because Bronson hasn't had a good fight in a while.
Do you say anything to the gentleman who is playing cards? Like, do you actually verbally say anything to him, or you just walk up?
I mean, I guess I'd probably be like, "Oh, what's this game? I feel like I know this game, but it's been so long since I played. How are you doing?"
Okay, sounds good.
Like making it aware to everybody that like I have an idea of what's going on, but also I'm not actually that concerned about how well you're doing.
Oh yeah,
Because that's going to make it sound like I'm going to rob him.
Right. Sounds good. At this point in time, everyone may take 3 steps again. I'm going to do the same for my NPCs. And yeah, Alex, if you wanted to make your way down. So first, again, with Jay. Jay, anything crossing your mind after you've kind of pulled in some of the pathos from your own passions? Is there anything about the scene that kind of makes you want to react, or maybe discuss something with Oliver standing next to you? Or
Yes, I am. I'm literally before you said that, I was like, hey, Oliver, last time we were here, somebody got pickpocketed. You want to give me all your stuff so you can be a victim with no losses? Because...
Or we could just not let them pickpocket us. I mean, they
that.
just point them out, make it obvious, and you can't pickpocket someone who's looking directly and calling attention to you.
I can't remember if it was this one specifically, or I think this one was somehow involved, but it was this person specifically, or this person. One of those two.
This one bumped into us.
That one got. Then that one would be the one that pickpocketed us and took the wine, and then somebody made her drop it. But you know what? We've got plenty of time in the scene. Give me 2 seconds. I have a thought, and hiccups apparently.
no worries.
Mm-hmm.
Rob, is there anything that... Yeah, Rob, I totally got the interaction that you did with Josie. Was there anything that you wanted to do or prepare ahead of time before possibly crossing paths with these pickpockets?
Yes, I'm going to look directly at this pickpocket.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to point at them, and I'm going to go,
Wait,
Could you radar which one you do that to, Rob? I didn't see it on my screen. Okay, that
If
one.
she's walking towards me, at this point it's blatant. You're walking towards someone who is very aware of what you're doing.
for the record, when I say I'm keeping an eye on one, I mean the one that's like right next to me going towards the gambling. So just because we keep using the word pickpocket, I think we're talking about different people.
All right. Not Rob. Myles, can I
Yes.
roll intelligence to confirm that this is the person that pickpocketed us before?
You may.
All right, and my intelligence, I believe, is 4. I'm double checking that because.
Okay.
Yes, it is in fact 4. I don't suppose there's any other thing I could roll to aid that.
That would be your best roll.
Okay. Well, I will be damned. I can explode that 10 too.
All right.
Holy shit! Can I explode that again?
Yes.
Well, I still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 successes out of 4.
Okay. Yes, this is definitely the pickpocket from last time.
Then I want to use my... Shit, is it weirdness or is it befuddlement? Yes, I want to use my weirdness to make them feel suddenly cold and have their hackles rise at the same time if I roll well enough, and if I don't roll well enough, then just make their hackles rise.
Okay. Just pulling that up right now.
It's charisma plus pandemonium and costs 1 pathos.
Okay, go ahead and make the dice roll and go for it.
All right,
Sounds like a plan.
Charisma 4, pandemonium 3, so roll 70, 10. That is not the right button. Roll 70, 10. Well, I'll be damned. I fucking botched that like a... Wow. I got all of my good rolls out with the pathos, and now I so screwed up the weirdness that
Okay.
now I'm pretty sure I am weirded out.
So-
Because that...
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Right?
You disintegrate on the spot, and we'll be running your destruction harrowing between now and the next session.
Thank God.
Give me
I'm not even mad. I'm just impressed.
Yeah. Give me 1 second to determine what I want to do here.
Laugh
Okay.
hysterically because...
Oh no, I've got plans.
Oh,
Um,
God.
So, Alex, give me a perception and alertness. Okay.
If I'm looking for 6, that would be 3.
All right. So, while you are like very, very much so distracted because you're keeping an eye on your friends, you're keeping an eye on this gambler. You kind of look over back at Oliver and Josie, and you can swear that as she's walking, something large seems to kind of like slip and fall from her belongings and just falls on the ground. And both Oliver and Josie don't see. They're just kind of oblivious and they just kind of continue walking, not even knowing this. You don't know what she's dropped, but you notice that she has dropped on the floor. And you're not sure how that could have possibly occurred. Okay. So, Alex, what do you want to do after you see that?
Well, we are travelers in a strange land, and one of the many ways to care for wayfarers is to pick up after them, like I keep doing in this stupid part of town. So I'm just gonna like abort mission down here and just beeline up to pick up whatever it is that they dropped and bring it back to Josie.
Okay. At this point in time, everyone may take 3 steps forward. Unfortunately, Jay, you will not notice yourself dropping something on the ground as you're walking. So continue your pathway as you would normally.
I have a quick question.
Sure.
My pointing at the pickpocket, can I turn that into, like, say, a leadership role in that I'm sort of pointing out and taking command of this situation to sort of, psych them out of attempting to pickpocket me?
Yeah. You may use your charisma or your appearance plus your leadership to do this.
Okay. I'll do leadership and charisma.
Okay.
Question: do I know that my attempt has failed?
Yes.
Okay. Then I'm going to just kind of keep my eyes on that person and just be like 1, 2, and then sidestep, keeping my eyes on her like, I fucking know what you did.
Okay.
Wait, and you're not getting me this. You're not getting us this time, because my attempt to what's the word? I literally have a skill in it. 1 dot, but it's a skill. Intimidate. My attempt at intimidation via making it weird failed, so I'm just going to be like, I know what you did, but I'm just going to only passively do this rather than, the other thing since I failed.
Yeah. Is that 2 successes I see, Rob?
3.
3? Okay.
Thank
So from that, do you want to take some steps forward, or do you just stand where you were at?
Well, my steps are based on what she's doing. I'm not going to let her do her little, I'm bumping into you. So it's basically I'm moving out of her way so that for her to bump into me, she's going to have to awkwardly move back and forth to be like, because I'm not. So when I walk up, I'm watching her, and if she goes to the left, I go to the right. And if she turns to go back to the right, I go to the left. I'm making this, if she's going to persist, it's going to be as awkward and blatant as it could possibly be.
Okay. When you shout this,
I don't shout.
Oh.
What do you mean? I'm pointing at her and being like, as we get closer.
Okay. She steps to the side. She looks a little confused and bewildered, like she's never seen you in her entire life, but steps to the side.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
And the police officer pickpockets me successfully.
Bronson or Alex, you will notice that on the ground is a very, very intimidating looking mask. I'm going to activate that. Appears to have fallen onto the ground. It looks like it was wrapped up with, but then as soon as Josie had dropped it, it had fallen out of the cloth and onto the ground. I will give you one of 2 choices. You can either use your dexterity and your stealth to pick it up as soon as possible and kind of like wrap it back up again and put it into your belongings. Or you can use your perception and streetwise to see who else noticed this mask that had fallen onto the ground. You can only choose one, though. Oh, you there, Alex?
No, I know. I'm just sitting here like face palming because like I know what those roles are, and I know that the only reasonable course of action I have is to figure out who saw it happen. Hey, Shadow, do you want to help me out at all?
You need, that's your mask now. Take it, and it's yours. If you keep that mask, I will help you in any way you could possibly want.
Can I make an intelligence check to remember what it does? Because I remember having it as Bad News Bears, but I don't remember what flavor of Bad News Bears.
It's good. It's good news.
I know exactly what it does, but you would have to ask me about it.
No.
I think, unless
Well, and that's why I'm saying, like, to Myles, like,
Yeah, you can do an intelligence roll to gather some information about this mask.
okay, so could I do like intelligence plus occult?
If you have occult, yes, you may roll occult with this.
Do. All right, let's start with that because, like I said, I remember the mask. I remember not wanting to hold the mask.
I'm
Okay.
not going to assist with that roll.
No, I figured not. If you were
In
going
fact-
to assist, I would be more confused than ever. But
Okay, hold on. Before he makes that roll,
I've already put it in. So
No. I have thorns I want to use before you do that.
Okay.
Okay.
You can't rush past my thorns. Sorry.
Okay. No, then let's just invalidate that roll. I'm fine with that.
What did you want to do, Rob?
I want to enfeeblement his attempt to figure out what it does.
Okay. Give me a moment to look at that. This might still have an effect over his dice roll, but I want to double check it really quick.
Like, that's one thing I'm not loving about how Roll20 is playing tonight, is like you type in the roll and then it takes 15 seconds to actually go. So
Yeah.
that was my entire bad. I will be more diligent about giving time for reactions and stuff.
No worries. All right. So, Rob, I need you to give me 1 second. I need to look at your shadow guide sheet. Okay. So, Rob, I need you to roll 7 d10 for me. Alex, what is your permanent willpower? What do you have for your permanent willpower?
Permanent willpower is the number of dots, so 6.
Okay. So, Rob, the difficulty is a 6.
Ooh, nothing. Wow, you lucky son of a bitch.
All right. So, the shadow will lose 2 points of temporary angst. And Alex, the dice roll still stands for what it was. If I'm looking at that correctly, it's just a wash, correct? There's no successes.
It's just a what? I'm sorry, you cut off.
A wash, like 0
Yes.
successes? Okay.
Yeah, I thought you said it was a 1. I'm like, no, I'm pretty sure it was 0. So, okay.
No, you're good. So, Ty goes to the defender, and you will obviously not gain any help or assistance with what you want to do. What is it exactly that you wanted to do? Did you want to if other people noticed?
No, so I hadn't decided on whether I was going to try and figure out whether somebody had seen it or whether I was going to try and scoop it. The roll that I had made was on why I had bad vibes, like why I'm like in the back of my mind, I'm pretty sure this is something we don't want people to know we have. And clearly that has now failed. And so I'm asking my shadow if it'll help me with just scooping it.
Yes, absolutely, 100%.
And so,
but you need to keep this. This is a you thing. This is perfect for you. We were talking about bettering you. This is such a big step for you that it's very important. If you're in my good book if you keep this. I'm just saying.
okay, you went full on robot during that paragraph. Can you say it again?
I said you're in my good book. You and me, we're syncing up. We're working together well if you hold on to this. Just saying.
Okay, well,
you want a good relationship with me. This is brownie point. This isn't just one brownie. This is a whole tray of brownie points.
See, the smart part of me knows this is not a deal I take. In character, I do know I don't want anyone else to know that we even have this. just finding out after the fact who saw it fall, that helps less.
Yeah.
So if I take die and I roll a 1, that adds to your right?
My angst, yes.
Do you want to give me 5 dice?
Yes. But I feel it from a gameplay perspective. Wait, Myles, did you already take off the 2? Yeah, that was the
yes,
roll
I
I
did.
did. Okay, well then, from a gameplay perspective, I have to warn you that this puts you in a possibility of, um, you know,
Bad
bumping.
news bears.
It's
How about
yeah,
3? Is 3 a safer bet?
yeah. 3 is a safer.
Is 3 a safe bet?
Yeah, well, the 3's pushing it, but safe. I think would that be an accurate assessment, Myles, for the shadow to say?
Yes.
Okay, there you go. 3, you're pushing the border, but safe. I'll give you
All
as
right.
many dice as you need, but I feel I have to give you that warning.
No, that's entirely fair, and I appreciate it. I'll take 3 and hope for the best.
Okay.
Oh, good gravy! I can't believe I'm doing this.
And, Alex, this is for you to pick up the mask with your dexterity, right? You want to pick it up as quickly as possible.
Yeah. So
Okay.
this is my 1 dexterity and my 1 stealth
Mm-hmm.
to pick it up without anybody noticing it.
Got it. Thank you. Wow.
Well, I mean, no 1s,
Mm-hmm.
so that's good.
Yep. So, as far as you are concerned, you are able to pick up the mask as quickly as you can and wrap it up with the cloth that was around it at the time, and you just kind of stuff it into your belongings as soon as humanly possible. When you do this, you will notice that someone starts to kind of like eye you and look directly at you. She hasn't taken her steps yet, so I'm going to do that right now. She's only going to take 2 steps, but she seems to be walking towards you with intent on her face. So, Rob and Jay. After you have kind of deflected this individual away from you with your behaviors, she backs off. She doesn't look like she's coming anywhere close to you. If anything, she's kind of treating you like crazy people. She's like, whoa, okay.
Excellent. That's exactly what I was going for.
Excellent. Do you guys want to progress forward, or do you want to do something else?
I think sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, I do still have, I think, 3 pathos I could use to fill up. And
Okay.
I'm actually thinking that the empathy of relying on someone and being relied upon, since I know that failed, but I also know that Oliver managed to succeed in getting what's-her-face away from us so she doesn't pickpocket us. Mm-hmm. That feels like a good empathy, relying on somebody and being relied upon.
Yeah. I'll allow you to roll your 3d10 for that.
Excellent.
Yeah.
3d10, watch me botch it. Hey, I didn't botch it, but I didn't get any successes.
Okay.
Jay, you have gotten all of your botches for the month now.
It's a very watery experience that you have. Maybe you're a little bit by the encounter itself and how it could have gone down, but there's a mixture of emotions that are going on through your head at this moment, and it doesn't seem to be really pairing up with anything going on. Rob, what are you doing after you've kind of pushed back this person?
I guess could I turn this into the hopeful sort of building a new family role in that I was, helping to protect the group from falling prey to a potential problem that I spotted.
So I would agree to that. Roll 4d10 for me.
Okay. So you can go ahead and just take away all my pathos, because you much botched that, even though you
Okay.
can't botch a pathos roll. But
Not really, no. You can subtract from your total, but you can't really, kill your pathos. Basically, you kind of like reach into this experience and you're thinking to yourself, you know what? I'm without Arwen in the group, we're not a complete circle. And I don't think, with her missing out on the opportunity right now and us not knowing her fate and whether she survived or not, her destruction harrowing, that puts me at disease. And I don't think we are a complete circle right now. Maybe we aren't a complete family when we're like this. And that distracts you enough to push your passion away. Alex, you have a new individual walking up to in you for no reason. What do you do?
Well, I'm still fully convinced that she's the pickpocket, or they're the pickpocket. And so I'm going to kind of loudly call out to Josie, like, Josie, Oliver, wait up! I got sidetracked. And kind of like break immediate contact while still drawing attention to the fact that, hey, I'm part of this group. And also, hey, something's going on. Please turn around right now.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yeah, what's up?
Can I, as a shadow, use Trick of the Light on another Wraith?
No, you can only use it on your Wraith.
Okay. Good to know.
Mm-hmm. So, a couple things happen all at once. Oliver and Josie are notified by Bronson, basically saying, hey, guys, wait up. And he seems to be kind of like trying to catch up to you steps. In the meantime, there is a young lady, Wraith, who is trying to also keep up with Bronson, who is a few steps away, unfortunately. And she seems to be saying something in Japanese. Only Josie is able to understand what she's saying. And Josie, you will hear her say, hey, give it back, you stole it, give it back. So the only thing that Bronson gets out of this is that she is protesting something, like she's yelling. And again, you're just like rushing for, wait up, and you're up to. Meanwhile, you have this Wraith running behind you, spouting something in Japanese, and Josie knows that she is complaining, you stole it, give it back.
Okay.
What do we want to do when you guys I'm guessing you guys turn around to see what's happening.
Yeah, I
I
do.
do. Am I able to take any steps?
Yes, you may take steps at this time.
All right. So one. Actually, this is good enough. I'll be like, Bronson. She's saying that you stole something and to give it back. What's up? I'll nod to her and to this person, but continue to talk to Bronson.
I just want to say I'm so glad I'm not my own shadow right now.
Yeah.
You're not your own shadow?
Yeah, no, because I know exactly, like, based on what, you and I agreed to, that I need to keep this mask, and how badly I've rolled, I know exactly what I would do in your shoes, but...
Well, I got your back.
No, you
I
don't.
know. That's
You're
why
going to
I'm
get out of
glad.
this. Trust me.
I do.
And Josie just stands here like, are you going to answer me?
Yeah, that's right.
Deny.
No,
She's just trying to con you. That's all you needed to say.
Well, yeah, no, exactly. Like, we've all been to the city. We know this scam. You bump into somebody, you drop your jacket or whatever, and then you come back after them being like, oh, you owe me $300 for my jacket. It's bullshit. I've never met this chick. I mean, she was shady the last time we were here. I just realized y'all were walking off, and I went after you. I don't know what she's on about.
So, Jay, Josie will hear this woman spout out and kind of like lift her hand over to Bronson and say, "He stole my death mask! My death mask! He stole my death mask!" To you.
Oh, what did your death mask look like? I'll ask her that in Japanese.
And she describes it. She says it's like a very ivory white mask with like blood splattered on it for intimidation purposes. Very similar to kind of like a ski mask almost.
Interesting. I've had one like it for a very long time, long before Ikebukuro. And then I'll kind of pat my side and realize it's not there, is it?
You're not sure. It seems like you need to take a little bit more time to go through all your belongings to look for it. But you do get a sense that this sounds very familiar to you. She basically looks at you, kind of shrugs and says, "Coincidence?"
Can I quash this pickpocket lady?
You may.
Okay.
Yep.
Do I have enough pathos? Do I have enough pathos to quash her?
Let me check. That's a good question, actually. Quash requires 2 pathos. Rob, do you have 2 pathos?
Yep.
Okay, then you may. It's going to be your manipulation plus intimation.
Okay.
Difficulty 6.
Hey. Okay, you want to get us out of this? Help me getting us out of this situation?
No, I don't, Rob. I don't know why you're asking me.
Your shadow, however, would love to.
Yeah, sorry, I'm on the wrong phone. Sorry, God, I didn't mean to call you. Hey, Shadow.
Yeah, I mean, what do you have in mind here, bud?
You know, what are you offering?
I mean, I'm not entirely certain what you're going for.
Well, I want to shut this pickpocket up, and she needs to move on to other targets rather than trying to create a scene here.
I mean, that seems entirely reasonable. How would
You're asking what role I'm using as a shadow?
Yeah.
Since you know my abilities, I'm using Quash, which is an intimation ability that basically quashes a strong desire of a shadow, of another wraith, so that they're no longer interested in it at all.
Yeah, I feel like I could give you, 3-4 dice.
I'll take the 4.
I mean, I'll give you 5 if you're offering, but
I'll take the 4. It's okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and roll that.
Okay, go for it. How much shadow dice?
4.
Okay. I will keep that in mind. How'd you do?
Give me the 15 seconds. Hold on, I'm gonna need 30 seconds.
All right.
You know what? Let's just all take a coffee break. 6 successes.
Any ones?
Nope.
Okay.
So you
So
explode that 10.
It does. I set it to automatically explode.
My bad.
okay. Rob, this individual will turn around and start walking the other. Might have forgotten something that was more important.
Just abruptly. You stole from... Okay.
Yeah, pretty much. She just suddenly turns around and walks away as if she had a lapse in her memory and was like, "Oh yeah, I was doing something else."
meanwhile, Bronson is fully convinced that he just accidentally called her on exactly the right scam. So,
all right. When this happens, and everyone has, we'll say, diffused the situation that was occurring, a very, very strange man who was setting up his little collapsible, foldable gambling table will walk up to the group, and he will have a very, very kind but ominous look on his face when he looks over to Bronson. and looks over at Josie as well for a second. I'm going to put him on the screen for everybody to look at. And he will look over to the two of you and say, like, hey, that's an interesting little trinket you got there.
Is this in English?
Yes, he says this in English. That's an interesting little trinket you got there. Don't get me wrong, and he puts both of his hands up as if to say, like, he's unarmed. He puts his hands up and says, don't have any interest in it at all, of course, but I'd be interested in keeping silent for a small price.
What's the price?
Well, you let me travel with you for a little bit.
Okay. I am going. Damn it! It's another. He's a smuggler, isn't he? He's a fucking smuggler. No, I'm just joking.
Can I do dark secrets on this guy to talk to his shadow and see how what his what's the word? Underlying what his goals are for traveling with us?
Yes. It'll cost you 1 pathos, and you will gain 1 angst to your shadow guide. It's going to be your perception plus castigate. Difficulty is going to be a 9.
Oh, god damn it, a 9?
Mm-hmm. So you may talk to your shadow guide if you want, but I'm just giving you a heads up on that difficulty.
Yeah, with a difficulty of a 9.
Say that again, Nicole?
I was just letting her know I can help.
Oh, sure you can, but you know what? With a difficulty 9, there's got to be other options, and I'm going to turn to him and say, let me confer with my circle before we make any decisions.
Can I twinge him?
Yeah.
That's free too, right?
I need to double check that, but let me check.
You created this scene to help us get pathos back, and instead I've spent all of it.
Yes, you have. Yes, Rob, that is a free skill for you. That will be your perception plus intimation. Difficulty 7.
Okay, perception plus intimation. 7. Oh, what's going on? Oh, I thought people were rolling. 3 successes minus 1. Or wait, no, that 1's a reroll. So 3 successes.
Okay. With 3 successes, so on a surface level, the mask that he saw fall to the ground, Rob, he knows exactly what that is. He knows exactly what it can do and what it's capable of. And in a strange, quirky kind of way, he does have an interest in seeing it and seeing it. However, he does not have an urge to steal it from you. That is not his MO. In fact, he's just very curious to kind of like be around people who own it and possess it. When he says that he wants to join your group and kind of like come along with, he's being very, very sincere. Definitely that that your paths are meant to kind of collide together in some strange particular way. There's also a possibility that he recognizes from maybe some other location that you've been in times of the past and is decided to follow fate, as it were, and go along with the group.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to, because Josie, you said you wanted to confer with the group.
Yes.
I'm going to look at you, and I'm going to look at him. You know, I do the twinge. I kind of read him a little bit. I look back at you, and I'm going to give you a, why not kind of shrug.
Oh, I will look at Bronson and I will say, Bronson, do you have any specific reason not to let this fellow join us?
Now, this was the dude that was running the crooked card.
So he could be useful.
No, I was asking Myles. I wanted to make sure that I had the right person.
Repeat your question again?
This is the guy that was running the crooked gambling game, right?
Yes.
Well,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I'd say keep an eye on him. He seems a little tricksy with the gambling, but I don't see much reason not to, and he seems less shady than most of the other people in town, so...
Well, thank you. I appreciate that very much.
I appreciate that assessment of my character right in front of
No. I totally understand. It's a very fair observation that he's made.
Bronson doesn't generally lie, so...
I get that a lot. It's because I do the creepy voice.
As you guys are kind of like discussing your options, he lights up and starts smoking it.
He lights up a what? Cigarette?
A relic cigarette.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
It broke off.
interesting. Well,
Mhm.
I will raise my eyebrow at him and say, well, we don't have any particular reason for you not to join at this time, but
No.
you should perhaps be aware that chaos and pain tend to follow us where we go. And I don't mean that in a figurative manner. So it is not without risk for you to join us. And please note that, considering the situation, I'm sure you are well aware that we are unlikely to trust you. So I want to make it completely all cards on the table. We will not be trusting you, but
Sounds fun, buddy.
your terms are acceptable. Your silence for joining us. Do not betray us. We will not betray you.
Chaos happens to be one of my favorite words. I am a chaos weaver myself. And he reaches into his kind of satchel that he's wearing at his side and just kind of pulls out his death mask to wear and puts it on his face to come join you guys further on.
Oh, that's lovely. Wait a minute.
That looks familiar.
No, I can't intelligence roll it because where I think that's from is from a previous life. So.
Nicole! How's it going, Nicole?
Okay. I've been
Okay.
enjoying this game, watching you guys.
There's a lot going on.
I have
Okay,
intimated
so-
those pickpockets more than any other character in the game.
So question. When you say that he puts on his death mask, is it the same as the one I'm holding, or...
Nope, completely different one. It seems to be a personalized one for himself.
Okay, cool. I just didn't know. Like, I didn't know if you'd, like, unlocked another image and I missed it.
Actually, that's a very good point. Let me activate that right now for you guys. There you go. All right. So, Nicole, what are we doing?
That's a good question. Okay, so first, can I hear what these guys are talking about?
Yeah.
Cool.
They're looking at each other and they're like, "Hey, did you get that drink that I was telling you about? You know, go to that place?" And he looks over and he's just like, "Yeah, place was a shit show. Don't know why you are into that kind of stuff. You know, not really my thing, but you know, drinks were okay. I was hoping I could get a little bit more, you know, different type of action." And the other soldier looks at him and says like, "Oh, I didn't say so." I know this one bar, this one place that we could go to where they have almost all of their body parts attached. And they just both start chuckling to each other.
Oh,
And that's what you
okay.
that's what you get.
I was hoping it was gonna be something useful for me, but I'm like, I'm not going that route.
The underworld.
Let's see. Hey, Shadow, do you have any suggestions? Because I mean, we both want to get out of here. We don't want to be here.
It's so true. You know, give me 2 seconds. I had a thought. I'm not sure. Let me take a look at my... You know, words are great when they work, but they don't come out of my mouth correctly today. Would you like to do Pact of Doom, where you can learn Argos?
Not really.
Well, at least she's honest.
Like, I know what that entails. Not really. I do have a question for you, Myles. Because the guy... Can I use my passions, specifically my longing passion, to try and get some pathos from those two?
Yeah.
Okay.
What exactly is it that you are kind of like reaching out to absorb from them? Like, what is it about what they're talking about that your attention?
Well, it sounds like he basically wants to have sex with some wraiths.
Okay.
So he wants physical touch. I'm longing for not specifically physical touch, but like finding a soulmate or just a person to be with. So that is slight similarity.
Yeah. I'll let you roll 2d10 for that.
Cool. Please,
Go for
please give me what I need. Got one.
One success.
Yes.
All right. You will gain a pathos back for listening in on their conversation.
Okay.
You get a sense that they might notice you if you're standing where you're standing.
Oh, okay. Shoot.
What if I gave you an extra turn to do things in, so that you could take 2 actions? So you could run and then run some more. Or hide and then run some more. What if you walked up and made friends?
No, well, that one, no. But maybe the option of 2 actions, it depends. Myles, is there like any rocks or anything on the ground that I can pick up and throw?
There doesn't appear to be any rocks around for you to pick up and throw. Most of the things around here are inland, unfortunately. If you possess something in your... Oh, wait, you don't have an inventory, unfortunately.
I really don't.
So, if you decide to take 2 separate actions, it will divide your dice pool in half, depending on the level.
Play.
Yeah. If your shadow decides to use shadow play, you may indeed get 2 full actions in before you know it. By the way, Nicole, side note, notice below that 10 earlier. That was my mistake. So.
Hold on, you cut off a lot. I have no idea what you just said.
No worries. I was just saying that the 10 that you exploded in your last scene.
Oh, okay.
That was my mistake. I realized that afterwards. Sorry about that.
Nope, that's okay. I guess. Man, can I go back inside?
Yes, you may.
For a second?
Of course you may. Let me set you up. When you re-enter the way that you came, the individual, now that you are fully clothed, let me move your character down to where you would walk through. When you re-enter, this Stygian soldier, this legionnaire, seems to still be staring.
You cut out.
He's still staring off into the distance. I'm assuming that's what he said.
Yes, yeah, he's still staring into nothingness. Let me try rebooting my microphone. So I'll let you and your shadow discuss what you want to do while I'm.
Okay.
I wonder if you could leave through a window. Probably not, but it would be interesting.
Okay, wait, how about this? This is probably wild, but he's in a trance. What if I steal his coat, put it on, and walk out of here? You think
Hell yes! Adventure! Exploration! Let's steal his coat.
I mean, well, I'll have to ask to see, do I know how much longer this is going to, like, last on this dude? Because that's all I could think of. That's really all I could think of here.
Do you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
I was going to mention that it looks like you have another 5 minutes before he comes out of his trance.
Oh, good.
Perfect.
So, what if I gave you Shadow's play to... well, no, that wouldn't really help because you've already got 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm good on that part. I may need you in the future. But, Myles, I want to steal this dude's coat and whatever else he's got. Okay, maybe not everything. I want to steal his coat and if he has money.
So, just a warning, if you were to steal anything from him or take anything, it might bring him out of his trance.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Because right now he's just super focused in a memory, and if anyone touches him, he'll break out of that.
Oh,
How about this instead?
well,
Run over to the window.
idea.
Why don't you run over to the window to see if you can walk out, or see if you can escape through it?
Is this a
You
window?
Isn't it a window?
Hold on, I'm zooming out to see where you're... Oh, that is a window, yes.
You've got 5 minutes. 5 minutes is plenty of time to run over there to check and see if you can run out of it.
Yeah, let's find out. I'm going to the window. So window. Can I go out this window?
So, when you look out the window, I'm going to show you from the outside. You are basically looking out here.
Okay.
And you kind of glimpse over to the left side, and you will notice that there is a legionnaire archer who has a arrow ready to go in case anyone tries to walk out and escape.
It's a library. It's a library. Okay.
By the way, you don't need to make a dice roll for this, but you look at one of your other arms and you see that it's starting to dissipate and melt away, as if the legionnaires inside the library are continuing to pour wax on the shelves inside of this library.
Okay. Is that... Maybe this is an intelligence roll. Is that because it's my fetter and they're technically damaging it by dropping wax? Okay, cool.
That's correct.
Well, that's not cool.
Let me bring you back. Let me bring you back.
Hey, how do I get out of here? How do I get out of here? Okay,
New plan. We fuck with the people pouring wax.
there's too many people pouring wax. It's all of the oh shoot, he moved. What do I have?
What are your thingies? Not Argos. The other ones.
I'm usury and an Amoy. So either I mess with your mind or I take your pathos.
Nicole, give me a perception and awareness roll.
Okay. Awareness, got it. Oops. That would be 5 successes.
Okay. With 5 successes, as you are pondering what your next move and what your next you will see what appears to be the Stygian soldier or the legionnaire who is over here kind of gazing. you will see his body all of a sudden turn upright in like almost stunned like performance, like someone had just stabbed him from behind almost. But at the same time, you can hear that he is trying to shout or scream something, but it has been muted and it has been cut from him being able to say or do anything. The only thing that you are able to see is his body starting to slump down to the ground. Because of how well you rolled, and one of them being a 10, you will see in the corner of your eye, just for like a millisecond, as his body is falling down to the ground and starts to disintegrate and go into a harrowing, what appears to be a white rabbit ear.
A white rabbit ear? Like next to him?
Yeah.
Peter Rabbit.
Okay. Is it still there after he disappears?
Nope.
Oh.
Even his belongings seem to have disappeared too.
Well, shit.
Oh, that stinks.
New plan. Why don't you go try and get pathos from the other two people that are left?
No,
Especially the one that's... No?
No, that doesn't seem like a good idea.
Oh
he's
no.
moving. I don't know what that means. I'm gonna move a little bit further down.
Okay.
Oh, no, everyone's moving. Everyone's moving. Okay. New plan.
Yes.
Yeah, I noticed him. I will move. And can I like glance around the bookcases? I'm not showing my entire body, but I'm trying to see who this is and what they look like.
Oh. Yes. Let me activate them for you. The man who is standing there appears to be higher station than most other legionnaires. Possibly a... you get a sense of like maybe a commanding officer, a marshal, or a centurion of sorts, but a higher station. He seems covered in smoke and mist, and he is doing ritualistic moves as the other wraiths as well, and pouring hot wax onto these shelves in hopes for like some kind of stir or reaction. And he's looking around the library in hopes of possibly finding someone associated with this library.
Oh, that's not good.
Still the pathos.
No, that's not gonna help me. They're looking for someone who's connected to the library, aka.
Oh my God, Rob, where do you find this shit?
It's better. So I'm like, I don't want them to know that this is my fetter, but I'm the only wraith here that popped up.
Well, maybe it's time to go around back and then go out the front door.
I mean, it's the only other option I can think of is to go back out the front door, but I still don't know how to get past those guys.
Just pretend like you belong.
But I don't. They're gonna look for like a symbol that I'm not a free wraith. Then that's the problem. That's why I don't want to be seen. That's the problem here. I mean, I have no choice but to go out the front door again. So I'll go around the table and out the front door if I can. Well, not completely going out because I don't want to be seen by the guys outside.
Before you go out the front door, there is a voice that whispers to you amongst the air, very, very quietly, as if disturb their own hidden nature. And the voice will say to you, "We need to kill the rest." Keep moving. They will destroy this place. Keep moving.
Keep moving where? Oh my goodness. Okay, can I? All right, I didn't leave yet, I guess. Can I use sense intellect to see how many people are actually in this room?
Yes, you may. That's a very good idea, actually. 1 second. So, Nicole, that's going to be your perception plus mnemosis, difficulty 6.
Oops. Oh, hold on. Wait. Yeah, that didn't work. 3, 1, 4.
Wow, you rolled an 8. Nice.
Oh, no. So I got 0 successes.
All right. Unfortunately, the only sense of intellect that you were able to gather after using your power is obviously Stygian soldier who is still wandering, pouring wax on the library. The marshal that I had mentioned earlier up at the north, who is wandering around as well, kind of leading this expedition. And then, of course, the legionnaire who is standing guard at the door to the north. That is all you get. The voice, you have no idea where that's coming from. You don't know if it's in your head. You don't know if it's somebody nearby. It came out of nowhere, and you can't detect them.
It did. But something did happen to the other legionnaire. So if I use that deduction, I can still say there may be someone else in here. I just don't know where. And they said to keep moving and we have to kill the rest, but I'm like, I got nothing to fight with. Okay. Oh, is this like a desk? Can I hide under this desk?
You may.
Let's do that for right now.
Okay.
While I think.
You should invade their memories and take their memories and their pathos.
Here's the thing, Shadow. We're really low on pathos.
Well, that's why you want to take their pathos, so you can have more pathos.
I know, but that's a rough move.
Nicole, while you're hiding underneath the desk, you are unable to see what is happening, but you the sound of a guttural kind of sound effect of someone almost kind of like grabbing for their own neck and almost like regurgitating as if to and then silence.
Okay. I'm not moving from my spot. I will. Am I allowed to try sense intellect again? Or no?
Yes, the difficulty will be higher though. Is that okay?
That is okay.
All right, 1 second. Yeah, I believe that is your
Perception and
perception.
mnemosis.
Yep, plus mnemosis. Difficulty 7 this time.
1 success.
Okay. With 1 success, even though the wraith that was kind of gurgling and in pain was once standing over here, it is now gone and has disappeared. However, there does seem to be some form of intelligence that remains, but it is not the wraith that has been dispatched.
Okay, I will happily take that, come out of the desk, and go in that direction.
Okay. Visually, there's nothing there.
That's okay. I am following the advice of the voice. They said just keep moving, and so I am moving.
Mm-hmm. They also told you
we have to kill the rest.
Mm-hmm. So, what do you want to do from here?
Yes.
Explore.
No, we're not exploring. I'm gonna try and. I will come over here, and I'm gonna try and grapple this guy.
Okay. He will immediately take notice of you. And before he is able to take an action against you, like charge towards you and pull out his Stygian steel blade or whatever it is that he is equipped with, something seems to have grabbed him from behind and is holding him in place. Nicole, I need you to please roll your wits plus your awareness. Wits and awareness.
Ooh, I'm not a witty person. Let's see. 0 successes.
All right. So as he is being like kind of grappled and held in place, an object goes hurling out of midair. You don't know from where, and it hits you basically in the. It doesn't give you any damage, but it basically object is like hurled. It slams in front of you, and then just. You were not fast enough to realize that thrown at from nowhere, and it just slaps your face basically.
Okay, you did cut out a lot. So did you say what it was that hit me in the face, or just it's an object?
It's an object.
Okay.
It has currently hit the ground at this point.
Okay, can I see what it is?
Yeah, it appears to be a dagger.
Oh, I'm grabbing it.
Okay. And you'll hear a voice when you pick up the dagger saying very, very kind of studiously, "Do you know how to use one of these?"
I'm not even gonna oops. Ooh, oh, it's not just a regular dagger. Let me read. Hey, it is by Peter. Did you know? Da-da-da-da. Yeah. All right. Let's try to kill the man that I'm assuming is Peter holding him.
I need you to roll your dexterity plus melee.
Hey, Shadow. Want to help me out a little bit?
Oh, what would you do without me? I suppose I can give you, what do you think? 3, 4, a whole 5?
Let's go 3. Alright, so Dex, melee plus 3. Do that. Alright, so that's 2 1s to Jay. And then.
Okay.
Give me that tasty
what was
eggs.
it?
And then how many successes?
I'm sorry, was the difficulty 6? I was trying to pull up the dagger again to see what the difficulty was. But
I think it's lower than that actually, but I'm gonna just feed your shadow really quick.
Okay.
Because your shadow is very hungry.
Nom, nom,
There it is.
Yeah. Difficulty 4.
4. Okay, so then I have 1, 2, 3. Oh, nope, still just 1 success.
Okay. 1 success, you were able to hit and stab with the dagger. And it seems to kind of like pierce through the armor that he is wearing and get right to the Wraith itself. Nicole, what is your strength level?
4.
All right. You will do a sudden 5 damage to this Wraith who is being kind of like held there. And he survives the hit that you give him, but is looking down at you with a visceral look on his face as if to say, like, I will destroy you the next chance I get. With his just angry eyes that he looks at you with. You can stab him a second time if you wish to.
Yes, I will.
Okay. I need you to re-roll what you just did with your dexterity plus your melee. Your shadow may help if they wish to.
Not this time. Not this time.
Aw,
The good thing. All right, so that's.
you're not wrong.
So I got 2 successes this time.
Yeah. Again, you stab again with the dagger, and he just disintegrates underneath the blade that you have inserted into him. There is a scream from his mouth the moment that this happens that is not able to be stifled. And the Legionnaire, who is guarding up the north, will hear this and react to it and start to make his way down as well to check to see what has happened to the Marshal that was standing there. As soon as he disintegrates down to the ground, and you see him just melt in front of you, you again see what appears to be a white rabbit ear swish away in front of you and disappear.
All right. I'm gonna run behind this bookcase and start making my way up.
Okay.
I'm gonna hopefully tag team him. I'm hoping Peter is still here and gonna help me.
Sounds good. The Legionnaire does not need to make a dice roll to hear your footsteps, and is easily able to kind of like pinpoint your direction and makes his way towards you. The moment that he is making a clear dash towards you and is running, he will trip on what might be something that just got in his way in between the bookshelf and himself. And that was my fault. The bookshelf and himself. And he will just stumble down in front of you, falling down to the ground.
Okay. When that happens, I would like to. Yep, I would like to toss the dagger, maybe here, and I would like to reach out and use usury, one of my usury abilities, on him to steal some pathos.
Very clever. I like that. All right.
And that would be just pulling that up now.
You're trying to take the pathos, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So that would be transfer.
Yep. I believe that'll be your manipulation plus usury. Difficulty will be a 6. And yeah. Jay will get a temporary willpower for this use of your power.
A temporary angst, right?
Temporary angst, yep.
Okay, good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5 successes.
Okay. Excellent. Once I fed
temporary willpower.
All right, now that I've fed your shadow, how many successes did you say?
5.
5? You will extract 5 pathos from this wraith.
Perfect. Let me mark that on my sheet.
Yep, and I've also marked it on your Roll20 sheet as well. Yeah, and right now he's just kind of like stunned on the ground. It looks like he lift him now at this point, and kind of like push himself back up again so he can stand and fight.
Okay.
Question.
I was hoping if I threw the dagger, Peter would take it, but
Yes, Jay. Well, it appears that when you threw the dagger, it kind of like lands on to nothingness.
Do I have to?
There's a possibility that he was standing over here, Jay.
Well, no. My question was,
Yes.
Does Arwen have to be in catharsis for me to use my shadow traits?
Yes.
Okay, then I can't do what I was thinking.
Okay. Unless you want to go into catharsis.
Ooh, can I?
no.
It might be hilarious, though.
Let me check.
I've gotten so much temporary angst today.
I know you have. That's why I was concerned.
Jay, do you want to sacrifice 1 point of temporary angst to attempt catharsis?
You know what? I think that would be fun. Let's try that.
Okay. I need you to roll 7d10 for me.
Difficulty 6?
Correct.
Then I got nothing. So, congratulations.
Okay.
I just leaked an angst from you.
Yeah.
Nicole, I still need you to roll 9d10 for me.
Oh, I know, because I could botch. No, I think I'm good. I got 1.
Wow, this is like
No,
my
I got
best
2.
game yet. I so many ones.
I got 2 successes.
Okay, catharsis does not take place. Your shadow loses an. But yeah, again, this legionnaire is again, and the dagger that you fell aside over here.
All right,
So-
I will attempt to hold him, and then hopefully that'll give Peter the chance to grab the dagger.
Okay. As you are grappling him down and holding him down, there appears to be 2 blades that cross over the neck of this individual and slice him across. And he is completely obliterated in front of you the moment that you hold him down. You lift your hands up, his body turns into ash and soot and nothingness in front of you. And again, you will see what appears to be a white rabbit ear in front of you, along with some very black looking gloves that were holding the daggers that cut this legionnaire apart. Your library is now empty.
Okay, I will pick up the dagger. And I will. I'm still gonna whisper, just to be safe. Peter, is that you?
You know it to be me.
Okay, how do we get out of here?
Well, I guess you need to make a choice. Do you want to go north or do you want to go south?
Let's try north, just because I know there's 3 guys on the south.
Oh, okay. Sounds good to me. And he follows, at least from what you can tell, probably behind you as you make your way out to the south. When you do this, there is what appears to be a wooden staircase that leads down into the garden down below, where there is a small fountain. Very decorative, very beautiful looking, but at the same time, there is a legionnaire who seems to be standing, and a legionnaire who is also direct left as well. They haven't taken notice of you just quite yet. What would you like to do?
I will, if I can whisper to Peter.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Go for the guy on the left. We'll hit him first.
Okay. And he kind of whispers back to you, what will you be doing?
I'm gonna go for the... I was...
Exploring!
Yeah, if you... No. So if... Yeah, Peter goes for this one, I'm gonna go for this one. So I say I'm gonna go for the one in front of us.
So you want to split up, is what I'm hearing.
Maybe I can't hide myself, so I'm gonna stand out no matter what.
Sounds like a good plan. Let me give you a little bit of help before you decide to jump forward. Give me 1 second, Nicole. Okay. Before you are able to react and basically kind of take an action of your own, you will see 2 daggers become thrown and hit the back of this legionnaire. He is obviously very, very just distracted and stunned by this. It looks like he's down on one knee from the action itself. His armor has taken a soak of the damage, so he's not that injured, but it looks like he's, pretty much incapacitated for a small moment of time. The moment that you see this happen, you hear and feel a whoosh of wind start to make its way up to the north.
All right. I'm running towards this guy, and I will stab him with the dagger that I got.
Okay. Sounds good to me. So, as before, I need you to please roll your...
Dex and melee?
Yep. Dex and melee, please. Difficulty 4.
I have 3 successes.
Okay. You'll stab him really good and clear, like directly in the back where the spine normally would be. Unfortunately, wraiths do not have quote-unquote spines, as most creatures do. And you get a sense that he does feel taken aback by your hit. And the only thing that he is able to do the moment that you stab him is to kind of like lift him, and he draws out what appears to be a sharp sword of his own, a short sword of his own from its scabbard. It looks like it's taking all strength in order to just stand up and do this. He does not have an extra slam his sword into you, but he is kind of getting himself through the pain, wincing through the pain in order to take an action against you. So, Nicole, what is your wits at? What are your wits?
2.
All right. Here's what I'm going to have you do in this particular scenario. I'm going to have you roll 2d10 for me for your wits.
Okay. That, if it's a difficulty of 6, is 2 successes.
Okay. Your 2 successes beat my 0. And you will get to take another action before I'm able to my action with my short sword. So what would you like to do against this Wraith before he is able to act against you?
I don't know if she can do it, but if she can because I don't know if the sword is, if he's lifting the sword, I'd like to go under his arm and stab him in the throat, mainly because I want to make sure he doesn't scream.
Sounds like a good idea. I need you to again roll for Dex and melee for me.
All right. Difficulty 6. Difficulty 3. 4. It was 4. So then that would be 6 successes.
All right. You clearly are able to maneuver yourself right underneath him as he is bringing down his sword. He is way slower than you have ever seen. You've had sparring partners who are faster than this guy. He might also be a little bit suppressed from having 2 daggers thrown in his back as well. But you were able to connect with your hand-me-down dagger that was get right up into his neck. The moment that this happens, there's a gurgle and displeasure and sound of disintegration starting to occur, and you will see his cloak and death mask and everything just collapse down onto the ground and start to melt and become ash. His short sword seems to have clattered down on the ground too.
Okay, so is the short sword and the 2 daggers that were in his back, are those there?
They are.
I will take everything.
Sounds good. You pick them up. You'll hear a sound from the north of Legionnaires saying, "Hey!" And he will aim his arrow using his bow in your direction. Before he is able to do anything, you will see strings of his bow suddenly sever from where they are attached, and they will break, and his arrow will just kind of like fall down to completely detached from its former intention. He looks down and the next thing you see is him slumping over his gut as if he had just been stabbed in the stomach by something very, very piercing. And he will begin to disintegrate as well. And all of his belongings will suddenly disappear as well. So you are now alone in this alleyway of sorts. As soon as he had shouted out, "Hey," you start to hear the footsteps of another wraith making their way over to you
Okay.
to check in on what happened.
You can't see me yet, right?
Not yet, no.
Okay, I'm gonna hide right here.
Okay.
It's like right on the edge. And when he like basically is even with me, I would like to stab him.
Okay. Before you get a chance to do so, and he is mere inches away from you, you will see in almost horror and disgust as some throwing daggers are plunged into his face and his neck and his chest, one after another, just basically not even allowing him to shout or scream or say anything to you. All you can hear is just a mess of him collapsing down to the ground, breaking his bow and his arrows and his quiver as he falls down, and just along with him disintegrate into nothingness and become part of the abyss. And again, you are alone. The daggers that have been seem to collapse down to the ground. Seems to be about 5 of them.
I will pick them up.
Okay.
I have 8 daggers. Woo!
And you are by yourself.
Okay.
Silence seems to surround you.
I'm hoping that Peter is nearby. I will say there's 3 guys on the right, so let's just keep going south and go left.
Okay.
And I'm going to keep going.
Okay.
And is this an actual exit?
It is, yeah. It seems to be an exit for you to depart.
I'm going to go that way.
Okay. As you're departing and escaping, you can clearly start to hear the footsteps of someone running up alongside of you and next to you. And you kind of get a sense that their enshroud of sorts is starting to dissipate. And you can't help but kind of like look over to your side and keeping up pace with you. It seems to be a very odd but familiar character. Very different than when you last interacted with him, and yet strangely familiar. He will look to you as you're both running away and say, "I'm going to need those back when you get a chance."
Can I keep one?
You can keep the one I initially gave you.
That's fine.
Very good. And the 2 of you will run down into the further alleyways and township of Princeton. It is at this point in time that I'm going to let everyone take a water break, and we will meet back in 10 minutes. So, nice job, Nicole.
Woo! Yay!
Oh,
Enjoy.
Murder Hobbit. I like.
Yeah, Peter McGregor. The guy that you guys didn't trust very much at the very beginning of the game.
Murder
I
bunny.
still don't trust him, but that's.
I mean, I
beside the
still
point.
don't trust him either, but
So you should
All right.
probably turn off Craig for the break.
I think we'll be okay.
Okay, fair enough.
Yep. But I'll see you guys in 10 minutes.
sounds
Okay,
good.
bye.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hello.
So our story will dramatically switch back to Goro yet again. Our circle will, well, our semicircle will notice that familiar characters, so located up to the north, and possibly a familiar looking who is standing at guard on the west.
Oh no, we're gonna need money.
And as I had mentioned earlier, you seem to have a new companion who is following up behind you. And just an out-of-game mention for everybody, nobody recognized. Maybe in another lifetime you did.
Oh no, I'm yeah, definitely.
Sorry, nobody recognized what?
So Alex, this is a character from a previous season. And he is making an appearance.
Okay, when I said that, because I don't want to, I didn't mean to metagame. I thought he was from this season, was going to do an intelligence roll, and then I realized he was from the last one, and then I couldn't.
See, I legitimately thought you were talking about one of the young ladies up towards the north that we interacted with the last time we were here.
No.
So, Jay, Rob, or Alex, what would you like to do in this next setting in Ikebukuro?
Well, I want to be clear with the group. I would like to get into the bar and issue and give Inako a warning before we get out of town. I mean, my goal, and I'll say this out loud. I'm saying this out loud to Josie. I would like to, if we can, and if it's okay with you guys, I would like to get into that bar, give him a warning before we get out of town because, hold on, let me get my notes for the name. Alabaster is after him.
You're also a little low on money, though, so...
I mean, it's
maybe.
a problem, but he did give me a heads up and helped me escape, and I feel I should at least return the favor. Plus, I would like to save at least one person before we leave Japan.
I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just saying that we are a little low on money, so perhaps it would be a good idea for only one of us, or perhaps two of us, to go inside.
Okay. What's the... Did we get this character's name?
Nope.
No, but I do know we need to pay in Mon, and it's like 2 Mon for one, or 2 Obelai for 1 Mon.
Well, I'm gonna, as I see him walk off, I'll be like, let's find out what's going on here.
Okay. Rob Oliver will see this NPC hand a handful of Mon coins to the bouncer. The bouncer will look at him, nod, and move out of the way.
I'll look at Josie and Bronson and just nod and start to follow the goat man into the bar.
I will stay behind with Bronson and keep a good lookout, because I'm assuming that was a I'm going in nod, not come with us nod.
No, it was a wave you in nod because he just paid for all of us.
Oh,
He did,
okay.
didn't he, Myles? He gave way more than 4 Mon to this guy.
He certainly did.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Well, in that case,
may as well. Then I will do.
He will continue forward.
I will raise my eye,
Yeah.
or raise my eyebrow at, crap, what is his name again? We
We didn't introduce ourselves to him.
Yep.
In fact, I'm going to say, as we get into the bar and we're away from more ears,
Mm-hmm.
I want to say, you know what? I'm sorry, it was rude of me, but I don't believe we introduced ourselves.
And he'll smile at you and say, like, no, we haven't, have we? And keeps walking.
I'll say to him, I'm Oliver Berg.
Nice to meet you, Oliver Berg. Keeps walking.
Well, if he wants to introduce himself, he can. If he doesn't, he won't.
I will walk up to him and just say, "You may call me Josie. Can you tell me what I can call you?"
Jester.
Hester?
With a G.
Oh,
Jester.
Jester with a G.
With a G.
Excellent, thank you. And then I will just go back to the back, say, so. Jester with a G.
Yep. Jester with a G will walk up to the front desk. You will see him put down a deck of cards, a full deck of cards inside of its box down on the desk. You will also see him pull out what appears to be 3 very large-looking spheres and places them on the desk too. When he places them down on the desk, they make a long, like, clump sound, really heavy sounding onto the ground, as if he's just, holding on to these for some reason. And the young lady, Wraith, will look to him, and as if knowing who he is, just from a few seconds of the materials that he's laid down on the desk, will nod her head. And he walks in.
I'll walk in as well.
You will be stopped by someone?
Wait, I'm sorry. What did he lay on the desk?
It appears to be a deck of cards, a full deck of cards, and 3 large spherical objects that are very heavy.
Oh, this is where they check. I'll head up to the desk, not follow him in.
Okay.
This is where we check our weapons, right?
Correct.
Okay. Well, you know what? I don't know what I'm carrying this time. Let me double check my inventory because I might actually.
You have
have
Nicole's
to-
inventory.
Yeah, I don't have her inventory. Does she have weapons?
I think one.
If you're
Yeah, give
talking
them my
about,
sword.
yeah, I was gonna say, for Nicole's inventory, she had a ancient jade bell.
Is that a weapon?
No. A hierarchy circlet.
Circlet?
Circlet, thank you. And her sword.
What kind of sword was it?
It appears to be a magical item of sorts.
Yeah,
A
Bronson is.
saber, if used in combat, but at the same time, if you were to stab someone with this saber, it might have some strange effects. You seem to recall that she was able to create handcuffs out of ice when she had touched another wraith with it.
Okay, so I'm going to go up to Josie first.
Mm-hmm.
Well, 2 things. First thing I'm going to do, Myles, is make some sort of etiquette roll.
Okay.
I think I have etiquette. Is that the skill? Yes, etiquette. I want to know if it's a bad idea to check in a heretic weapon into the coat room, as it were.
That'll be intelligence and etiquette.
As Bronson sees you start thinking, like looking through the bag, like making sure of what you're wanting to do, Bronson's just kind of getting volunteer and be like, you know what? I think I
3 successes.
didn't have a great time last time we were here. I think I'll just wait out here for trouble if you want to leave anything with me. I know that circlet might cause trouble if, he'll just kind of like nod towards the front desk.
Okay.
I'll like when he says that. By the okay, but first of all, just out of curiosity, what information do I get off of 3 successes on that etiquette?
You get a sense that there aren't really traditional heretics out here in Ikebukuro, let alone Japan. So seeing a heretic weapon sort be like cosmetic in design, and it won't really reek of anything of, oh, you're one of those types of people. So they wouldn't recognize anything of that nature. This heretic weapon seems to be more Western based than it is Eastern.
Okay, so to that end, I'm going to give Bronson a both of those weapons. And what else? I'm sorry. What else am I carrying it for?
There's that circlet that's a direct upload to the library thing.
Stygian
Yeah,
Library.
Yeah, you go ahead and hold on to that. I'm going to just. How do I have a bag or something I'm carrying stuff in?
So it just seems to be kind of like something that you carry along with you, whether your character remembers like carrying a backpack with him or a satchel or a briefcase or whatever it is that you think Oliver Berg would have in his living life.
Kind of like a knapsack.
Yeah, like a knapsack.
Maybe it looks like something he had back in the day in his military days, and he just took it with him when he was no longer. I'm just going to hand everything to him because I don't want to take anything out here. I just want to give him my stuff.
While you guys are doing this, you'll get a very stern look from Jester, who is watching you and saying, "I paid for all three of you."
Did you say Jester?
Jester, yes, the gentleman over here.
Did you say is that his name?
That is his name. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Did you tell us that? I missed it.
Yes, he just said it to Josie. Yep.
Oh, okay.
I told him, you can call me Josie. What should I call you? What should we call you? And he said Jester with a G.
Oh, okay. Okay, I missed that.
I guess in that case, Bronson will, just kind of bundle up all of the weapons and stick them on top of his, like pull them out of the top of his bag and just be like, all right, I guess we're doing this.
Yeah. The woman on duty for the coat check looks at you and kind of has this sneer on her face, like, you act as if you're going to lose these.
No, you were incredibly diligent with them the last time. We've just had a spicy week.
But who's searching me?
This gentleman right here, but he's watching you very diligently. What it is that you are possessing.
I'll just walk up to him with my arms out, ready to be searched. I'm not even going to make it hard for him.
He doesn't make a motion towards you at all. Doesn't do anything.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, then I'll walk up to go in and see if he moves to search me.
Nope, doesn't.
I'll just nod at him and continue on.
Yeah, his attention seems to be on Josie and Bronson at this time when you walk past.
I hand the coat check lady my axe and the war bow, despite it being broken.
Yep. She's like, some things never change, huh?
I would not be opposed to change, but some things, you are correct, they just don't. And then I will nod and walk away.
This was like when you're leaving a Walgreens and you trip the security system and you're like, you want to check my bag? And the person at the register cares less about it than you do. It's kind of how I felt walking past the door guy. I'm like, search me? And he's like, get out of here.
Yeah.
You have some kind of fetish for being searched? Come on, man. Go away.
Oh, Daddy, pat me down.
So along with Jester and the other semicircle, we will start to make our way down the lower thresholds of this
my new
particular club
strategy. My new smuggling strategy is now whenever we go through a weapons check, I'm going to be like, yes, search me, please.
I can tell you from experience that TSA does not find that funny.
The Wraith on duty will open the door just like he did before, so that your semicircle can pass through without any difficulties or take any damage from the physical environment.
I'm following Jester because he paid for it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Walks in. There seems to be a significant less amount of wraiths that you remember last time you. And he immediately starts to make his way over to the bar.
I'll follow him.
Okay. He seems to sit down with another fellow wraith Kind of like looks at him. The Wraith doesn't seem to really reciprocate or back to him at all. And he just kind of like sits down at the table and he's just, the dark and silent type. Sounds good to me. And he looks at your group and says, well, I'm gonna get a drink or two here. If you guys have any other business, go for it, man. Pulls out another relic cigarette and starts smoking it at the bar.
I am okay. I'm not even gonna say it. I'll say it after we leave the scene.
Okay. I'm just trying to see who's in the scene. So Josie, you're staying outside the bar?
For now, yes. I was trying to figure out if this was a like a stool or something, or if it was an entrance.
It seems to be just kind of like a desk, like a ornamental or decorative desk that is sitting there, possibly for significant reasons to somebody else. There are some kneeling pads too, if you want to kneel or sit.
Oh, that's the thing. I was like, there was some place I sat down previously. Yeah, I think I'm just going to sit on this bench thing.
Okay.
Because I don't need any particular drink and everybody's out there, and I figure it is a good idea for somebody to keep an eye out and well, basically not have all of the metaphorical eggs in one basket.
Okay. Give me 1 second. Just checking a character description really quick. A NPC will walk over to you, Josie, and she looks very, very interested in you. Starts to kind of move her hands along the cloth and clothing that she's wearing, and she says in Japanese, "Oh, you look very violent, don't you? I like the violent types. The strong violent types." In Japanese.
I will look at her and kind of cock my head and say, violence is on the menu, but it is rarely my first course. May I ask what I can call you? Or what name I can call you?
She will smile very delicately at you when you ask this and says, Yoshiko.
Yoshiko.
You make Yoshiko. I'll put it in the chat for you, Jay.
I've typed it myself.
She looks right at you. There seems to be like a connection the moment that you say this, but at the same time, you get a sense that she's trying to sell something yet, and kind of holds her cards close to herself, kind of looks to you to say, well, if it's a course meal that we're talking about, I'd be interested to hear what the other courses entail. Kind of flirting back, as it were. But you definitely get the sense that she is selling something.
Of course. Oh, well, I have a reasonably sized menu to choose from, so what I choose generally depends upon the circumstances. Do you have a favorite course beyond, or a second favorite course, since you have already said your favorite course is violence?
Hold that thought. As we venture up to the north, there are several various wraiths inside this bar scene. Obviously, Jester has made his company with a silent and kind of seems to be looking around and motioning for a bartender to show up. We'll get to that very, very soon. At the moment, it seems that Oliver and Bronson have made their self a little bit more present to the northeast. Rob, was there something that you wanted to do? I'm very curious about your moment.
Yes, there is something I wanted to do.
Okay.
First of all, is this guy sitting at the bar or a table?
He appears to be sitting at the bar. They have a chain attached to the neck of the bartender, and right now it doesn't seem to be strained or pulled or yanked upon. It is just a chain that is loosely attached to the bartender, and they are just kind of holding on to it. And the two of them look like they're having a very sensual conversation with one another. One is enjoying the conversation more than the other.
Okay. So I want to. Do I get even any sort of visual recognition, even subtly, coming from Iniko as I walk into the room?
Yeah. So you're trying to read Emiko?
I'm trying. Yeah. Ultimately, I'm trying to read the room. Like, what's the situation here? Who are these people friendly with? Like, if I come in giving warnings about, heretics, am I suddenly surrounded by heretics who are like, oh, hey, that sort of thing? I'm reading the room. Is he afraid of me showing up and being recognized, associated with him? I guess would be a good start. Or like, what?
Mhm.
Basically, I'm going to get an empathy read off of his initial reactions to me showing up.
Okay. Wits and empathy, please. And for people who forgot, this is Emiko that's revealing on Roll20 for everybody. A friendly bartender who may have spent some quality time with Oliver in the past.
Friendly bartender. Sorry. Okay. Sorry. Wits and empathy, right?
Correct.
Three successes.
Okay. So, Emiko looks to you, Oliver, with a look of perhaps you shouldn't have come here in the first place.
In the first place, meaning before this?
No, currently, in this moment. As he's giving you this look of almost like subtle sadness on his face, you can tell that the chain that is being held up against his neck doesn't seem to disturb him very much. It's almost as if he's used to behavior and.
I'm sorry, you cut out. Almost as if he's what?
Used to this kind of behavior and this environment, so it's not perplexing to him at all.
Is this like a? Is the chain isn't more them trying to keep him from escaping? The chain is more this guy's thing. Maybe is that what I'm getting out of this?
You can't really tell. It's really hard to find out because of their death mask. You can't see what their expression is.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And then, lastly, from that dice roll that you made, you get a sense that from your inner gut that it probably was the right decision to come here. Even though Emiko would not want you to come here, it was the correct decision to come here in the first place. Alex, what are you doing during all this?
I'm going to step away for 5 seconds. Sorry.
No worries. Alex, what are you doing during all this?
Well, I mean, Bronson is doing his very best to look tall, dark, and brooding. Like, he's not looking for company. He's not looking for conversation. Out of character, Bronson would have been perfectly comfortable to have never set foot in this place again. But at this point, like, he doesn't know the language. He doesn't get what's really going on behind the scenes, and so he's just here to do his darndest to keep Rob from getting into even more shenanigans. Because that seems to be what happens every time we come in here.
Yeah.
So,
do you wish to interact with anyone or speak to anyone while you're in this bar?
not especially. He's just kind of keeping to himself, like, not going to take a drink. He's just going to, find himself a nice little corner where he can be as unobtrusive as possible and just kind of overwatch for the other two.
Okay, sounds good. You will immediately notice the traits of the person who you are kind of like sitting. Doesn't seem to be obscured by you sitting there at all. He is wearing a sturdy-looking death mask, some form of incenser or object in his right hand, which looks kind of almost spiritual in nature, possibly religious. He seems to be well armored and very devout in your view. Kind of looks over to you with his death mask, but doesn't really pay much mind to your presence. It seems like he has something else going on through his head, and you're not obstructing any of that right now.
Yeah, and I mean, Bronson's absolutely keeping kind of an eye out for, okay, is the tone of the room shifting? Because, like, a lot of that doesn't report language, but, the last time we were here, there was a whole band of Wraith travelers. So, like, Bronson just really doesn't like this room,
Yeah, I get it. Going back to Jay, as Josie, the young Wraith who was speaking to you earlier will look to you and say, well, with any course meal, there is a price that needs to be paid for the menu, of course, so how much are you willing to spend for tonight?
That is a very good question. 2 seconds. I'm checking to see if I have any Mon coin left, and I don't think I do.
You got 2 Mon coin.
Oh, I have 2 Mon Mon coin 2, which is strange because my inventory says I have 26 oboli, but doesn't say anything about Mon coin.
It was something that I just kind of floated in the chat for a little bit.
Okay, gotcha. I will look to her and say, please understand that while I would love to see your menu, I do not at this time have an abundance of local currency. Unfortunately, at this time, I only have 2 Mon coin. But perhaps between my circle and our inventory, perhaps we could come to an understanding.
Oh. Well, perhaps I can give you a sample then.
I would
and
be
she slaps you across the face. Jay, I need you to roll your stamina. 4d10, please.
Roll my what was that?
Your stamina, 4d10.
Oh, well, was it difficulty just standard 6?
Yep.
I got 3 successes.
Okay. You take no damage from this, but you do take a solid slap across your face the moment that she mentions, I'm going to give you a sample. And after she has done that, she starts to walk away from you. Almost kind of like insulted or upset. But very clearly kind of communicating to you, the payment is for wasting her time. You do not take any damage from that.
I will keep my eye on her. And not immediately, but perhaps as we leave, I may be doing some, what's the... Gotta think of the word. I can't think of the word, so I'm pulling up my pandemonium stuff. The weirdness. Do a little weirdness on her just out of spite.
Okay. Is that something that you want to do or you're considering doing?
This is something that a little bit of both, but not right away. This is something that I want to do delayed, not right away.
Mm-hmm.
I am definitely considering doing, but I know nothing comes of reacting in the moment in a civilized situation.
Okay.
As her shadow, can I respond?
Of course you may.
I wouldn't do anything. She's just insulted because you didn't want to take her up on her offer. Just leave her alone. Trust me. Just leave her alone.
It's weird when my shadow speaks things that sound sensible.
I told you I'm only here to help you. And I'm trying to tell you, leave her alone.
I will take your thoughts into mind, but we will see how the evening rolls.
All right. Don't say I didn't warn you.
All right. Going back to Rob and Alex and their current predicament. Rob, again, as I had described earlier, you do get the sense that there is a bit of a power play going on between Emiko and the patron who is holding them, say, down in place with the chains. There's some flirtation going on between the two, but one is reciprocating, the other one, considering the environment and the atmosphere. Rob, what are you doing?
First of all, so this table's empty?
It is. Yep.
I'm going to take a seat at this table.
Okay.
My thoughts are the drinks here. Do they recover pathos? But I would need money.
Mm-hmm. You would need money, and yes, you would have to order one from the bartender who's on duty right now.
Okay. I kind of want to let things play out a little bit. If I sit here, is the bartender disposed to the point where I can't order right now because Iniko won't be able to come out to me?
So you were kind of like considering your options. There's a voice behind at one of the desks who shouts out, "Bartender! Get this man a drink! What is it that you want, Mr. Berg?"
Oh no. How did I not notice that icon? That's him, isn't it?
A very familiar looking gentleman who has been sitting very patiently at his table. Red hair, spectacles, sharp teeth, strange antlers growing from his head, and very pale skin will lean forward with a smirk on his face.
Well, okay. Well, I stumbled my way into that one. So you know what? I might as well make the best of this. I will turn around and walk to his table and sit. And before I sit down, go, "Do you mind?"
No, not at all. I've been looking forward to this, actually.
So I'll sit at the table and be like, "So, what do you recommend around here?"
Oh, the scotch is amazing. Emiko makes a fantastic, neat scotch. Highly recommend it. And he looks over at Emiko, grins, and makes a motion with one of his fingers. And Emiko immediately starts preparing a drink for the two of you. Emiko is a fantastic asset for. I found. Wouldn't you agree?
Fantastic. What did he say? A fantastic asset for what?
A fantastic asset for this place. Wouldn't you agree, Oliver?
In what way does he mean that?
What way do you think so? As Oliver, what do you think?
Well, I don't. I think I'm questioning if he was waiting to, if he's using Iniko as leverage to threaten me, or I don't know. Is there like a streetwise or something I can roll to get the subtext of this conversation?
Yes, you can use your wits and streetwise, or I will also allow politics.
Okay, I'll use streetwise.
Streetwise, okay.
I don't have any politics.
That's okay. Good to know.
So based on what Oliver succeeds or not, like aside from whether he succeeds or not, can I make a similar streetwise and perception to like kind of read the interaction between him and this character?
Yes, you may, and it will be a separate roll. So yes, you may.
Okay.
Rob, that's 3 successes.
Yeah.
Correct? Okay. Alex, you can make your dice roll right afterward.
Okay, no worries.
So 3 successes. What do I get off of 3 successes?
I will let you know after Alex rolls.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I didn't realize.
Sorry, I meant like blind of what his success is or not, like whether he made it or not. Like,
oh,
he's now been pulled away from this, Emiko in chains situation, over to talk to somebody else. Something's going on in the room. I want to read the room and like interpret what Rob is feeling before I know what Rob managed to pull off. Yeah, does that make sense?
Yes. Do you have any empathy?
I doubt it. Let me check. Sorry.
Or expression. Empathy or expression.
I'm still waiting on my character sheet to load. Like, in order to see the map, I have to close everything else.
Yeah. I'll try to pull it up too.
I do not have either empathy or expression.
Okay. So what you can do is you can strictly, and I can give you a vague description with your perception.
Okay, you cut out in between. You can give me a blank, and I can give you with your perception.
With a perception roll, I can give you a vague idea.
So it would just be straight perception?
Correct.
Okay. I'll go ahead and do that.
Okay.
I want to make sure I don't start kicking tables over too early. If we're looking for 6s, that is 1 success.
Okay. You get a sense from Oliver that he is very uncomfortable and displeased to see this individual that he's sitting across from. But you also get a sense from him of, and Rob, you can correct me if I'm incorrect on any of these descriptions of your character. You get a sense from Oliver that he wants to kind of speak firmly, almost in a leadership kind of way, back toward this character, as if like 2 commanding presences are going at it in the same room. You don't know what that means towards the individual sitting across from him, but the 2 of them seem to be kind of having a dick measuring contest in this room.
As long as Oliver doesn't seem in imminent distress, Bronson's gonna keep trying his very best to blend into the wall. So.
Yeah, I can't speak for Rob, but Rob, you don't seem to be in distress, do you?
Okay, well, no, because my thoughts are, based on what I think I know about this guy, if we go into combat, it'll be because I really fucked up the situation.
Sounds pretty accurate.
So what do I get for my my roll? 3 successes.
So, you're trying to read the room.
I'm trying to read his subtext for why he's saying Inico's an asset. Like,
Yeah.
is Inico being kept here, or is Inico in danger of being offed? I'm trying to make sure. I want to see where my bargaining room is to make sure I can leave here and know that Inico isn't going to get clipped.
You get a sense that Emiko could be offed in a matter of seconds, if that's the case. But you also, as you kind of look at the bigger picture, you detect that this presence in front of you, Alabaster, might be in charge and own a bigger foundation than you expected. So for him to just say that Emiko is a nice, yeah, he's one part of like the larger thing that I own, that I'm in control of. So
does he basically run this bar?
It would seem so.
Okay.
From the way that he is speaking and treating everyone.
You're cutting out really bad. I lost you.
Oh, okay. I might switch to my other microphone then.
Sure.
But I was just basically trying to say that yes, it seems like he would own a majority of this place. Let me go grab my other microphone. Be right back, guys.
Left. Okay, hold on.
Oh my god, I really wanted to scream. You guys, it's him. Do you not recognize it?
So completely out of character. Is this something that happened during the session I missed? Or...
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
That was my assumption, but I don't actually know, and that's why I was trying to make blind dice rolls rather than like metagaming and pulling in from that. So.
Technically, Rob and technically Oliver and Arwen are the only ones who recognize who that is.
No, I don't think Arwen was there.
Arwen saw him in a memory.
Oh, okay. So you remember him. You remember him for a different reason.
Yes.
Okay.
You guys,
yeah. No one else here has met him.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yep. All right. I've switched microphones, so hopefully this one will work out a little bit better. So, yeah, Rob, you just get this large sense that this individual, he owns the bar, but he also owns the operations of the bar too. So all the wraiths that you have encountered down here most likely work for him.
Okay. So then I am going to, I guess I'll respond by saying, well, that's good to hear. I'm hoping, it seems like a nice place, hoping this is a stable job without too much turnover, which is the hint to kind of throw in, and then, that kind of implying that if they're an asset, I'm hoping this is a stable position. And then I'm going to end the statement by saying, kind of, how do I want to say this?
While you're considering that,
I know what I'm going to say. You can never have too much help in this, in the hospitality industry. You looking for other employees too? I want to throw out 3 things with this statement. Number 1, when he says is an asset, kind of imply, well, then keep him around. The second thing I want to imply is you had mentioned a, what did he say? A proposal last time that we were never able to get to. And I want to know where he stands on that. But I don't just want to walk into this room and outright say, hey, you were proposed something to us last time. And then the third thing is, I want to see this as, that's it. I just kind of want to keep open that line of communication because we didn't leave him on bad terms last time. He just bolted because we gave him the chance.
Yep.
So I'm treating this like a bargaining table.
Okay. So while this is happening, Himiko will walk up and put down 2 healthy-looking glasses of scotch between the 2 of you. Kind of look at you with this very morose look on his face. Alabaster will look to him and just be like, well, that's all. Nothing more. Thank you, Himiko. And Himiko, with the chains dangling from his neck again, will return back to where he was earlier. And Alabaster will raise his glass towards you and say, to new friendships, new connections.
Clinky.
Mm.
I don't know if that's
Yeah. He looks over to Bronson and looks to you again after looking at Bronson. Does your friend want to join us, or is this just between us?
I don't want to bother. I'm not sure there are enough seats at the table.
Oh, I can arrange that. Smiles coyly.
You know what? I'm gonna look at Bronson and kind of see if I can get if there's like a nonverbal. Do you want to sit in on this?
So I'm assuming this person has now been speaking English to Oliver, because I don't think Oliver speaks Japanese, right?
Correct.
We're actually
then
speaking Greek. No, we're not.
Well, that's just rude.
Classical Latin.
I mean, that one I'd actually have a shot at, but no. At whatever point, Oliver kind of looks over to Bronson. Bronson's be like, "Had drinks while standing before, but if you want to give me a chair, I'm down."
And with that, Alabaster will get up from his seat and offer Bronson the very seat that he was sitting on.
Oh, no, please. You misunderstand. I am perfectly content to stand.
He looks at you and says, no, I insist, really.
And then he leaves the room and me and Bronson negotiate.
Yeah, now, yeah, we're just having drinks. And
that's like
fine.
That's a police squad thing to tap in.
And he continues staring at Bronson. I insist.
Bronson will wait. Bronson will wait just a couple of seconds longer than making it awkward, and then sit like half his ass on the chair.
Okay.
I mean, there's still room for Homeboy McGee to sit down.
Please don't call him Homeboy McGee.
I'm not saying, hey, look, Homeboy McGee, there's room here. But I'm clearly just like, I'm on the seat that was proffered. I'm taking advantage of the hospitality, and also I'm still massively uncomfortable here.
So, you look like you want to talk about things that were interrupted earlier.
Yes.
Sounds good to me. Well, and he downs the entire drink that is inside of his glass as if it was nothing and just puts the glass down on the table again.
Down. Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
It sounded like he was waiting for me to drink as well, so I guess I'll do the same.
Yeah. Or he's just
Bronson will as well.
It's like, oh, it's going to be one of these type of nights. We're drinking contest.
Bronson is entirely following Oliver's lead. So.
Okay. And he will look over to the two of you and say, well, I have an offer for you. And I hope that you are willing to be interested in hearing that offer.
Well, that's why we're here. That's out of character. That's not why we're here, but
yeah. And he kind of tilts his head with his grinning smile. He kind of tilts his head a little bit and he's like, really? Huh.
Well, we were interrupted before. He probably knows that's not true, but if I have an opportunity to even possibly throw some shade on our motivations, then
Yeah.
what I'm going to take it.
And he looks over and he says, I would have thought that Emiko was the reason why you came here in the first place. Am I wrong in that? You're coming back here for a second look, as they call it?
Well, I had
A secondary examination?
I had such an interesting experience coming in this way. I figured, I'd stop by on the way out.
Oh. Well, I have sad news for you, Oliver. Whores don't get a second chance.
Son of a bitch! Did
And
he
he
really
looks-
say that?
Yeah, he does. And he looks over to Bronson and says, I don't know very much about you. Where are you from?
I'm going to very slowly put down my mug of whatever beverage. And I'm going to make a very deliberate look over to Oliver and see if I can get some kind of read off of his face. I'm not putting down the mug because I'm fully prepared to bash this mug over that dude's head. But because Emiko at least was nice.
You seem to be missing one of your colleagues compared to not yesterday. We're still on good time. Got a few minutes left. But you seem to be missing one of your colleagues. I take it memory transfer didn't work well?
Unfortunately, it. Okay, I'm going to tell him, yeah, it failed. I'm going to go along. Yeah, it did not work at all,
Oh,
unfortunately. And sort of to imply that it failed.
a pity.
And with that, Bronson will slam his glass down on the table and say, "Hell of a way to do morning drinks, don't you think?"
Say that again, Alex.
Hell of a way to do morning drinks, like drinks in morning.
Yeah. Maybe not 100% completely. Who's to tell? Who is to tell? Anyway, let's talk a little bit about my offer earlier. Now that we've gotten and looks over to Emiko, slime out of the way. I want to make you and your circle a contact of mine. I want us to be in connection. And he looks over to Emiko. Better make that a double, if you could. And
did I get pathos back from that drink, by the way?
You did. I already marked it on your sheet. Yeah,
Oh.
the both of you got pathos from. Emiko will start preparing a drink. His chain is pulled and dragged slightly by the individual who is holding him back as he's preparing the drink, as if to kind of toyfully make him kind of blunder or make a mistake. But Alabaster looks to you and says, yeah, I thought you would be interested in becoming a contact of mine. Keep connections.
I mean, good communication's always worth pursuing.
Of course, I agree with you. What do you say? And looks over to Bronson. What do you think? And sure, Alex, is there something specifically you're looking for, or?
I'm okay. So full disclosure, out of character, I don't know this character. Apparently he was part of the game session that I missed.
Okay.
So I'm completely flying in the dark here, which is fine. what I get
You
from the
wouldn't. Your
suggestion.
character wouldn't. It's actually kind of perfect that you don't know what's going on
Okay.
here, because
Okay.
your character is not supposed to know who this person is. So you're
Okay, cool, wonderful.
yeah. So don't worry about that.
Yeah, but just reading the room, Bronson is currently looking for every exit. Like, okay, we like Emiko. I know that Oliver trusts Emiko. Half of this conversation has been about Emiko. They've been abusing Emiko, which is crappy of them. I want to know, okay, how big is the guy holding the chain? Do I think I could take him? How far? Like, do I think that I have a chance to fight him and still like have everyone get out alive? Or is this very much a we are outclassed and outgunned and do not start shit scenario, you know?
Yeah. You don't need to make a dice roll for that. After some further exploration, you notice that this individual is actually female. She seems to be wielding a very strong-looking staff at her side as she is torturing Emiko with minor pleasures. You get a sense that you would probably, if you had your weapons with you, stand a chance against her. The rules down here have been altered and changed slightly, considering the staff members who are down here. So there's a high chance, Alex, that a lot of people down here in this room are heavily armed, and your circle is not.
Yeah, no, I figured we were at a disadvantage. I was just
Yeah.
trying to figure out on a scale of 1 to 10 how fucked we are if shit goes down.
Yeah. As Bronson is doing this, Jester will take a strong smoke from his cigarette and kind of laugh to himself, as if he's kind of reading the room at the same time as Bronson is.
And then Bronson will just laugh like hilariously out loud.
Mhm.
And say, hey, I'm not here to be the brains. Whatever Ollie here says goes.
Mhm.
As long as you keep pouring them that strong, we've got ourselves a situation.
Okay. Going back to Jay as Josie. Jay, you'll hear some laughter coming from the bar. It seems to be a combination of both Jester and Bronson. Do you react to that at all, or what do you want to do?
I will look over, but I'm assuming that I don't see anything or have any indication that I should join them. Like,
Okay.
good, they're having a good
I suppose
time.
it is worth mentioning that as Bronson puts down whatever glass he still had in his hand has fallen to roughly where his weapon, like his sword, would be.
Okay.
But do I actually see that? Because there seems to be a wall in the way.
Well, I mean, there's a door there.
Right, but
So
I'm sitting
a
all
lot
the
of
way
that's
over
going to
there.
depend on where you're sitting. So anyway.
I'm sitting right here, and the entrance is here, and my line of sight is, through a wall. So,
Yeah.
do I see anything?
Not necessarily. It's more along the lines of like the discomfort and possibly like, I guess you could call it like messaging or maybe communication that you'd be getting through Bronson through his laugh. His laugh is not necessarily, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Alex. His laugh is not necessarily the most genuine. It might be a little forced.
Okay.
I don't believe that anyone in this party has ever heard Bronson laugh, especially loud.
All right. Well, if this appears to be a not a genuine laugh, but like a "Oh God, please help me" laugh, then I will get up and walk towards the door.
Okay.
And spot them, and I guess just kind of walk towards them.
Okay. It appears to be Oliver, Bronson, and a unknown figure sitting at a table together. sharing a drink. You will see Emiko, which you have recognized from before, place more glasses of what appears to be scotch from the smell of it in front of the 3 individuals here, and make his way back over to the bar after serving them. Jay, you will immediately notice the behavior happening from the 2 wraiths, where one of them seems to have a chain and collar around Emiko, as if to force him to comply and behave the way that he wants. And yeah, the individual sitting here will be like, "Oh, another one of your friends. Let me pull up a stool for them, actually." And he goes down.
Like, as soon as he starts to move, Bronson will stand to back up and say, "After you. The chair is yours, my lady."
I'll just kind of give a questioning glance to both Oliver and Bronson, and I guess I'll go ahead and... Is that where you were?
Yeah,
Okay.
That's a good spot.
I'm just like kind of giving a questioning look because, well, we don't have our mind reader, so I can't send messages of what the fuck is going on, because, you know, in character, I don't know what's going on, and out of character, I kind of got distracted for a bit since I wasn't actually actively doing anything.
No worries. No worries.
So,
it's probably appropriate considering you were outside of the...
Exactly. So I didn't feel too bad.
Yeah.
So
this NPC will look over to Oliver and say, "So, do you agree? Or
what are the chances we get Emiko to come with us? Makes a hell of a drink."
Alabaster will lift his drink up to his lips and take a small sip and say, "He's not going anywhere." But I think Oliver knew that already. Kind of extends his glass over to Oliver. You knew that already, correct? His place is here.
So, good communication, good relationships is a good thing, but what do we get out of this?
Reaches into his pocket and pulls out a small little device and hands it over to Oliver. It's a pager.
Wow, it really is 94.
What is
There
this?
It's the latest in technology, my friend. Great way to communicate with others. It's a great way for me to communicate with people that I am very interested in. And I want you to recall our conversation from and remind you that I have no interest in your torchbearer or her memories of Charon or anything of the sort. No interest in that at all. Doesn't entice me. However, I am very interested in your circle, which is why I want to remain contacts with you. And I think that this pager will be a good start of that.
Interest is good, but these kind of relationships are a two-way street.
Oh.
Aren't they?
They are.
That's how friendships work.
He kind of like lifts both of his hands up. Am I missing something?
Well, I see how you want to stay in contact, but things flow both ways.
Okay.
What are you... We're talking to you. We're keeping, in contact. We're keeping in contact. We're keeping up with each other's lives. But if that only goes one way, is this truly, a relationship worth pursuing?
What do you think? Looks over at Josie and looks over at Bronson. What do you think? Do you think this is worth it? being in contact with a Arterius of Frost who works with Coldheart right by his side. Do you think it's a good idea to be in contact with a person like that? Who knows his every move and every plan? Looks over at Oliver with a snide look on his face.
Can I? Okay, I need to read that one because I'm getting the vibe. Is he? Are we forming a contact with someone who, like, he worked for Cold Hand, but he wants to Saruman this. He wants to become the new Sauron. That's what I'm going to try to read. When he said that, before I'm like, why would I work with someone who's working for Cold Hand? But now I'm wondering, does he want to supplant Cold Hand?
Okay.
Because that's a workable relationship.
Okay. That would be your intelligence, and you don't have politics, so I will allow bureaucracy.
Okay. Hey.
Well before
Sure.
Rob rolls, Bronson will just put on his big dumb GI happy grin and say, I mean, that does sound tenable to me.
How's the
I will-
scotch? Looks at Josie. How's the scotch?
I sip it and I say, it is indeed fine quality scotch.
You gain a pathos back, by the way, Jay.
Nice. And I will kind of sip and look thoughtfully at nothing and say, that is, your offer is truly valuable. As to whether or not it's a good idea, I am uncertain about that, but perhaps the risk is worth the reward. And I'll just kind of look at Oliver as if to say it's his call.
So can I read that? Well,
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna roll now. Oh wait, no! Cancel the roll. Don't count this roll. I forgot. I was asking my shadow for dice. The scene progressed, and then I forgot where I stopped. So don't count this roll. I said it. Can we not count this roll because I said it before I rolled?
We can, yeah.
Okay, good. Shadow.
Hey, buddy!
Yeah, I could use a little bit of help on this. This is a pretty crucial moment.
Yeah, no, I'm getting that.
Okay.
Sorry, I gotta pull up character sheets.
Yeah, I'm getting that, and then my shadow just leaves me in an awkward silence.
No,
Meanwhile,
you just hear him rifling
Yeah.
through files in the background.
Well,
Um,
while Alex is pulling that up, Alabaster will look over to Josie and Bronson. First Josie and say, my name is Ren. Ren Alabaster. I already know who you are, though, so.
did he say Ren?
Ren.
As in
W-
Ren and Stimpy? Oh,
No,
the
but
bird.
I'll put it in the chat.
I'm glad he said his name again because I had it in my notes as Gren Alabaster.
Yeah, Ren Alabaster.
Okay, so Myles, I am DMing you a question because I want to make sure before I give an answer.
Sure. Jay, how do you respond to his greeting? He extends a hand out to shake your hand like a Westerner.
I will look at him a bit shocked because we are, in fact, not in the Western lands, but I will tentatively shake his hand back.
Okay. Nice, firm, friendly grip. And he kind of nods his head and smiles at you. At the same time, we'll look over to Bronson and say, Ren Alabaster. What's your name? I haven't met you properly yet.
Bronson will let just the slightest look of confusion come over his face because you just said you knew our whole party, but whatever, okay.
No, I know some of you. I haven't met you yet.
No, I don't believe we've been formally introduced. My name is Bronson. And he'll just kind of nod, like, not rudely, but like trying to imitate the Oriental style of greeting of just like bowing, not making physical contact.
Okay. So when he extends his hand out to shake your hand, you don't shake it back?
I mean, unless he starts looking offended after I come back out of a very deep bow. In which case, I'll just grab onto his hand and give him a big old Texas handshake.
Okay, yeah, and he returns it and is very, very pleased with that. And is very happy. He's like, ha ha! Yes, very good, very good. That's more like it.
All right, and Rob, I will give you up to 5 dice.
We'll take 5 dice.
Okay. And this is what? This is for your.
I had 5 dice pool because I'm rolling to get intent on if Alabaster here, he says he's close with Cold Hand, and if he wants to trade information, do I get the vibe that he's looking to move up and helping him might be helping him overthrow Cold Hands rather than carry out his plans?
Okay, sounds good.
Six successes because one of the ones comes off and someone gets some angst.
Okay. Let me mark that. So there is very little that you kind of get off of him. You very much so get a sense that he is trying to disconnect himself from Coldheart, as if maybe he has a separate agenda or thought process that goes through his head. Maybe like a larger goal or a larger scale. When you take a moment to kind of like examine Alabaster in this kind of manner, he kind of like looks at you like, Oliver, you want to discuss eternity, don't you? I'm willing to discuss eternity with you.
What do you mean by that?
Well, a lot of people examine the future events that are occurring as, well, what if this happens? What if that happens? You know, how much memories of Charon do we need to acquire before we can fully embody him and bring him whole again? Will this really defeat Coldheart when Coldheart emerges from the labyrinth? Will we stand a chance? But eternity is forever. Eternity already knows what's going to happen and what is going to occur. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh.
Say that again, Rob.
I said I don't know that I do.
Oh. Well. And he kind of leans forward, takes a good, strong sip of his drink. Well, from the vantage of eternity, everything in our world has already happened. In eternity's eyes, you have already lived and died. Birth, life, death. So I say, why not change things up a little bit? And he places his glass on the table calmly again. At this point in time, Jester is kind of snarkling to himself in a silent laughter that he's trying to kind of keep to himself, but he can't help but almost cough, as if he's trying to disguise it from the coughing of his own cigarette. Alabaster will look to the circle and say, I have bigger plans. Bigger plans than Charon. Bigger plans than Coldheart. And I want you to be a part of them. Do you accept, or do you wish to disappear again. Like you did before. And we settle this again later. When I
Okay.
incidentally meet with you at another appointed time. And he says this very confidently in front of Oliver.
I will say relationships like this start best with a big ask. I know what I would ask of you, and I'm kind of going to look at, and hint that basically here's the bargain. I'm going to look at okay, let me put this together in my head. I'm going to look I'll say friendships are expensive, and you might need to let someone off the payroll. And that's my hint that, Inico comes with us. And then in return, what would be his big ask from us to begin this relationship?
Okay.
What's worth that to him?
Yeah. He leans forward, almost like a predator, ready to decapitate its prey, and says, Imiko stays because that is what he is good at. That is what he was destined to do for all eternity.
Thought we were changing eternity.
Not his. He's already set in proper motion. I don't wish to change that. It sounds to me like you and your circle don't want to change that. And I'm willing to disengage confinements, as they were. That
What
was
is that?
never really a concern, of course. No. Correct? Looks over at Josie, Bronson, and Oliver. That was never a concern, right?
What does disengage confinements mean? Out of character.
Oh, you gotta get a sense that he's being very literal with the chains and the bond that is across Imiko's neck.
Yeah, Bronson will just kind of mosey back just another half step closer to the table and say, well, now, I'm not meaning to speak for anyone else, but I'm fair certain one of my first questions was, what's it take to get that one to come with us? And he just kind of like jerks his head over at Imiko. So for you to say that that's not something we're concerned about seems to be putting words in our mouth. But that's not my place to say.
Alabaster will tilt his head with a grin and say, oh, I'm sorry, did you want to buy Imiko? From me? The owner?
Is that not what a trade generally entails? Do words mean different down here, Oliver? Because I thought that was fairly universal. But I don't want to be, like I said, I don't want to be putting words in anyone's mouth. But it did seem to me that a trade was similar to a purchase.
I'll look at Oliver. I am Oliver. I'll look deeply into myself. I'll look at Bronson, and then I'll look
within yourself.
And then I'll look back at Alabaster and await his response.
He's not for sale. However, I do offer.
Then don't tell us we don't want him.
I do offer protection. He's been working here longer than you've probably existed in your afterlife. I want him to continue doing so because he's so good at it. So vibrantly good at it. I wouldn't want to lose someone who makes me so much money. And you're welcome to communicate with him, sleep with him, fuck with him. No question there.
I'll nudge Oliver, say, hey, now's your chance.
But he stays here. He maintains what he's good at. Good, solid communication. Just like we could be doing. He takes another sip of his drink.
And then I'll say, well then, if this is what he's good at, maybe he could get more room to work. And I'll kind of look at the chains.
Look, I spent a good portion of my life defending life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Well, one of those is out the damn window at this point. Dude doesn't need chains. You afraid he's gonna run out on you?
Didn't he literally, take Oliver back and
Oh yeah, no, they made the happy sign.
No, I meant after that. Didn't he participate in stealing all of his things?
As far as, and this is entirely out of character, as far as I can recall, like as Bronson, that was still while we weren't sure whether they were doppelgangers or not, and Oliver seems to still trust Emiko, and also Emiko of some variety was one of them that got Oliver out of the chains, so...
Well, and as far as Josie is concerned, Oliver went off with Inako and got himself mugged and naked and, well, nailed. Somewhat literally and somewhat figuratively. And because that nail that prevented him from using his wraith stuff. But, yeah, so this does not appear to be an unjust thing, and because I have not yet found proof of or been provided with evidence that he did this on behalf of somebody else's orders, as far as I can remember or tell. If I am wrong about that, someone please let me know.
Rob, Oliver will immediately notice a very powerful evil grin from Alabaster as he starts to kind of like rotate his finger across the glass that is in front of him, and he's like, I like your friend in the back. Bronson. He's got a good headset, actually. If you want Emiko, what are you willing to trade? What's the trade going to be? Evil grin when he says that. As if he's not going to be fair about this if you decide to do this.
I'm trying to think what we could possibly offer him. He's not...
He's entertaining the thought, but you can tell that this is going to be very one-sided.
If you boys want to take Inako, why don't you ask the price and then come back with, and if it's something that we can acquire, why don't you come back for Inako?
Can't possibly anticipate what would be that level of value to you unless I know it's something that, well, I guess I can't possibly anticipate something of that level of value except to ask if there's anything I could possibly offer that would accelerate what you're already trying to accomplish to such a degree.
Well, when you first initially joined me here at this table, I had an offer for all of you. And I know that there's a lot of hesitation with that. So...
And I suppose that is a fair point, sir. As I said, I spoke out of turn. Your whiskey is simply too strong for my taking. And so I will gladly defer to my colleague Oliver here to make all such business transactions, and I shall step aside and hold my tongue.
Can we consider this relationship a down payment? And I want to say that in a sense of, I want to ensure that if I'm staying in communication and giving him information, Inako is staying safe and not chained and tortured.
Oh no, the chains are coming off, I assure you.
No, then I see no problem with our agreement.
Yeah. But Emiko will stay here as my employee, as I mentioned earlier. He's not going anywhere.
What is Eniko's reaction when over this what is being revealed?
Emiko seems minimalistically relieved at this, the fact that no one has been killed.
In my head, I don't think we have much else to bargain with at this moment.
Mm.
I'm going to kind of look from to Josie, look to Bronson, try to read like assent or dissent, and then I think my instinct is to, depending on, I'm leaning towards accepting this deal. So I'll kind of look to them with almost like a slightly questioning look, just to see what their vibe is, and then I'm going to turn back to Alabaster.
Well, now that the concession has been made that they will unequivocally be held without chain, Bronson's fine with it.
Jay?
I'm still on mute. I'm just going to shrug and say, Oliver, it is your call.
Gonna turn to Alabaster and say, I think we can benefit from staying in communication. And then, do we have a drink at the table?
You do.
I'll kind of hold the drink up as I say that.
Yeah. He will clink glasses with you, but also extend his right arm out and say, so we have a deal. Smiling as he does so.
Oh, is there some kind of magic? I wouldn't know. I don't have awareness. Yeah, I'm just going to take and take his hands. There's no reason, even if Oliver was suspicious, he has no way to suss that kind of stuff out. That's not his strength. So, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, can I actually roll awareness or whichever one it is for magic stuff?
Yeah, it would be perception and awareness. Perception, awareness.
Yeah, like there's a reason I didn't want to take this dude's hand for a handshake. So, okay.
Keep in mind that if I'm going to deal with him, I have to trust him enough to shake his hand, or I shouldn't be dealing with him anyway at all. So I'm going to take his hand.
The dice are still rolling.
Yeah,
and then,
that's fine.
Then we're going to do one of those things where we're both trying to like handshake harder than each other and we don't let go and we're just like, ah!
Dylan, you son of a bitch.
We're both like, we spend like 30 minutes sitting there crushing each other's hands, and then Josie's just like, you know what? I'm going to go. This is ridiculous.
Assuming we're looking for sixes, that's 3. I'm assuming he's actually being in relatively good faith, or can outroll me, but
no. As far as you can tell, there are no powers. There are no.
Yeah. Bronson will take part.
Yeah. There's no pathos. There's no extension of Arcanos. And Ren Alabaster will look at this. The moment that Oliver and he are done with their handshake and the business deal, there is an unclasping of the bind that is around Emiko's neck, and the chains are rolled up by the Wraith who is sitting at the bar with him. And Alabaster will look to the crew and say, well, isn't that all well and pleasant? Very entertaining. And he pulls out his own pager and types a few things in the limited amount of characters that he's allowed with his own pager. And then puts his pager back at his side and clicks it back at, in his pocket, and looks to the circle and says, well, I've already arranged for transportation.
Thank you.
I hope you'll join me. I think you'll be very familiar with the the transportation itself.
So I feel out of character. I feel like we've just enabled the next great evil, but that's for next season's characters to take care of. So.
Yeah. So out of game. So everyone is aware of the mechanics behind this. Rob, you were interested in making Emiko a possible contact for you. That is still on the board. He is available to do so. If anyone wants to make Ren Alabaster one of your contacts,
I do.
You may do so. I know, Rob, you probably want to do so. Anyone else? It will cost you some experience points to do so, unless you have an empty slot of contacts that you haven't spent on anyone, then you may do so. Otherwise, it'll cost a little bit of experience points to get Ren Alabaster as a contact. But at least you know that Oliver has made this contact official at this point in time. So we can deal with that later on. But yeah, you will see that Ren Alabaster has contacted a very familiar looking transport to come pick up everybody. And you will see at this point in time.
Can I make a passion roll?
Which passion?
Building a new family, because I built connections, and particularly more Inico than Ren, because that's kind of like a more evil connection. But I see that as kind of hopeful in, again, protecting the group and working on creating that sort of community.
I'm glad you made that distinction, and yes, you may.
You mean the distinction between Inico and Ren?
Yes.
Okay.
And so that actually does bring up, I was wondering if it was possible to roll on defending my patriotism.
Yeah. First, let me check with Rob.
Yeah, sure. Sorry.
3 successes.
Okay.
Finally, I got some pathos back.
Yep. Rob, you will also gain a willpower back from the scene.
Oh, thanks.
Yep. Alex, you were talking about patriotism.
Yeah, so like the whole, I don't like seeing somebody in chains for no dang reason.
Mhm.
Being willing to stand up to a room full of people that could thoroughly kick my butt over that fact. I didn't know if that's appropriate because, like I said, I still don't really understand that.
Yeah,
But
you may roll.
It felt worth asking.
You may roll 2d10 for that. Yes.
Okay.
For our transportation, a black van shows up and we get bags put over our heads.
No, we're all the new first mates on a certain skeleton ship. All right, I got nothing anyway, so.
Okay. You will gain a willpower back, though.
Okay.
Jay.
Yes.
I need you to make a roll for me too, actually, before we leave this scene.
Okay.
I need you to roll 3d10 for me.
Yeah, all right. Wow, damn. I'm guessing I don't get to explode that 10, but
No.
difficulty 6?
Yes.
Three successes.
Okay. You will gain all your pathos back at this point in time.
Hell yeah.
Unfortunately, you will not gain a willpower back, but you do gain all your pathos back.
That's okay. I'm mostly okay with willpower. I definitely would like some back eventually, but or like it back eventually, but I'm not suffering yet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, what we're going to do right now is I'm going to resolve a dice roll from a player, but I'm also going to let you know that we are going to check over on Nicole's side of things and see how she's doing. And when we return, we will be deciding how everyone gets back together again. If we decide to get back together again, that is, from the very beginning. So, Nicole, when you're ready, go ahead and make your dice roll, and I will prepare Craig to deactivate when the time comes. Okay, thank you. I will mark that on your sheet. All right, guys, enjoy your dinner. I'll see you in 1 hour, and I will see you soon. Take care.
Okay, I am muted. Yes, I see her.
All right. So, you and Peter will make your way down many, many alleyways away from the library, going down various small little cityscapes. And eventually, Peter will pull you aside, kind of allow you to take a breath and breathe against one of the buildings. And he will kind of lean against one of the brick walls of the opposing building facing you. Again, this is not the Peter that you recall from last encountering. He looks very, very different. But now that the two of you have had a chance to catch up with one another, he looks to you and says, "You look like you have a lot of questions."
I have a lot of questions. But first, out of game, since I wasn't sure if the fighting was over or not, so that's why I didn't ask. But could I get a willpower because I escaped that last scene?
Yes.
Cool. All right. Now back in character.
Okay.
Arwen will. She seems a little twitchy.
Mhm.
But yeah, she's gonna go. I have a lot of questions. What happened? Why were they destroying or trying to destroy the public library? Were they specifically looking for me? How do I get back to my circle? And I just have a lot of questions. But then she's going to take a deep breath. She's going to grab Peter's hand and give it a small squeeze and go, I just want to say thank you first.
Oh, of course. You have a lead role in what is to come. And Lady Fate has led me to you in a very ironic moment, as she has a tendency to do. And you'll see him pull out his small paper booklet that he always carries with him, and pulls out a small relic pen as well. And he looks to you and says, "What was your first question again? I might have missed it."
That's a good question. What was my first question? Oh, just what happened back there? Like, why were they destroying the library? Were they looking specifically for me or just anyone who had a fetter to the library?
Okay. He turns a few pages in his booklet, looks at it, looks at you, nods a couple times, and goes, "Okay. So, I need to answer this in a very specific manner for you, in order for you to understand. Those were hierarchy members, legionnaires of Stygia. However, they were using their arcanos to locate you specifically through your fetter. They found your fetter, they did not find you, though. They unfortunately were not able to take you into custody beforehand. Now, the second part of my answer towards you relates a little bit to the hierarchy itself. Charon is part of the hierarchy. Charon formed the hierarchy. He's the founding father of the entire thing. So you're probably asking yourself, why is the hierarchy after me specifically? Why are they damaging my fetter? Why are they specifically looking for me? Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Did you notice anything bizarre about the attire and robes that those hierarchy members were wearing?
Hold on, did I write anything about that?
You can roll intelligence if you want.
I will do that, because I don't think I wrote anything down.
It's okay.
0 successes.
Okay. So you kind of look at him with a very dumbfounded look, not really noticing anything, maybe because of the stress of the situation. And he kind of looks at you with a noble expression and says, "This is where the last part of my answer comes to you, and I need you to really, really take this in. Arwen, do you know what's happened to the Death Lords of Stygia? Do you know what their job is? The Death Lords of Stygia?
Aren't they supposed to kind of gather all the wraiths that fit their specific category?
Correct. You are correct. They are the Senate of Charon. They are his representatives when he is away. So when Caesar is out gallivanting on his own, the Senate takes care of the empire while he's gone. And that is an extent of what the Death Lords do. So, allow me to address this to you transparently. There are no Death Lords left, Arwen.
None?
Many of them have been executed and no longer exist. Their masks have been compromised. Their fetters have been severed from them, and they are part of Oblivion now. Now, at this point, you're probably wondering, how could this have happened, and when did this happen? Is that accurate?
That's very accurate. That's very accurate, yes.
There was a group or a faction. They go by many names. The one that I am most concurrently familiar with is, well, if I can remember correctly, they have Prometheans, Helians, people who worship the sun god, heretics. They've been popping up all over the globe as of late. And they almost succeeded at resurrecting a quote-unquote archangel not too long ago. You probably saw the devastation on that train ride that we took together when California sank below sea level. Well, what if I were to tell you that these heretics have controlled the capital for years and years before any of this even occurred? That they controlled the capital, let's say, around the early to mid 1980s. So
That's a long time for no one to notice that.
A very long time. Very few of us were able to notice this. This is why the Isle of Eurydice was able to be compromised as quickly as it was when they got wind of what was going on. This is why there have been over 300 different attempts to bring Charon back that have led to failure. The heretics are very, very quick and intelligent. But we have been working really hard to work around them, as it were. And what you witnessed back there is an example of that. They know that you are a torchbearer, and they are trying to collect you. So, I dare say that your fetter is probably in danger at this point in time. But it seems like you have more pressing matters as well. Does this help answer your question about what's going on with the hierarchy at this current time? You must understand that if you ever see a legionnaire on the street, they are not a true legionnaire. They are probably a heretic wearing the sigil of Stygia in disguise. There has been no Stygia for the past decade because of these heretics.
Okay.
Mm.
That does make getting around a lot more difficult.
At least you don't need to worry about being forcefully registered anymore. Instead, you will most likely be destroyed on the spot.
I mean, I rather the register, but I understand.
As a free wraith, I would hope that you don't know very much about registry. Unless
out
you
of game, is that when? No, wait, is that you basically go into slavery and then you can potentially be turned into objects, right? Is that what that is?
Yep, you are it is decided by the hierarchy what your best fit is going to be for the future of the hierarchy. So they can decide whether you are going to become a legionnaire, a fellow soldier. They can decide if you are going to become a slave and thralled. They can decide if you are going to be soul forged and turned into an object. It's basically them deciding your fate for you.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And that was a route that your character did not take. She decided against it.
Right.
So Peter will look to you and say, because this has been going on for a very long time now, you must understand that we have been attempting to resurrect Charon for a very long time as well. And the heretics have not been making it easy on us. They are going to pursue people like you and all the other torchbearers as long as they can. Lie, cheat, and steal, as they used to say. I don't know if they say that anymore. And at this point, he starts to collect some of the daggers that he's been throwing around all over the place from you, and starts to kind of steal them away in his belts and buckles. Did you have any other questions, Arwen? You look perplexed.
I do. So if this, let's stay on this topic. If this fetter is in danger, will they be able to find all my other fetters? Like, there's no way to protect this fetter if I'm supposed to be going around collecting memories. So I'm basically it's just a race against the clock, whether they kill me through my fetters or finding me on the street. Right?
They are going to damage your fetter in order to draw you closer. A lot of wraiths treasure their fetters as if they are parts of their own body, like an organ. So you can imagine being damaged or hurt in that vital organ makes you want to go back and do something about it. So I dare say that they were trying to lure you out. And
Okay.
I'm glad that they were not fully successful at that.
Okay. My next question
Yeah.
is the Isle of Eurydice.
Yes.
Were you the only one that was able to get out?
Nope. Thanks to Lady Fate, we were all able to get out on time. The Isle of Eurydice is demolished at this point and is also under strict military control. Although I really hesitate using the word military, considering that they're a bunch of cultist lunatics. So, I would not recommend that we go back to the Isle of Eurydice, and I would discuss with you where some of the other oracles have taken hiding. But if you don't mind me being blunt and honest with you, I don't trust giving you that information, considering the amount of attention that you're drawing in right now. You must understand that we oracles have existed for many torchbearers beyond you. And to lose you would mean that we would have to just start all over again. But we would not want to compromise our locations because you decided to talk.
I can understand that.
Hmm.
However, I do have a question. How are you able to start all over again? If I have certain memories, if I die without giving them to someone else, you lose all of these, right?
Correct. Do you really want to know the answer to that?
I do. I really do.
Okay. When the Nemoi were scattered across the globe, as they are right now, we were under the full attention and understanding that some of his memories may be lost forever because of past attempts, from some of the Nemoi being destroyed and hunted down and annihilated. And we are understanding of this. We believe that Lady Fate saw this in her own prophecies and knew that this was to be true, and that any memories that are lost for a specific meaning or purpose. I'll be honest with you, we have not come to that point yet. All attempts that have come before you have not gathered what we would consider to be a significant amount of memories like you have. You have come a long way compared to the others. That's why I tried to compliment you back when you and your circle had returned to the island so many times. I was merely trying to say that you were doing a great job and have come a lot further than previous attempts. So if you are lost, if all your memories are lost, we are still willing to collect memories. The ones that remain. Was there anything else? And he starts to kind of like look around cautiously to make sure that no one's listening in on your conversation.
Nope, I get that. If the Isle is gone, we can't go back there. Because how do I can't assume my circle is still back where I left them. So how do I get back in contact with them?
I guess either they will find you or you will find them. I can consult Lady Fate herself, but I must tell you that it took a great deal of effort for us to locate you here at the right time and at the right moment. That was all pure happenstance, thanks to her. So, I can't say that I would be able to locate your circle immediately, the way that I've located you immediately. However, there are methods that do exist that we could use and implement. But any ideas or thoughts on your end of how to connect with your circle would be well appreciated as well. If you have any methods of contacting them or finding them.
I mean, the only-
Maybe an educated guess of where they would go after you and your circle had acquired the last memories that you did, like where you were going to go after that. Might be a good
Hold
place to
on.
start.
Let's check the list of places that we have.
All right.
Okay, so we did Bangladesh, did Hong Kong.
Say that again, Jet?
Iceland.
Yeah, I know.
trying to say
I was like, is it
Reykjavik.
Iceland?
I was gonna say Reykjavik, but it came out poorly and aborted mid-word.
So my guess would be Iceland. I can also, most likely, if they're going to go to Iceland, they have to get on the boat. So if I get
Okay.
on the boat, maybe I'll meet them on the boat.
And you don't think that they would go anywhere in between your last location and Iceland? Do you think they'll go straight to Iceland itself?
Hey, Shadow, do you have knowledge that I am not aware of? Do you remember a conversation that I may be missing here? Oh, wait, no, I know where we're going. We're going to Grandma Anna. There you go. That's where we're supposed to go.
I'm afraid I don't know who that is, he says very boldly.
That's okay. I just need to get on a boat.
Let's see what I can do for you. And Peter continues down south, down the alleyway. As you get closer to the shorelines and more waterway areas, he will reach across the veil using a form of power and Arcanos and knock against the door very, very lightly in a sequential number of knocks. Takes a step back away from the door. And you'll see a wraith actually walk through the door at the front to greet the two of you. Activator on the screen.
Okay. I was like, I know who you are, but I'm like, oh, but she doesn't know who you are.
She'll look over to Peter. Kind of squint her eyes a little bit and say, this better be important. We're about to ship off very, very soon, actually. And she looks over at Arwen with like a very kind of curious, but at the same time distrustful look on her face. And Peter will look over to this individual and say, safe passage is all we're looking for. This has become bigger than you realize. The NPC will look to you and say, give me half an hour. And she looks over at Arwen yet again. She good? I haven't seen her before. And Peter will take a step away from Arwen and say, well, why don't you introduce yourself? My colleague here doesn't seem to trust you quite yet.
Oh, well, I'm Arwen. Pleasure to meet you.
Cowrie, pleasure's all mine. Go on. Why are we giving you a ride?
I need to get back with my circle. Had a little bit of a hiccup. Got separated. Just trying to get back.
Why is this circle of yours so important? We're all looking for our circle in some shape or form. What makes yours so important?
Arwen is going to look at Peter.
Mhm.
As in, like, how much can I say? Like, what does she know?
Mm-hmm. Very subtly, and only between the two of you, because this renegade seems to have her attention entirely on you and studying your body behavior. When you look over to Peter, he gives you this look with his death mask where he just kind of shakes his head a couple times as if to be subtle about it, but not say anything. And the renegade presses further. What makes them so important?
Honestly, they're all I got. And a single wraith wandering around is definitely not safe. Okay. I kind of just want to get back with a group I can trust.
Okay. Nicole, do you have any expression?
I do not.
Okay. I will also accept empathy.
Nope.
And do you have politics?
No.
Okay.
What about subterfuge, as in little white lies? I'm not telling the full story.
Mm-hmm.
Does that count?
I'll allow it. You'll want to roll that with your manipulation, though.
I will happily take it.
Okay.
I got 4 successes.
Okay. 4 beats my 2. She'll look to you and say, I can relate with what you're saying. And we can definitely get you where you need to go in order to reconnect with your circle. I don't know you, but I do know Peter, and I know that he's good. He's good at his word, and he's also good with his money. So, where am I taking you?
All right. So, if I got this correct, Grandma Anna should be at the Lambic, and the Lambic was in the destroyed part of Los Angeles. I would like to go to Los Angeles, please.
Los Angeles, you say? You're going to that desecrated area?
I am.
Okay. Best I can do is drop you off there. Looks over to Peter, and Peter nods his death mask a couple times, saying, oh yeah, I'm going there too. And she'll look to the two of you and say, well, like I said, you got 30 minutes to prepare. And then I'm taking you right over there. And she goes back inside the building, taking another corpus damage as you and Peter stand outside on the pier. And yeah. Peter looks to you and says, we'll be departing soon. If there's anything you need to do to prepare yourself, and he kind of like examines your corpus a little bit, even though you've been able to clothe yourself, he kind of notices that you're a little worse for wear. Do you need help?
A little bit. That if you could help, that would be great.
might be able to help out a little bit. One second. Just want to see which power I want to use on you. Okay. I can do that. All right. 1 second. I need to alter your character sheet. So you will grasp onto Peter's hand, and in a very similar type of power that you are familiar with, but probably do not have the expertise in like he does. You will see him lift his left hand out into the air as if he's trying to kind of like balance the wind that is blowing in the air, and he's also trying to balance his hand holding yours for a second. And once he feels like he's found the correct like energy in the air that kind of synchronizes the two of you, he will transfer 7 pathos over to Arwen, which immediately transforms itself into Corpus. So this is a level 4 power of usury that he has altered for you.
Okay.
And his 7 pathos will heal 7 of your Corpus damage. You will
Nice.
you'll start to feel your Corpus start to mend itself and fix itself when he does this. He obviously looks very winded after he's finished doing this, but he's a very proud Wraith and kind of holds himself up a little bit and says, "That's the most that I can do for you right now. If there was anything else that you needed to collect or get done, I wouldn't recommend going very, very far, but feel free to do so."
No. Honestly, I was just going to do some meditating while we're traveling, so I'm basically good to go.
Okay. With that being said, the two of you will kind of sit out there on the pier, waiting for the renegades to take you back in. Nicole, roll 2d10 for me.
All right.
Thank you.
0 successes.
All right. There is a flood of questions and concerns, especially after what Peter has told you in regards to the hierarchy being corrupted and basically not existing anymore. The idea of heretics taking over the entire empire. And then also just the concerns about your circle and whether you will actually be able to meet up with them again and interact with them ever again. These concerns flood your mind, and they distract you from gaining any real meditation in the meantime. So the meditation doesn't do anything for you, but it does allow you to just sit quietly with Peter as he scribbles in his notebook. Eventually, after your 30 minutes have passed, you will see Cowrie come back out again from the building. She'll gesture to the right with her hand, saying, "Well, no time like the present." And she leads the two of you over to where she has a ship ready to take you away to San Francisco. Okay?
Okay.
Excellent. back in Ikebukuro, with our semicircle that is still out and about, Gren Alabaster will exit the club that he is esteemingly a part of. He has pulled out his pager yet again and checked a message sent to him. Kind of nods and confirms that that the ship is ready to go and ready for pickup. He will look over to Oliver, Josie, and Bronson, and also Gesture, who seems to have joined your group, as he hasn't really left yet and is just curiously following along with you guys. Looks at the four of you and says, I guess we're headed in the same direction, so we might as well get on board together. Sound delightful to you all?
I mean, once we pick up our weaponry from the front desk, but I'm not opposed.
Of course. As you guys are exiting, Ren Alabaster does not collect anything from the front desk. Gesture will pick up his 3 large spherical globes and reattach them to his cloak and jacket, and he will pick up his full deck of cards and put it in his pocket. I'm guessing that everyone also picks up their belongings as well?
Of course.
All right.
Yep.
I hide it as best as I can, but obviously the one I can't.
Yeah. Everyone will exit, make their way to the east side of Ikebukuro, where the harbor typically drops off the circle. And as you get closer to that harbor area, you will indeed see the Naglfar make landing, drop anchor, and set up a very, very almost formal looking kind of bridge out towards Alabaster to welcome him back. Not necessarily like a red carpet, but a little bit more formal compared to what you've been addressed with when you're boarding the Naglfar. And yeah, you'll see him take out his spectacles and start to kind of like clean them against his clothing as he's walking across the bridge over to the Naglfar. Gesture will walk behind him, joining the ship as well, and looks to you in your circle and says, well, move it or lose it.
I'll follow.
I also
Hey, guys.
follow.
Same.
Let's just skip San Francisco. I got a feeling we don't need to go there.
Wow.
Don't you leave me there.
That would be awkward. Although I'm sure you and Grandma Anna would get along swimmingly.
In the shadow going, haha, look, betrayal of friends.
So who's the first mate this time?
That's a very
Don't you remember? We are all the first mate.
I never took that job.
Dibs on third mate.
First mate will walk over to Oliver Berg, and they will extend a hand out to him immediately. Seems to have red hair. Seems well equipped for the job. Very enthusiastic. Firm handshake. And they look to you and say, Bridget Sofer, first mate.
Oliver Berg, passenger.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
You asked to see the first mate. What can I do for you?
I never. I was just. There was a different first mate last time I was on this ship. I heard they had left, and I wanted to see who the new crew members were.
Right you are. Good news is I am here to stay, and I plan to keep it that way.
Good to hear.
Yeah. And she nods to you, and she also nods to Captain Hector Morris over at the wheel, and then she just goes back to what she was doing earlier. At this point in time, it looks as if Ren Alabaster has made himself comfortable on the ship and is watching the waves. Gesture is up at the front, admiring the scenery as the ship is giving way. There is, of course, our good friend here who is examining Gesture with a little bit of confusion and bewilderment. And as I mentioned earlier, we have Captain Hector Morris at the helm. So, now that we're back on the Naglfar, Captain Hector Morris will look to the circle and say, well, destination, where to? What's the plot? What's the course?
Well,
We heading back?
I believe we had 2 destinations to choose from. One was Reykjavik, Iceland, and the other was Grandma Anna.
Huh.
Well, also the reason we needed to go to Reykjavik is, we need our missing person before that happens.
We need information before we go to Reykjavik. And that's...
Also, the point of Reykjavik was more information that most of us can't get, I think.
We need to turn in all our side quests. we need to complete our task with Grandma Hannah before we move on to Reykjavik.
Any news on the Isle of Eurydice? Because I believe last we checked, it was under attack.
Up in smoke. Barely anything left.
That is not great. Do you know if anybody escaped?
Nope. Afraid not.
No, you don't know, or no, they didn't escape?
No, I don't know. I kept my distance from that lot. There were a ton of legionnaires guarding the area. Yeah.
That's not great. Then I suppose if we need our person for Reykjavik that is not currently with us, the only option we have is to go to Grandma Anna, I suppose.
Grandma Anna is someone of importance, or
Lambic.
Lambic. Oh, that island that I dropped you guys off at.
Yep.
Oh. Be happy to take you there.
Thank you.
Anchor is raised. The ship starts to depart and make its way over. Rob, Alex, and Jay, I need you to roll 1d20 for me.
Does this determine which of us gets eaten by the Kraken?
We'll find out.
Thank God.
No, it actually determines who's going to be the next first mate, which then determines who's going to get eaten by a kraken.
So,
fuck.
if you roll a 1, you're first mate, right? Because that's a botch. 7.
Perfect. Perfect. Thank you, Alex.
Higher or lower? No.
I need it to be on record. It is not a 1.
I did notice that. So, as we are making our trip and sailing our way to Lambic, away from Japan and away from the god of destruction that we have departed from, we start to become a little bit closer to the great final maelstrom that has already been ebbing away and pulling apart the Western Hemisphere. But coming out from that storm and coming out from that maelstrom itself, you will see the faint sign of a small but relatively larger, compared to the Naglfar, a relatively larger ship. And they seem to have a course set right towards you. There is still some time and distance between you encountering each other, but Captain Hector Morris will take immediate notice of this, and he will gather the crew together for a quick meeting and say, we are about to be intercepted by what appears to be a flagless ship. I have been told from sources that communicated with me that this is a heretic ship belonging to the what do they call him again? The Arterius of Frost. And it appears that he is here to sink us. So, here are our choices that we must make together, since you are part of my crew, as it were. There is no possible way for us to outrun them and outmaneuver them and get away from them. Our ships will clash and come across from each other. My crew and I are willing to teach you how to arm and fire the cannons at them, to at least put a little bit of a skirmish between us. There's always a possibility that they may board us, but if we can put enough damage into their ship, the most likely that it will not be that bad of a skirmish itself. So, are you willing to fight off these heretics?
I have another option that I would like to put forth to the group.
Of course. Hector
Much
Morris.
as I did.
Yeah.
You recall how we fought off a Kraken?
Somewhat, yes.
I could do much of the same to the ship. Or even the ocean around it. Perhaps throw it off course, slow it down, perhaps even damage the entire ship.
Interesting.
Perhaps the rest of the group could load the cannons as a failsafe, as, alas, I am not perfect, and failure is not out of the question.
Let's make it happen.
Bronson's just going to sidle up alongside Oliver and say, don't suppose our good buddy that we just made might have something to say on this.
Yeah, what is he doing right now?
He is smiling from ear to ear, as if this is going to be entertaining.
Okay, question. Arterius of Frost is Jacques, right?
Yes.
Because this guy's ice.
They are both Arterius of Frost, but he has nothing to do with Jockalypse. They are two completely separate arteries of Frost.
Do you think you'll fit in a cannon?
Who, me?
No,
I have Argos.
No, not you. Our good buddy who made a deal on terms of being all buddy-buddy with Arterius of Frost, except apparently not this Arterius of Frost, and I mean...
No, he never made... he never made a deal about being in with the Arterius of Frost. He made a deal about being in with the boss. I don't know if I want to say his name out loud on the ship.
Well, then clearly I misheard him, but that does not fix the point as to whether we could just fire him over there and let him become their problem.
Well, it's interesting that he doesn't seem opposed to fighting with the other Arterius. Also, I don't think we should shoot our contacts out of cannons.
You'll hear Gren say, "They are none of my concern. You may do with them as you please."
Okay,
To you
so
in your circle.
Out of character, did I just completely mishear him when he said that he was buddy-buddy with the Arterius of Frost, and that's
No.
one of the reasons that we wanted him as a contact? Because
He
I
said he
feel like
was-
I missed something there.
Coldheart. Coldheart is different than the Arterius. The Arteriuses are powerful heretics, like leaders that work under Coldheart, whereas Coldheart is like the specter god from Oblivion that is like against Charon and wants to bring Oblivion to everything.
Okay, I apologize. My brain must have just inserted that particular term in, so
Don't worry,
my
I thought
apologies.
the same thing, so I gotta change my notes.
It's
like,
like
I would have sworn up and down that he said that he was working with specifically Arterius of Frost, which is one of the reasons I was willing to just chill out and be like, all right, fine, whatever.
he said
He could be
Coldheart.
useful.
He said
But
specifically.
he said
Coldheart.
both.
No, he is an Arterius of Frost, and he said he was in with Coldheart.
Okay, I guess my misunderstanding was thinking that Arterius of Frost was a unique title rather than like a rank. So that's entirely on me. I apologize.
Well, I think previously we had because the Arterius is like arteries, so there's as many as there are
In a
going
heart.
into
Yeah, but normally when somebody is the something, like, anyway, shutting up.
So Gren Alabaster seems amused by this exchange going on. He's like, well, for one, I take offense to being called a leader of heretics. I don't lead heretics. They just do whatever they please. And secondly, Arterius of Frost is both rank and also unique in its title. But, yeah. I've got no association with Jockalypse. He does his thing and I do mine. Apparently he sent a ship to destroy you, so this should be entertaining.
So just to be very clear, that whole clarification thing was intended entirely out of character because I realized I was misunderstanding something that I thought had been very clearly stated.
Yeah.
Now I understand the intent. So anyway.
Yes. Oh yeah.
Does he know you're here?
Probably not.
I
And
doubt he.
But if he did, he probably wouldn't hesitate either.
Fair enough.
Yeah. And he looks at Oliver again. Like I told you, I have no interest in the Mnemos and the memories of Charon. Jockalypse, on the other hand, is very interested and very intent in you.
Oh, we know that.
Yeah. Obviously, he sent a ship out to destroy you, so I should hope so. Anyway, good luck. I'll help if I need to. He just kind of relaxes and leans back in his chair.
Then I guess I'm going up to the bow of the ship and attempting to start the whole dark ether.
Sure.
To, at the very least, delay, preferably stop, and possibly even damage the ship.
Sounds good.
I guess we have to learn how to use cannons.
Yeah.
Well, that was going to be my next question is, I'm assuming that there are enough deckhands who know how to use cannons that, like, Bronson would not be missed were he to head up into the crow's nest with his rifle and prepare to, make people hurt.
Yeah, you are allowed to use your sniper rifle if you'd like to. You are also allowed to use one of the cannons if you wish to.
Well, but that's my question is like, is the Nagelfur sufficiently crewed? Because, like, I mean, if they've got 4 cannons and 72 deckhands, like, me running a cannon is not going to help,
Mm-hmm. Say that they have a decent amount of cannons at the ready and armed. It looks like they could probably use more people to help arm and fire those cannons. His crew may not be the best at aiming compared to you and Rob.
Well, then Bronson prepares to put his use of artillery to use.
Okay.
Wait, me? Okay.
All right.
It's fun. Like when you said at the beginning, I thought he was going to say, so there's no way we're going to be able to avoid this. They're fast enough. They're going to catch up. But I think we have time to teach you to swim.
All right. Rob, how many
I
dots?
said we blow their friggin' mast off, but that's beside the point.
Rob, how many dots of firearms do you have?
1.
Alex, how many dots of firearms do you have?
Sorry, I'm pulling it up now.
No worries.
I believe it's 4, but
I have more
oh my
melee.
goodness, roll
So
20.
can you just tie me to the prow of the ship with a sword?
As I recall, somebody explicitly didn't want to get shot out of a cannon. Also, my firearms is 4.
I didn't say cannon. I said tied to the prow.
Well, right, but I could load you in the cannon, fire you onto their ship, and then you get to do all your fighty stuff.
I am disturbed by how adamantly you want to fire somebody on the ship out of a cannon.
So, Rob, I will give you a choice whether you can man your own cannon if you want to, or you can assist with Alex and give him a bonus die for his dice roll when he uses a cannon. So the two of you can kind of like team up on one cannon.
So, I'm thinking. I mean, is a sniper spotter this is your field of expertise, Bronson. Is sniper spotter the best way to go here?
In all honesty, with the kind of like artillery that we're using, sniping has nothing to do with it. Basically, I'm going to be aiming the dang cannon. You're going to be feeding me powder and ammunition.
Well, that same goodness, same difference. Yeah, I'll do that. Is there a benefit if I'm feeding him the ammunition to fire faster, Myles?
No, you'll just be giving him a bonus die for his ability to hit. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, let's do that then. That sounds fine.
I mean, unless you're going to get more than one die from whatever you're adding to firearms.
Well,
like if it's just a straight firearms roll, I'll take your die over nothing because I can explode 10s.
It would be dexterity plus firearms, right?
Correct.
I have average dexterity. Like
I have. Then I would suggest you help me.
Yeah, because you can explode. I like to assist.
Well, no, I can't because I didn't realize that dexterity was the associated roll. I've got 1 dexterity, so.
Wait a minute. Is dexterity the associated roll for shooting off a ship?
My assumption was that it was perception, but either perception or wits, but.
So,
because you're basically lobbing, 45 pounds of metal half a kilometer that way.
Yeah.
So
a suggestion, and this is something that you can do only if you want to, Alex, but Bronson can remove his armor if he wants to. And if you do this, you'll actually get 3 dexterity back.
That's why my dexterity is so low. I had actually completely forgotten about it. Yeah. As we're having this conversation, Bronson begins taking off his armor. Okay. And is like, yep, nope, you are helping me shoot this gun.
You suddenly have 3 dots of dex restored to you when you take your armor off. Okay.
Thank you for pointing that out. I had completely forgotten that's why my dexterity was so low. I was sitting here like, why did I make a sniper with 1 dexterity? Okay. Anyway.
Okay. Jay, which power did you want to use against the interceptor that is coming to fight the Nagelfar? Dark Ether. All right.
Yep. Uses 2 pathos, and yes, if Dark Ether is used in an attack, it gives the user a point of angst. So I will be getting angst.
Do you want some shadow dice?
You know what? Let's see. This is Intelligence and Pandemonium. Let me double check my dicey daisies. Int is somewhere. 4. And Pamos 7. You know what? How many dice would you offer me?
4.
I'm gonna regret it, but I'm gonna take it.
Cool.
Alright, so that would be 11d10.
Okay.
And am I rolling now?
Yes, please do.
Alright. Holy shit, and I can
Hey,
explode
look.
those 10s and no 1s, motherfucker.
And it worked out.
2d10.
No ones. Got it.
And alright, what is the difficulty level?
According to the book,
It doesn't
difficulty
say in...
6. Difficulty 6.
Yes. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got 5 successes.
Excellent. Did you roll any 10s?
I did. I rolled 2 10s, in fact.
Excellent. That'll be important for me to know. It appears that you are going to create some turbulence with 5 successes. Obviously, your shadow will gain an angst just from that power use,
Right.
in that manner, which is fine. Give me 1 second, and I will give you a bit of a narrative, which will be beneficial for everybody.
Just want to fuck that ship up.
Apparently. All right. So, Nicole, you will gain 1 point of temporary angst for the use of that power. So here's what everybody sees. Josie will go to the front of the ship, and she seems to be kind of like maneuvering her hands in a way as if to kind of conjure and move and manipulate the air and the water and the seas around you. And when she does this, it seems to really, really kind of push the ship in a direction that it wasn't really expecting to go, turning it almost sideways and giving the Naglfar a clear shot at some of its more weaker points along the side. The ship did not see this coming, and you will notice that a lot of the waves that are crashing up against the ship cause it to break and breach at certain spots and certain points. Let me make a note of this for the damage.
I think I might be convincing Captain Ector that he needs a
Haunter?
pandemonium, haunter on staff permanently.
Apparently, it seems to be that way. Yeah, I'm noticing that. I'll just use this. So, note of that. Next, as the Naglfar still has a little bit of distance before they are within firing range, it would appear that Bronson and Oliver are working together at one of the cannons in order to fire it. It sounds like, Rob, that Oliver is going to be assisting. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, in due time, when the ships are starting to pass each other and the Naglfar gets a clear shot at the interceptor, Alex, I need you to roll your dexterity plus firearms.
So before I actually call fire, I want to make one last, I guess, perception check to make sure that they are actually running with cannons loaded and. I mean, I don't want to blow apart some piece on board.
Yep. Naglfar is ready and prepared. It appears that the other ship is still getting their crap together. They're a little caught off guard because of the turbulence that hit them.
But they are clearly arming weapons.
Yes, they are starting to arm their weapons.
Okay, out of character. Okay, never mind. Apparently, we're doing this.
No, I'm laughing at Rob's gif.
It still hasn't loaded on my computer. Okay, it just loaded. Yeah, no, I was. Yeah, okay. Apparently, we're shooting at him. So.
All right, sounds good. Dexterity plus firearms as you fire this cannon directly at the interceptor.
I mean, out of character. That is the consensus on what we've agreed to do.
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe try that again.
Yeah, no, I am. In my defense, that text is about 1 millimeter tall on my screen. It's a very tiny computer.
All right.
Assuming we're looking for 6s, that's 5.
We are. You will hit. Alex, I think you're going to like this next part. I need you to roll 10 d10 for me.
Is that affected by Rob helping me at all?
Nope, it is not.
Okay. Do I get to explode that 10?
Yes. Okay. How many successes total?
Assuming, again, that we're looking for 6s, that is 4.
All right. There is a direct hit on the interceptor itself after taking the cannon fire that you've launched. This kind of encourages the other crew to fire upon the interceptor as well. Making a note. And it looks like you guys have done some pretty decent damage to their ship already at this point in time. They will have a chance to move forward out of the way before the Naglfar hits them and breaches them, but it still gives you a really good point on them as well. It looks like they're starting to make their way starboard in order to get a direct shot on you as well, and they're still a little discombobulated after everything happening. Jay, is there anything that you want to do to make things worse for us at this point, or different?
I like how making things worse is an
Right?
option. I think. Actually, well, no, it's not time yet. I was gonna say, can I roll for victorious because we live to see another day, but I don't think we're quite done yet, are we?
Not quite, no.
Give me 2 seconds to review what I've got. Let's see. Do I see any crew members?
You would need to roll a separate roll for that, and that would be your turn doing that.
Oh, okay. I was gonna, if there were any crew members I could just see without doing any special rolls, I was thinking I could also try befuddlement to make them forget, but
yeah, you can't clearly see any crew members at this point in time unless you decide to really, really put your senses to the test and look closely.
Gotcha. I can't think of anything off the top of my head. I think this is going to be the best I can do. I'm just double checking one last thing. Befuddlement.
Come on, Josie, don't you want to do it again?
Oh, I absolutely want to do it again, but I feel like I would probably do poorly.
Not with my help, you won't.
I mean, the difficulty level would go up because, I'm pretty sure it's the same
I can offer you 5
scene.
dice.
Oh, I'm sure you can. Not right now, but if they come after us again, I will take you up on that offer.
Might be too late then.
Will it?
Could be. You never know. As you can see, the tide can turn.
And how it can. What a joy. But no, I think I'm going to hold off for... Actually, you know what?
Mm-hmm.
Since you said I could look to see if I see anybody, and that would be my turn, I'm going to go ahead and do that.
Okay, that sounds good. I need you to roll perception investigation.
Oh, investigation. That's okay.
Yep.
Let's see. Perception is 4. Cool. 60-10. Roll 60-10. Well, on the good side, 1d10. Well, I didn't botch.
Okay.
I also didn't get anything because, haha, 2 1s and an 8 and a 10, and then exploding the 10 got me nothing.
Yeah. Thank goodness that didn't come out during your pandemonium. But,
right?
Yeah. Unfortunately, you are not able to see any of the crew that is on the other side of the ship. But yeah, there's definitely a giant fire going on that side.
Definitely.
Mm-hmm. Rob and Alex, are we wanting to fire a second time against them, a second volley?
Bronson, shall we be firing another volley?
Well, I mean, I'm going to make a secondary, like another perception check of whatever flavor, to see like, are they trying to come around for another volley, or because they still haven't fired at us.
They have not. Buddy, no, they have not.
No. Who cares? Destroy this ship. Don't give them a chance to fire. You need to destroy them immediately. With prejudice.
I was uncomfortable with firing on them before they fired on us, but
why?
They clearly
That's how you win a battle.
Yes, it's how you win a Okay, they're coming around on us.
See,
fuck them.
You shot them anyway.
Light them up.
Yes.
Light them up.
You need help?
I could take like 2 or 3 dice.
Pick one.
I'll take 2.
Okay.
See, until they turned to come about for a broadside, I was on the fence. And then they jumped that fence, and now it's my job to blow up the hill that fence used to live.
All right. So, that's going to be your dexterity plus firearms plus 1 because of Rob assisting, and then it sounds like plus 2 shadow dice?
Yeah, I think 2 is safe.
Okay.
I'm going to regret it.
We'll find out.
Oh my goodness, I hate when Roll20 is being slow because it makes it so much more successful. Oh, crap.
All right.
Okay, so ignore that one. That was a 19 instead of a 10. Oh, good.
That doesn't count for towards your angst.
No, but it doesn't help me much. Jeezy Pete's.
Okay. I gotta rate your shadow something. Give me 1 second.
I mean, it is still technically 1 success.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, hold on a minute. I need to confer with the gods.
I'm sure you do.
Hey, Josie, they're struggling without you. You definitely should help next time.
I might.
And I'm here to help you, too.
I'm pretty sure I'm about to go into catharsis, so...
Alex, do you want to blow a willpower to try re-rolling 3 of those non-success
I'm really
dice?
thinking about it. Okay. Let me check my sheet.
Sure.
I'm going to message you in Discord, Myles, because I'm not confident with my ability to type private messages in Roll20.
You write, kill him, Myles. Rob, that was to everybody.
I mean, look, honestly, this is the clearest headspace I've had on willpower in like 10 sessions. So yeah, I'll blow 1 willpower and reroll.
Okay.
It's not gonna undo the fact that I have been feeding my shadow, but
right. So you blow the willpower. Give me 1 second. I'm waiting for Roll20 to catch up so I can mark that on your sheet.
Sure, I'm not gonna roll until you tell me to. So.
No worries. You know what? It's just a willpower, so I'll make sure that I get to it. Go ahead and re-roll 3 dice.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Can I explode that 10?
No, you cannot, unfortunately.
Dang it. Then I guess that's 2 more successes for a total of 3.
3 successes?
Yeah.
Okay.
After you remove all the ones, it's still 3 successes.
Okay. Rob? If you're there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you now. Roll 9d10 for me.
Sure.
Not loving this.
Exploding or no?
No exploding.
5 successes.
Okay. Alex, I need you to roll 6d10 for me.
How did I already know that was gonna happen? Oh, you have to put a space in there. Will Rob take good care of me?
Pirate battle!
So here's the interesting part. So Bronson, you will enter catharsis from your shadow, but while that's happening, actually, while that is being developed, I need you to roll 10d10 for me.
Exploding or no?
Yes, you may explode that. All right.
So yeah, looking for 6s. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I got it. Thank you. There is another direct hit on the ship, and you will see that another flame has kind of sparked up on the ship itself, causing another massive fire. Yeah, let me mark down that damage as well, as you are starting to sink my ship. Sadly.
Sink your battleship.
Yeah,
For
it
the
is.
record, if this doesn't count as proving myself in combat, I don't know what does.
Right? I know, right?
Except it really doesn't, because I'm pretty sure that I am no longer myself.
Yep, that is true too. All right, let me mark off some of my crew, because I believe one of them just went flying off the ship from that last hit.
I believe they're going to need another first.
Is the crew alive? That fell off?
We're all wraiths, Rob. We're all
No, but the one that he fell off, so he didn't go into a destruction harrowing?
You don't know. It's unknown.
I'll have to get him if I see him bobbing in the water later.
Just take good care of my bullets. They're expensive.
Okay. Oh man, I don't have that much of a crew left. So so at this point in time, just to give you guys like a little bit of a heads up, the Naglfar is pursuing forward into the storm of the Maelstrom itself. The Interceptor is looking like it's starting to make its way about so it can, well, pursue you. It looks like they might be arming their cannons to at least get one shot off of you to slow you down. But that might be determined on what you do next during this round. They will definitely get a shot off at the Naglfar. But I'm curious to hear what everyone's intent is before that happens. So, starting again with Josie. What does Josie want to do when you start to notice the Interceptor ship is making itself turn around to pursue you?
Well, I didn't really want to do it because I know I'm not going to do as well as I did last time, but I guess my best option is to use Pandemonium again to tell it to basically fuck off.
Okay. You're going to be using Dark Ether?
Yes.
Okay.
Want
Please.
that 5 dice?
Your shadow kind of chimes in.
Oh god, I'm gonna regret this so hard, but Yes, I will take your 5 dice.
Don't regret it. We did great the first time. We'll do great this time too.
Yeah, and you get automatic angst too. But what was that?
What are the odds that you're gonna feed your shadow like 5 angst in one turn? That's just crazy.
Yeah,
talk.
you'll be fine.
Did you see those 4 rolls I rolled earlier?
Did you see why I'm no longer in control of my corpus?
Alright, so I'm lost track of my thingy. Dark Ether is intelligence plus pandemonium. So that means 7 plus 5 is 12. Alright, Shadow. Enjoy your noms. Roll 12 d10. Holy shit!
See,
Roll
I told
1
you.
d10. Alright, and difficulty 7, right?
Difficulty 7 this time. Yep.
Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4. I have 4 successes.
All right. Any ones for your shadow?
Nope.
Okay.
Just the regular 1 angst for attempting to do damage to the entire goddamn ship.
Okay. Unfortunately, with 4 successes, you aren't able to really conjure up anything destructive for their ship, but you do kind of cause them a lot of turbulence and kind of like throw them about, so it makes it a lot more difficult for them to make their way around to center up with the Naglfar itself. So that looks like it looks like it's going to take them a little bit more time. If you want to blow a willpower, you could try re-rolling 3 dice, though. I'm throwing that out there.
If I blow a willpower, do ones feed my shadow and or cause crits?
No.
Okay, then yes, I am going to blow willpower to see if I can get any more successes.
Okay.
3d10. Holy shit, I got 2 more successes.
Excellent. Your shadow will gain 1 temporary angst because you will be causing damages to the ship.
Hooray!
Using your pandemonium. Did you roll any 10s in that entire dice pool? Were there any 10s?
Just 110
Just 110. Okay.
in my original.
No. Thank you. That will affect my crew.
Hopefully that does cause some damages. I want to sink that goddamn battleship.
I know, it's getting there. It is getting there. All right. Oh my goodness. I'm running out of crew. So
whatever the other one. Sorry.
Yeah. No, it's okay. So what will happen is everyone on the Naglfar will notice that the Interceptor is having a lot of difficulty trying to right itself around so that it could pursue the Naglfar. They're still trying to aim their cannons, though, like to the best of their ability. There's going to be a large amount of difficulty because of the turbulence that is lifting the ship up and down and pushing it around. The good news is that if Bronson and Oliver want to fire the cannon one more time at the Naglfar, they can do so. Unfortunately, Bronson is in Catharsis, so he doesn't really get a say on what happens next.
So is it my action now?
It is, as Bronson, yes.
Okay, so I have a question.
Yeah.
Can you fire a soulfire grenade out of a cannon?
You can throw a soulfire grenade. You cannot fire it out of the cannon, but you can
Bronson does also have liquor.
Why am I going to fire liquor? That's for drinking. So
he has flicker.
What, for fire?
Flicker. Flicker.
Oh, flicker. Thank you. Sorry, I thought you said liquor.
No, he can just Nightcrawler bamf on, drop the Nightcrawler grenade down the hull, and bamf back onto the good guy ship.
Thank you, Psyche. That is a brilliant idea.
For what it's worth, I also heard liquor at first. Anyway.
Okay.
I trust you enough not to metagame with my bad ideas.
What do you mean? You could say that. You're my psyche. You're in my head right now. I'm gonna
Okay,
do
well,
that.
I was saying that out of character. I'm not trying to get us both killed, but
Well, I'm gonna do that. Thank you.
Okay.
if it makes you feel any better, I've already had 2 borderline suicidal ideas with the firestorm grenade
So, do I know
in
on the
this
ship
session.
where the crew hatch is?
What was your question again, Rob?
What I want to do is I want to bamf over there.
Mhm.
I want to open up the crew hatch. I want to drop a live soulfire grenade in there, and then I want to bamf back out. Probably takes multiple turns, but that's my strategy.
I would recommend the middle of the ship. There seems to be a way for you to kind of get it right down at the center at the core of the ship. So yeah.
Okay. So here's what it looks like. I'm gonna pull out my sword and put it between my teeth like a pirate.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to flicker over to the other ship with a soulfire grenade in my hand.
Okay.
And I assume I can't do all of this in one turn's worth of actions.
Nope. Unless you, and this is where I was going to try to help you out a little bit to see if I can, if
Sorry,
you
go
have.
ahead.
No, it's okay. I was just going to check your shadow guide sheet and see if there's a way for you to pull this off. All right. So let me check for Argos. And you're using Flicker. Okay. So Rob, I will allow you to. We're gonna do this in a We're gonna do this in 2 rounds I'm sorry, 2 actions for you.
Okay.
What you're going to get is for the Argos power. Alex, what is your dexterity plus Argos?
I believe 7, but I'm pulling it up now.
Okay.
And again, like I said in chat, I meant it as a funny haha, not a suggestion. But
You should not suggest funny ha-has to your shadow. I'm going to tell you that right now.
yeah, no, I know.
I mean,
You
it's
should have heard the funny ideas I had about it that you could have just done in Devil's Dare and screwed me over. So, like that
That
whole
sounds like
thing
you-
with at the bar.
To be honest,
it was really tempting for me to pull the pin on the grenade and be like, "Hey, let me get the next drink," and then just slam the grenade on the table and be like, "So, are they free now?" Anyway, clearly Bronson is an incredibly stable person. So Argos. Oh, 8 total.
You said your total would be a dice pool of 8?
Yeah, it was Argos plus what?
Dexterity.
and I can explode.
Yeah, 8. Yeah, that can explode.
And
Which is bad terminology for grenade time, but yeah.
now, does my double super shadow want to give me any dice? I'm just joking. I don't have.
Okay, I was gonna say it's like that's not a thing.
I'm pretty sure that would be you giving you dice. So
So Rob, you're going to have a dice pool of 4 for each action.
Okay.
I'm only looking for 1 success for each action. So your first dice pool will be a dice pool of 4. I'm looking for 1 success. And then your second dice pool will be 4 dice as well, and I'm also looking for 1 success for you to pull this off. Difficulty 6.
Number 1. 1 success.
Okay.
Okay. Number 2. 1 success.
Okay. So here's what everyone sees after the turbulence and the horrible weather. The Interceptor gets a new crew member immediately as Bronson uses a point of angst to teleport himself over to the ship, pops open the hatch. Rob, do you have a catchphrase that you use when you drop the bomb? What do you say?
I'll say like, heads up, special delivery.
To whom it may have concerned.
Yeah. With love from Ikebukuro.
And then Bronson will use another point of angst to teleport himself and flicker back to the Naglfar in post-haste time. There is a few seconds delay as the crew looks at each other in confusion, wondering what's going on. Rob, roll 8d10 for me.
No explosions on this, correct?
Yes.
I can't explode dice?
You can explode 10. You can
Hey,
explode
Rob,
10s.
do you want some extra dice on this one?
Unfortunately, the
Wait a minute, Psyche.
the Psyche cannot offer Psyche dice, unfortunately.
Yeah, it was worth a shot.
Yeah.
Just wait until we're specters. Then we'll figure it out. 3 successes, 1's cancel, so 2.
Okay. Got it. Thank you. So there's a few seconds delay over on the interceptor, but then when the time seems appropriate and right, and the crew is pretty much bewildered and confused of like all things happening on their side of the ship, especially with a random crew member who just suddenly appeared and disappeared after saying a unusual catchphrase. I'm wondering if it's easier for me to do it this way. 1 second. There they are.
Elementals.
You would think so. You would think so. Right. Lovely. Everyone will see the interceptor will crack in half, right split down the middle. The back part of the ship will lift up in the air from the water, and the front portion will also basically capsize itself over to the side. The ship looks like it is going under and sinking dramatically at this point in time. There is just no chance for retaliation at this point. However, wrong one, sorry. There we are. After a successful skirmish against these heretics that were hoping to sink you and your circle, and Bronson has returned back, and Bronson will be out of catharsis after that, obviously.
Okay, it was worth it.
Yeah.
But as he comes out of catharsis, I'm going to be like, that's how it's done.
I mean, honestly, that was kind of a waste of catharsis because it wouldn't have been hard to just talk him into doing it. So.
Yeah, but it feels better to do it myself.
Yeah, and in fairness, you did do me pretty, so.
Before anyone has a chance to celebrate and become satisfied with the results of sinking the enemy ship, there is an entity that seems to be standing on the Naglfar, possibly one of the survivors from the mayhem that has occurred across the other side. Give me 1 second. I just need to activate them on roll 20 for you guys. There he is. It's almost as if Bronson gave him a really good idea of how to directly influence you. So standing before you appears to be a soldier-like entity. very shadowed face, wearing a helmet, and various weapons attached to his person. He seems well equipped, ready for combat. Rob, I need Oliver to give me a perception and alertness roll.
Okay, hold on. Rolling that now. Three successes.
Okay. As he is standing there, kind of like sizing up the crew and sizing up everyone who's there, standing there on the Naglfar, possibly assessing how many people he needs to destroy and kill for sinking his ship. Oliver will see a very familiar looking item that he's holding in his hand. Does this mean anything to you, Rob?
Hold on. It's not. It's just a sledgehammer?
Possibly.
Is it from a tools?
Do you need to do an intelligence roll or?
Well, okay, it's not from my fetter, right?
Nope.
Okay, then let me quick check my notes.
Okay. And if any other players recognize the sledgehammer, they can help Rob out too. It doesn't have to just be him.
If I pretend I recognize it, can I add to his roll?
Yeah, I'll just take the intelligence roll.
Can I say something even though I'm not there?
No, unfortunately, no.
Darn.
Yeah.
She's in Nimoy.
Yeah, that's right.
So, rolling intelligence.
Okay.
2. One success.
Okay. Rob, this was Oliver Berg's sledgehammer that he owned before he went into his destruction harrowing and got dashed against all the rocks. This is one of his belongings that basically was blown away with him and was probably collected by the heretics after they pursued you.
See, it just goes to show you how much I care about my inventory that I don't even recognize my own things.
Yeah. With that in...
Yeah, no, mental note. Stop loaning things to you.
Do you understand how scared I am that he has all my stuff?
Yeah, but it's different. It's your stuff.
Technically,
it's in my nature to protect your stuff, not my stuff. I don't really care about my stuff.
Well, no, technically, I have like your expensive stuff in my rucksack.
No, you don't. We never switched.
Oh, I thought we had switched. Okay.
No. I gave you the whole rucksack, but then we ended up going to the counter. So none of her stuff left my rucksack. So I have it. Let's just.
So Oliver just has my stuff.
Yes.
He just really wants to be the one that loses your stuff.
So,
do I get a social soliloquy?
Yeah, certainly.
I'm gonna be like, "Hey, that's mine."
And he will respond, "Come and take it then." And he will lunge towards you in your circle at this point in time. Nicole!
Yes?
Hi, Nicole.
Hi.
We're gonna go check in on you.
Sure. I'm just surprised this dude's gonna attack the circle. He's just 1 versus like 8.
One.
He's obviously very, very confident.
I remember him now.
Yeah.
Well, that's all I'm gonna say.
No,
Oh,
yeah.
I remember him too.
So, unfortunately, Nicole, you do not have any heretic ships that are trying to take you down or pull you apart. So you actually do have a easygoing ride all the way to Lambus, which I believe you had instructed to be dropped off at in San Francisco. Upon arrival, Kaori will look to you and say, "Where does your allegiance stand, anyway? What are you, Free Wraith?"
That I am.
Huh. Ever consider joining the cause?
I keep my options open. So
Well, tell you what. We're going to be staging something larger to help, hopefully, in the long run, overthrow Stygia. We don't know if we are going to be successful at it or not, but we could use your help if you want to join us.
to stage something larger.
Yes, to retake the capital, basically, and bring it back to the hands of the people, as opposed to a hierarchy that rules over everybody with an iron fist. We're not gonna let the Death Lords take all of our land from us and decide how all of this works.
When are you planning to do this? My only thing is I do want to get with my circle first.
Of course, yeah. No, hopefully
Depending
I'll
on
be
the time.
Yeah. Hopefully I'll be able to have a discussion with your circle in due time. Do you have a pager?
I don't.
That's too bad. She pulls out a piece of parchment, small piece of paper, writes down some numbers. She looks at you and hands you the piece of paper. If you ever do get your hands on a pager, this is how to contact me. And let me know when you're ready. And we'll basically keep you informed with our actions. But with the final maelstrom already underway, now is the perfect time for us to strike at the heart of Stygia and take back what once belonged to the souls, the people, the underworld. We are not going to be ruled under some tyrannical force. And we're not going to allow the echo of Charon to have us sniveling in fear any longer. So if you can join us, that would be fantastic.
I will definitely keep that and you in mind and share that with my circle too.
Fantastic. So Nicole, I'm just checking your sheet really quick. I don't know if you have
a contact? No, I have an ally.
Okay. If you want to make Kaori your contact, you may do so at this time. If you do not,
like switch it.
Oh, do you already have a set contact?
No. Like I spent at the very beginning when we created characters, I spent experience points to get an ally, but it has not been like used yet. So do you want me to switch that to being a contact instead?
I'll allow you to make that choice. If you want to make her a contact, you may do so. She cannot be an ally, unfortunately, but she can be a contact. But that is your choice if you want to do that.
If I don't, I can still contact her with the number, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not gonna do that. I want an ally.
That's fine. With the way that the conversation between the two of you is going, I kind of anticipated that's what you would do. So you just kind of take it on a surface level. and take the piece of paper from her, and she'll nod, and her ship will depart from the Isle of Lambic, leaving just you and Peter to go upon its shores. Where would you like to fast travel to, Nicole, now that you're on Lambic? Where did you want to specifically go?
Oh, am I able to just... Wow, what's her name? Hold on. The name of, I think it was Starlet. Yeah, Starlet. Am I able to, I guess, find her? Because she's the one that brought us to Grandma Anna down in the thing.
I think you are able to do so, yep. Let me arrange that for you. So as you are coming onto the shoreline where the Naglfar had dropped you off once before, you will encounter a very familiar looking individual. I'm just changing it so that Peter is in your group right now. Instead of your normal circle. I think you and Peter should make your own circle.
Would be interesting.
It'd be very different.
Be more like a line because there's only 2 points.
All right. All right. I'm moving you over there. There to greet you is Starlet on the shores with you and Peter. She looks to you, nods her head very, very affirmingly in your direction. Seems very pleased to see you again, and is glad that you have returned. Kind of quirks her eyes at Peter, wondering what to make of him, seeing all the daggers that he's carrying in his coat and jacket.
I will say to her, "Don't worry, he's with me. He actually helped me get here because I have no stuff."
I don't understand. Well, how could you have no stuff? You left here with much.
I ran into some trouble. But I'm back, and I'm hoping to meet my circle back here.
Well, unfortunately, I do not have any news of them returning before you. So if they are meant to come here to Lambus, they are possibly on their way, unless they are trying to find you elsewhere. But where can I take you? If you will vouch for this individual, then we'll allow him on the island. But he is your responsibility.
I will look at Peter, kind of give him the side eye, and then
Peter shrugs.
Look at Starlet and say, "I vouch for him."
Okay.
Is it okay if we wait? I understand if you don't want us to wait with Grandma Anna, but if you don't mind if we wait nearby, maybe with Fenwick.
You wanted to visit your Earl?
Yes, please.
We can do that. I can arrange that. She guides you into the caverns and into the mountains and into the various areas and layers into Lambic itself in order for you to check in on your long last Oracle comrade. I think I might have teleported you to the wrong place.
No, wait, Fenwick is right there.
Oh, did you find him? Good. All right. Let's get our good friend Peter on there too. Earl Fenwick seems very, very eager to see you and is very enthusiastic about leaving anytime soon. But he looks to you and says, "Wow, where's everybody else?"
I'm hoping they are on their way. We got a bit separated, but I brought Peter.
Oh, yes. Peter, so good to see you. And Peter seems to be examining the area with fascination and is ignoring the two of you completely. This does not bode entirely well with your hosts who are watching him with perplexion. It's almost like Peter's talking to himself and like just off in his own little world. But Fenwick will look to you and say, "Well, it's good to see that at least some of us are still together. So you believe your circle is going to come and visit us here?"
I mean, that was the plan.
Okay.
So
Were you able to gain
I'm
more?
hoping.
Were you able to gain more memories?
I did.
Fantastic. And it was under my understanding that there was a caveat that you and your circle had to accomplish in order for me to finally be released from here.
Well, I'm not 100% sure. We did it. Basically, I got separated from them for a little bit, so I'm hoping they were able to accomplish or at least get the what do you call it? Exchange the flower, and it was accepted.
Huh?
But I can't say for certain if it was.
Oh. Do you believe they were on good terms with the God of Destruction when they left?
Good terms with his companion.
Okay. You might want to consider how you word that when you go to speak to Grandma Anna. She sees right through that kind of stuff.
No, I understand. I'm gonna wait till my circle gets here because hopefully they have good news.
I see. Speaking of which, back on the Nagelfar. I have a Wraith who is lunging towards
Bronson,
circle.
like as the guy who appeared on our ship appears and starts talking, Bronson like drops to his knee and takes his rifle pose and is ready to shoot him.
Okay.
I don't know if you saw that in the chat from earlier.
No, I did not. Sorry.
Yeah, no, like as soon as he's finished monologuing, Bronson drops to a knee and pulls his rifle.
Okay. Are you thinking that you're going to be firing quickly, or do you think you're going to try to take aim for a round or two before firing on him?
I'm not gonna fire until he Damn it, you asshole. I'm not gonna fire until he actually attacks.
Okay.
But Bronson will say, in the height of his bloodlust and coming off of catharsis, I hope you're a better fighter than you were a captain.
All right. So,
you complete asshole.
In all intents and purposes, I need everyone, Jay, Alex, and Rob, to roll your wits and alertness. Difficulty 4.
Oh, just 4. Nice.
Always 4, isn't it? Or am I mistaken?
Hell yeah.
Was it always 4?
Yeah, for initiative, yes.
Oh, okay. Wits plus awareness.
So wits, awareness, and was there something else or no?
Nope. Wits and alertness.
Just wits and awareness.
Now,
Shit.
Yep.
Does anyone else with alertness want to assist me?
No.
Hey, I could give you some dice.
You said difficulty 4, right?
Difficulty 4.
2 successes. What the fuck? You're basically gonna get 3 turns on this guy before anyone else even gets to. You just walk up and push him off the ship, and everyone else is. He's still monologuing like
So Rob, you said 2 for your initiative?
Yeah.
All right. Jay, what is your initiative?
Yes.
Okay. Alex, what is your initiative?
7.
9.
Okay.
I think she's got.
Jay's got a
1, 2,
9.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 successes, and 3 of those are 10s.
Okay.
Woo!
Rob, declare your action
Um,
as I'm lunging toward your circle.
who's he lunging towards?
The 3 of you.
Oh, okay. So we don't know who specifically yet because we're close together.
Correct.
Hold on. What can I do here? I am going to. Where's my? You know what? I need to pull up my list of Arcanoid to see what my options are here.
Yeah. Just to remind you guys the course of action for these things. So if a character is a little bit faster than you, you can't really tell what they're going to do. And if you're slower than them, you can still declare what your action is going to be. So that's what Rob is doing right now.
How much does it cost to oubliette someone?
Oh. That's 3 pathos.
Okay.
And you gain 1 temporary angst.
I'm gonna start this turn by taunting this guy to make sure he comes at me.
Okay.
What should I roll for that? Let me see what I have here. My extra dodge, diplomacy, repair, law. What about? Can I use leadership, manipulation plus leadership to make myself the best target?
Yeah. Go ahead and roll that now.
Okay. Uh, 2 successes.
Okay.
Willpower. Can I pop a willpower for 3 more?
You may.
Okay, so 2 more successes for a total of 4 successes.
Okay. Good to know.
And then I assume next turn, after whatever he does, assuming he doesn't immediately kill me with a sledgehammer, I can continue.
Yeah. So next, after Rob, comes my character. My character is very much so, even without Rob's manipulation, very interested in killing him specifically for unnamed reasons. And he will come charging towards Oliver Berg specifically. Next, I have Alex. Alex, you are getting down on one knee and aiming your gun. Do you want to continue to aim, or do you consider this him attacking? The fact that he's lunging at Rob the way that he is.
Yeah, no, I absolutely consider that to be an attack. So as soon as I have a clear shot,
you'll be firing.
I'm gonna remove whatever body part I can see with my gun.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me show a line of your shot here. Yeah, you have a clear shot. There's nothing in the way. Go ahead. Just fire.
That is so sad.
Oh man.
A clear shot. That is not going to remove somebody else's.
Oh man.
But no, like I'm prepared to wait until he lands in front of me if he looks distracted. But basically, my turn will be to fire.
Okay. Got it.
And if I can somehow wanted curve the bullet through 17 people, you know.
You're gonna go wanted on me?
I mean, that's apparently what I'm being told to do.
And Jay, you have the highest initiative in our group, and you also get to declare your action and commit to it, since you are the fastest.
Yeah, I'm gonna stretching reality this motherfucker because LOL no. He doesn't get to go anywhere. He doesn't get to go anywhere.
Interesting.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'm just saying that from his perspective since he's lunging in the air.
Did you
I don't
get some
remember
assistance?
Myles, remind me
Yes.
the mechanics since I don't have the details.
No worries. Manipulation plus pandemonium. Difficulty 5.
Manipulation, pandemonium. Where the fuck did I put that? Oh, right here. Manipulation. Dang it, I need my manipulation. That should be my next one. So 3 manipulation, pandemonium is 3.
Mhm.
So that's 6. And since I don't get to explode my 10s.
Yep. Difficulty 5 because you're on a ghost ship.
All right. You know what? How many dice are you willing to lend me?
None. As a GM,
not-
I cannot lend you.
Yes, thank you, Myles. That was exactly who I was asking.
He could, he
Oh.
just won't.
I mean, there's that, but Shadow, how many dice are you offering?
I can offer you many, but I feel like you're not going to want a lot. So how about 2 or 3? You can choose.
You know what? I'm gonna give you so many ones. I'll go ahead and take 3 of them. So that'd be 9 d10s, no exploding
Okay.
10s.
Hey, we've been a perfect team so far. You'll be
Yeah,
fine.
now I'm gonna. I swear to God, this is how it's gonna go. I'm gonna give you so many noms. All right, I'm doing it. 90 10.
All right. Go for it.
You get 2 noms.
All right.
Hey.
You said 5, right?
Difficulty 5.
Well, that doesn't help super lot, but I did get 2 10s. And okay, I got 2 successes.
2 successes. All right.
That should be long enough to let Bronson get a nice solid round through his head.
I think so. All right. Ooh, yeah. So that gives me a difficulty to all my dice rolls that are sight-based abilities, including brawl, dodge. So difficulty +1 for all of that. Bronson gets to go before me.
Teehee.
So, Alex, it's your choice. Do you want to take the shot, or do you want to wait until he lands first and then take the shot? What do you want to do?
Alex, you're on mute.
Well, rule number 1 of trigger discipline is never point a gun at something you're not trying to kill.
Mm-mm.
So I'm taking the shot, and if my shadow wants to chip in with some dice, they're more than welcome to.
Well,
Because, I mean, you did make me look irrevocably badass last time you took over. So
so what I'm seeing on the sheet right now for Shadow, that's my correct temporary angst?
Yes.
Okay, well, I can offer you as many as you want, but you'd be pushing the limit at about 3. But we can go higher.
I'll take 2.
Okay, if that's what you want. That's what you got.
Let's roll them bones.
Okay. It's going to be your dexterity plus firearms. Difficulty 8.
Oh, difficulty 8, even though he's frozen in time in midair?
Correct.
All right, well, glad you froze him, because this is about to get weird.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pulling up the stats on my character sheet.
With him being frozen, does that mean the difficulty level would be lower for Alex to shoot him?
Nope. It's a difficulty for me to soak if he hits me.
Ah, fair enough.
Mm-hmm. I'm not dodging this, so he just has to hit me.
So dexterity plus firearms plus 2.
It sounded like Rob was giving you 2.
Yep.
Okay,
If that's what you want.
I'll take it. I'll regret it, but I'll take it. Well, about that regretting it.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be the most catharsis game ever.
Yeah, so that is a bot.
He murders the first mate.
Actually, hold on. I
Not a
still
bot.
have willpower.
Oh yeah, it is.
I'm gonna burn a willpower and try to bail myself out.
Okay.
Ones don't cancel on a willpower roll, right?
No, but they also don't help.
Well, but what I mean is, I think
It turns
he
it from a botch into a fail.
No, I think it got a success.
Wait, did it?
You got 2. It's difficulty 8, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
You were at -1, so you got 1 success to cancel the botch, and another 1 passed. So you're at 1 success now. That 1 on your willpower roll does not count against you, other than the fact that it's not a success.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that is 1 success. Thank you,
Okay.
Rob. See,
Words we
this
did not
is how
expect to
you
hear
have a mutual respect society with your shadow.
Words we did not expect to hear from Alex today.
Yeah, you know.
All right. Let me see if I can soak any of that, because that is 8 points of damage. I do not soak any of that damage, so I will take 8 points of damage. And yeah,
And
He's
never mind.
he's like, he shows up. He's like, "You will all die," and he's immediately shot dead.
No, I was actually trying to suddenly think, is there a way that I can now vanish before he murders me? And it's like, no, I should have said that before I took the shot. So, whatever.
Yep. You have damaged him beyond his stamina level, so he is completely collapsed down on the ship at this current moment in time. I also lose a turn because that basically just blew away my turn. Rob, what are you doing?
Should we restrain him?
I stretching reality to him, so he's kind of
So-
stuck.
Yeah,
Like
so
a rock.
right now, he's just, like, floating with a bullet through his neck.
What? Should we just grab him down and tie him up? Since he's
Josie,
he's lost a turn, right?
Yes.
do you
Yes,
guys
Shadow?
still have the nail? Why don't you use that
Ooh.
on him?
Hey, y'all, do we still have that nail?
Do I have the nail? I held on to the nail, didn't I, Myles?
Oh wait, didn't we use it on a person?
You did.
Oh, we lost the nail, didn't we?
You lost the nail.
Yeah.
This would have been a perfect time because he does have Argos.
Well, I guess.
Well,
Oh
it
yeah, he
seems
does
we
have
got the nail.
Argos. You know what? We might as well just either kill him or get him out of here. I'm gonna
Hey,
walk.
Rob.
I'm gonna run
I
up
mean,
and take.
I do have a bottle of solvent.
Oh, Rob, why
Rob,
don't
you
you
said
just
you
walk right up and take the mallet and hit him right in the head with it? It'll be great.
Can I do that?
You're gonna take his mallet away from him?
I'm gonna take my mallet away from him, and
Okay.
then I'm going. And then I said, I'm gonna hold it up, shake it, go, got it, and then hit him with it. Come and get it,
Oh
and I go,
my
got it.
Oh my god. All right, Rob. Jesus. I need you to roll your dexterity plus melee.
If he
Dexterity plus
survives
melee.
this, he's gonna want to kill me so bad.
Difficulty 6.
Watch me botch it. Hit myself with the hammer.
After all that.
Got it. Thunk, and then we're both unconscious.
Hey, buddy, do you want some dice?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna. How much willpower do I have? Fuck. Wow. Shouldn't have said that. I think I'm gonna spend a willpower because I botched it otherwise. Hello?
Yep, I'm listening.
Oh, okay. I said I joked I was gonna botch this fucking roll, and then I botched the roll. Okay, here we go. 0 successes.
Okay.
Not a botch.
Okay. Here is what happens. 1 second.
I assume I can't spend more willpower on this.
No, you cannot. No.
Okay, well, at least I didn't botch. God, that would have been the perfect moment, too, and I fucked it.
Yeah. 1 second. I'm making sure that I'm caught up on everybody points wise. So, oh, there we go. Finally loaded up. So when you reach back, you have your cool one-liner and look at him square in the eyes and say, "Got it." You kind of pull your arm back with the hammer, and you will hit the first mate by accident. And she will actually fall off the side of the ship.
No.
Oh, no. And that was not a botch, just a fail.
Yeah, but it's worth it.
Oh, well, fair.
It legitimately made me shoot Diet Coke out of my nose.
We cannot break the tradition. This is like the Wicker Man. This is the only way we're going to survive. We must sacrifice the first mate.
Oh, God.
I feel bad for this first mate. She actually had a unique icon.
Well, I mean, hopefully she was smart and tied herself off on a rope.
Yeah.
So we can haul her back aboard.
Maybe she got Argos and she can, flicker back up.
The capillary looks like he's starting to come around to his senses now.
So
Bronson currently has his gun, like his rifle, pointing at the dude's head, like kind of like looking around at everybody, like, okay, are we done fooling around? Or are we like ready to do this shit?
I mean, so are we going through another combat action?
Nope, he's still dazed, so we're out of combat right now. He's dazed, but he's coming to his senses. So
I'm gonna
This is
back
me
so I don't get
asking
shot.
everyone: do we put him down now, or do we have another?
Okay, well, comical action aside, what my character would do is immediately look over to see where the first mate went and if he could save her. So that's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah. You look over on the side of the ship. It looks like she's grabbed one of the ropes and she's just dangling with one hand, saying, "Little help here."
I'll try to pull her up.
Okay. Looks like you gave her a really bad black eye on her right side of her face.
Oof.
Anybody else? Do I fire or no?
Can we just... Is there ropes around that we could just tie this dude up?
He might be able to Argo out away from it if we do.
But did he flicker or did he just fly?
Either way, I don't want to take a chance. I'd rather put a bullet through the top of his head, through his ass.
You put me in a destruction harrowing, I say we return the favor.
You know
I
what?
fire.
Okay.
Alex, that's going to be your dexterity plus firearms yet again. Difficulty 8.
Hey, Shadow.
Yes.
Help.
I mean, okay.
Please.
Here's the deal. I can give you as many as you want, up to 5, but at one you will be pushing the border, as it were. But you know what? Just throw caution to the wind. Go for that 5. Life's about taking risks, and you got, plenty of chances.
The way my life has gone today, I am tempted, but I appreciate your honesty. I will take your dice another day once I've had a chance to recover. So yeah, I guess that's just the 8d10.
Okay.
Which I'm still gonna somehow regret, but whatever.
If Alex fails, I have a thought.
Okay.
And we're looking for 8s.
8.
That is 2 successes.
All right. So, to add a little bit of dramatic flair to this, at that moment, as the circle is kind of deciding, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? Should we, try to restrain him, or should we, do something else? And Oliver is trying to rescue the first mate that he knocked off the ship. Bronson takes aim, and it's at that moment that you see two turkey vulture-looking black wings emerge from his back and start to stretch out, and see feathers just fly off into the air as he's trying to stretch his Argos wings out. It is at that moment that it is far too late, and you see the bullet fly from Bronson's rifle and pierce his body, causing him to go into a harrowing. And he will disintegrate, and you will hear the sound of coins hit the ground below him. Unfortunately, his armor has been absolutely desecrated from 2 gunshots that did 8 points of damage to him, but there's plenty of coins that have fallen onto it's kind of like a free-for-all. All of a sudden there's these coins on the top of the ship, and you see a bunch of crew members all of a sudden look over, seeing all these coins.
Bronson will just stand up with his rifle,
Mm-hmm.
recock it. Next one? No?
I walk over. Oh, good.
Oh, Alex was saying something? I missed it.
Yeah, no, Bronson will just stand up, recock his rifle, and be like, all right, next one.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah.
I walk over and pick up the coins.
Okay. You kind of get a little bit of admiration from Jester as he walks over, saying, I figured you guys had this, but that was quite the show, actually. Quite the show.
I'm apologizing profusely to the first mate. I am so sorry.
Yeah, she just kind of rubs her eye and says, at least I didn't get thrown overboard, right?
Yeah.
And then Ren will look to the circle, and you'll just hear him clapping his hands very, very anticlimactically for everybody. Well done! Well done! You guys destroyed a capillary! That's a really great feat for you to do. I'm sure that Jacques will be very, very interested in avenging his fallen comrade. But in due time.
I don't think we've been on good terms with Jockalypse for quite a while now.
Oh, no, and especially after this. Definitely after this. But I must commend you. That was quite the show. Very entertaining. I'm so glad that we started off on good terms. And the ship will make its way all the way to Lambus at this point in time. Finally being able to reunite with Arwen.
For the record, as soon as there is no more imminent danger, Bronson does reload his rifle and put his.
Okay, that's good because you only had 1 bullet left in your magazine.
Yeah, no, I'm aware. There's a reason I was just posing there like I had something to do.
Right, yeah.
But no, he reloads it, he puts his armor back on, gets back into swords and sheaths.
Excellent.
Which he now has just entirely too many. But whatever. It suits him. It fits his mental image.
Yeah. And hey, it was really helpful taking off that armor for a brief period of time.
Yeah, no, that was incredibly helpful, and I thank you for pointing that.
Oh, yeah. Everyone is back in Lambic, visiting our good friend Fenwick, seeing how he is doing. He seems very surprised and happy to see everybody. There is a very odd-looking entity standing down to the south who is kind of examining the room very curiously. But the circle reunites themselves with Arwen. And she seems to be mostly intact. doesn't seem to be having any of her equipment or anything on her person, really, except for a new dagger, which is kind of peculiar.
I'm going to give her equipment.
Okay.
Arwen, when she immediately sees everybody, she's gonna, well, I guess, yeah, she's gonna run to Oliver and she's gonna hesitate for a moment, then give him a hug, and then pull back.
Okay.
Very quickly.
I will accept the hug. Unless you pickpocketed me.
I did not pickpocket you.
Oliver,
I
did
mean,
you
I'd be
keep the
taking my
sledgehammer?
own stuff, so that's okay.
Oliver, did you keep the sledgehammer?
Yeah, of course, it was my sledgehammer to begin with, wasn't it?
Just making sure.
Yeah. Yes.
Unless I accidentally threw it when I almost murdered the first mate, keeping the sledgehammer.
No, you still had it. It's just you need to get back into the swing of things.
Yeah, the swing of things.
So, Peter will look to the group, recognize all of you, and strangely enough, in his new attire, just kind of like walk up to you, almost a little too friendly-like. Oh yes, Jay, thank you for reminding me. 50.
50 Obolite?
Yep.
Nice.
Yep. I put it in the chat for you, so a reminder for myself. There it is. Almost in a very overly friendly way, Peter will look to the group and be like, "Oh, you've returned! Well, not in the same circumstances or location, but hey, we're all together again. Minus some oracles." Why is everyone looking at me strangely?
You seem...
You've
Huge
changed your
difference.
look a bit.
Oh, well, yes. After the Isle of Eurydice was under attack, I felt that it would be more fitting to put on some combat-appropriate attire, as you would call it. Do you like it? Does it look nice?
Can Bronson make like a check to see if he's got any like blood spots on it?
Any what? Sorry.
Like blood spots?
Nope. No blood spots.
Question. Can I use Soul Sight to see if he is currently in Catharsis?
Yeah. Let me check that. That's under
Castigate.
Castigate.
Mhm.
Yes, that is going to be your Perception plus Castigate.
Oh,
Difficulty?
good.
Difficulty 8.
Okay. Well, I mean, let's see. You said Perception?
Mhm.
Okay, so that would be, excuse me, 7d10.
Mhm.
Well, oh, you said 8 though, right?
Yes.
Well, I still got 1 success magically.
Okay. He is definitely not in Catharsis, and he doesn't seem to have any real shadowy features to him that would indicate that he is close to being shadow eaten of the sort. So he seems to be pretty honest too with his current position. Yeah.
Interesting. Well, I'm glad that he is not currently in the Catharsis.
No.
I will just be like, Peter, glad to see you are not currently in Catharsis.
Yeah. Picked up your friend while I was out and about.
Oh, you mean Arwen?
Yep. Out in New Jersey, as it were.
Oh, I appreciate you helping her get back to us.
Of course. He pulls out his book in his pocket and kind of holds it like it's some kind of scripture. It was foretold. Of course I was going to be there.
And Earl Fenwick. I have heard news regarding the Isle of Eurydice. Have you been... were you already aware?
No, what's going on?
The captain of the... Crap, Niederhog? Naglfar. Naglfar. The captain of the Naglfar let me know that the entire Isle of Eurydice is nothing but smoke and ruins at this time, so it grieves me to pass this news. And I suppose the only silver lining is that you are, in fact, safe and alive here. It may not be the most comfortable of things, but at least you are alive, and I am glad for that much, at the very least.
Well, I hope the others are okay. Peter will look to Fenwick and kind of subtly, but not so subtly, just kind of whisper to him, "We'll talk later." As if trying not to indicate in front of the entire circle the fate of the other oracles that were at the Eye of Eurydice. So.
He's like, to Fenwick, he's like, "You were my least favorite."
So, Peter will look to the circle and say, "So what's the next step? What happens next?"
I suppose...
We're all together again.
I suppose... Oh, we did have a message for Grandmother Anna. Arwen, right after you left us, delicately put, Junko let us know that we should pass a message to Grandmother Anna that she and Benimaru will join when the battle is ready for them to join, I believe she said. And I'll turn to the folk behind us, these two people, and say, now that we do have the message to pass to Grandmother Anna, would you allow us to visit to pass that message?
Of course, let us take you there immediately. That's important information.
Thank you.
1 second.
Like on the way to
Yep. Go ahead.
whatever this next scene is, Bronson will kind of sidle up alongside her and be like, "That's the information they need to know," because like,
Who are you
seems
saying
like
this
they
to?
need you to Jonesy
Oh, okay.
or Josie or whatever. Like,
Okay,
are you sure that's the only point of information they need to know?
It's the only thing I can think of off the top of my head. Did
Yeah,
you
fair
have
enough.
more information you wanted to let them know?
It just seems that there may have been a great deal of intrigue amongst the God of War back in Japan that we had to flee in terror from.
I'm not sure Grandmother Anna will be interested in that, but
We were literally sent with her Lily to make peace there.
And Junko gave us our
to flee
answer.
in terror.
Yeah, but Junko gave us our answer.
she did.
Okay, fair enough.
If I do not plan to offer this information, but I do not plan to lie if she asks.
Entirely fair and reasonable.
Okay. The circle will come before Grandma Anna after some passage through the various caverns. She seems to be in good spirits and good mood, as if perhaps she knew that you would succeed in the first place. She kind of gives a very awkward eye to Peter, trying to figure him out, but looks back to the circle and says, "Well, what have we here? Good news, I take it?"
I will look at Arwen and say, would you like to tell her, or shall I, since I was the one that had the message?
I think it would be best to come from you.
Okay. Then I will step forward one step. Can't really do that very well, and I'll just kind of put 1 foot forward as if to indicate that I am planning to speak. And just be like, we successfully delivered your white flower to Junko and Benimaru. Junko herself let us know that she and Benimaru will join when the battle is ready for them to join. And then I'll just step back as if to indicate that that is my report.
Okay. She will smile to the circle. Goes back into some of the small little openings and crevasses in the roots that are nearby. And it appears that she's just kind of pulling something out from underneath that to hand to you. And before she does hand it to you, she will say and indicate to you, your Earl Fenwick is back in your custody now. I relinquish him to you, and I thank you for completing this pilgrimage for me.
I appreciate your... sorry, my brain forgot the terminology, but basically, thanks for holding up your end of the deal.
Yeah. She will hand you 2 objects. First one is a piece of paper. Hands this to Bronson. And then secondly, hands Bronson a sunstone. And she says, these are for you. I do not know where you will find the former possessors of these, but hopefully that will guide you in your direction for finding more memories.
Bronson will take them and kneel and say, "Thank you, grandmother. I hope to make full use of these. I don't know where to start, but I will find them."
If I am following the threads of fate correctly, you are the one who is able to locate the direction to go in order to find these people by using these very objects. Is that not so?
I would hesitate to imply that I'm the only one that can do so.
Well,
but amongst our band, I think I may be the most skilled for the moment.
And don't forget that you can always orchestrate your Arcanos with other wraiths in order to cause different effects to occur. And she looks over at Peter. Possibly you and that one over there can team up and make something happen. Peter will look very bluntly at her and say, "Are you Queen Ananasa?" She doesn't answer. And goes back to her.
Bronson does like a hard double take between the two and just like, okay, well.
She goes back to her throne and sits and says, "If there's nothing more, you may depart and take your Earl with you as well."
I will bow to Grandmother Anna and walk back the way we came.
Yeah. Peter will look to Josie and just whisper to her, "That's Queen Ananasa. Holy shit."
You don't say. And then I'll be like, "Tell me more later."
Okay. All right. So, with Arwen back in the circle, and a couple new fetters of sorts within the group to help locate more Nemoi, things are looking a little bit better than usual. Especially after sinking a ship that was sent after you by the Arterius himself. But also at the same time, not all Arterius of Frost are necessarily out to kill you. Some of them are interested in working with you. in strange ways. Sure, they may have their bigger schemes being plotted out, but sometimes it's best to kind of keep those people close as opposed to further away. So we'll see what becomes of that. And Arwen is reminded of a strange revolution that will be taking place in Stygia as she kind of crumples the piece of paper with the phone number in her hand that she keeps in her pocket. So that is where we will end game tonight. Nice job, everybody.
Oh my god, I was like waiting for like Peter to not be Peter and then like stab Grandma Anna, and I was like, oh man.
It really seems like that, doesn't it?
I was ready for her to stab Peter. So
by the way, guys, what he did in the chambers, the way that he just bluntly said that is very much Peter. That's something that he would do. Where, he would recognize her immediately and be like, oh, I know who that is. That's Queen Ananassa. And just blatantly say that out loud. So.
Well, I can't wait to hear about it more next session.
Yeah. Rob, you remember Queen Ananassa, obviously.
Oh, no. Never.
No. All right. Any player noms that I should be aware of tonight? There was a lot of great things that happened in today's session.
I want to give mine to Rob.
Okay.
Because, he finally got to do catharsis on Bronson, and he just made him look that much more cool.
Your shadow has been trying really hard to make you a badass. You just have to...
Yeah, apparently I just have to let go and,
gotta let go sometimes. Mm-hmm. He might know what he's doing after all. So
I think that's a stretch. But...
Yeah. Any other player noms that I should be aware of tonight?
I don't know if Jay was being serious, but I agreed with her in the chat saying I want to nominate Alex because he influenced his shadow to make him look super cool.
I also want to toss my nomination his way. In addition to that scene, but also making me look cool. But also way back towards the beginning of the session when we were talking with Ren, I liked how his character approached those negotiations. Like things were getting subtle and tit for tat, and then he would just come in blatantly and bring the question out into the open, and I like the way he involved himself in that scene.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Good improv.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, still, I was actually serious nominating Alex for accidentally piloting his own shadow.
Okay. Alex, you'll be receiving our player nom for tonight. Congratulations.
I appreciate it, as you guys insist, but, honestly, it wouldn't have been hard for Rob to just talk Bronson into doing half the shit he did during catharsis, because Rob has been piloting him towards psychopathic explosive violence for 15 sessions. So,
all right. Jay, Nicole, and Rob, I need you to roll 1d10 for me, please.
Can I spend a willpower on this roll?
You may not.
And we didn't use the Fate of the World, so can I Fate of the World dice this roll?
No, you may not. Unfortunately.
It's okay, you're gonna get it, or at least not me.
3.
Yeah, but
Jay,
knowing
Nicole got
Rob's luck, if he Fate of the World dies this, then the guy I shot in the head twice is gonna get the DM nom, and that's just gonna be funky.
All right. Nicole, you look at my staff nom tonight, mainly because I liked how well you worked under pressure, considering you just came out of a destruction harrowing and were surrounded by legionnaires trying to hunt you down and seek you out. And I like how you just kind of rolled with it and tried to logically figure it out piece by piece. But along with that, I appreciate that, for a GM, you have to understand that it can be very challenging sometimes to run two different separate game sessions, and not have the group as one big whole. So I was hoping that every time I came back to your character, that it would still have that momentum and it would still have you being able to participate in your own unique ways. So, so I appreciate your patience, but I also enjoyed those scenes between you and Peter were 100% authentic, and I wanted those to feel very real. And I'm glad that it really worked out. So those are actually some of my favorite scenes. So you will get my staff nom for that, and I hope you still had fun, considering you were not with the circle during a majority of this game session.
Oh yeah, this was a lot of fun. I was highly entertained, and I got to build some trust between Jay, hopefully, and the Shadow. Because look, I'm helping you.
That was the other thing I was going to mention too, is that you did a really good job as her shadow guide this time around. I noticed what you were doing, and it worked really, really well. So I was laughing on my side. So
I'm gonna get betrayed so hard.
Well, no, but I mean, I think that is a thing that happened to several of us, where like we and our shadows really worked well together through the course of the game.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, that's just one place I need to get better at. I need to be a better shadow. But I did notice that, like, Rob was an excellent shadow, Nicole was an excellent shadow, Jay was an excellent shadow. Like, just kudos where it's due, you know?
Yeah. Did you guys have fun with the naval combat?
I'd like to nominate Roll20 for having the weirdest fucking rolls.
I mean, I'd like to I'd like to nominate Roll20 just for making me look cool. Because that's basically what happened.
Oh yeah. And to your credit too, Jay, your pandemonium caused 3 of my crewmen to fly off the ship. So that threw me off a lot too, because I was looking at the number of crew members I had, and it's like that pandemonium is really messing things up for me. And the next thing I know, I think I had like 3 crew members left, and including my capillary. And then as soon as I noticed Bronson teleport over to our ship and drop the grenade, that's where I'm just like, okay, that's it. I'm going over to their ship and I'm killing all of them. And then, of course, Bronson decides, no, I'm just going to shoot him twice. Which, thank you, by the way, Alex. Thank you for not shooting my first mate in the back of the head. That would have been ironic and still match the theme of our game, but it would have also been really sad. Like Rob said, it's like, wow, she really seemed to have her own icon and everything. And it's like, yeah.
Well, no, like, I don't have anything against first mates. Like, honestly, Bronson would have held fire on that second volley, except that the ship, like, worked around for a broadside. Like,
yeah.
Because I was legitimately on the fence about should I have even fired those first shots? Because they had taken no hostile action other than coming towards us and being unflagged.
Yeah.
So, like, technically what we did was probably a war crime.
And to your credit, Rob, I know there were a lot of moments for you, especially discovering that Ren Alabaster was in the bar the entire time.
Yeah, that
sitting there watching, and I loved how Nicole was holding back, and she's like, "Oh my god, he's just right there!"
Like, how do you guys not recognize the icon?
Yeah. But the second thing that I was hoping to hit you with was when the capillary came to attack you guys, I wanted Oliver to see the sledgehammer that he had in his hand and have you be like, yeah, exactly what you said. It's like, that's mine.
Well, I got my one-liner and then I botched.
Yeah, and then you failed, so you just slammed the hammer into the wrong person, so which made it funny.
And so full disclosure.
Yeah.
During the break, Rob and I, like, we were back channeling, just like, okay, shadowed a player, like, what's going on. And he dared me to give him the one-liner that I delivered.
Mm.
And I hated having to deliver it so much because I was fully convinced that the dude was going to take 8 damage straight to the chin and just stand up and demolish me.
Okay.
For having taunted him. So it was like, it's such a good one-liner. How could I not?
Well, and just to be clear, mechanically, that wasn't a dare. I didn't devil's dare you. I can't do that without talking to the GM.
Yeah.
It wasn't in any way implied as the thing I had to do.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, him talking to Bronson as a character, like, Bronson was gonna do it, Like, it was just, it was a fun thing for me.
So with that in mind, guys, you now have 2 new destinations that have opened up, unless you decide to go to Reykjavik, Iceland, and pick up the memory that is hopefully still there after all this time. Otherwise, you can explore these other 2 options. You now have the Earl Fenwick with you, and he can assist, obviously, with maps and guiding you as well. But you also have good old Peter along with you, who can lend you some of his fatalism, as well as usury if needed. He has some usury left in him. And yeah, I will see you guys next month as we continue this together. And nice job sinking my ship. That was faster than I thought it was going to happen when I saw the amount of damage that you did to it, which was entertaining.
Blame roll 20.
You know what? I'm not even a little bit sorry. I'm really, really glad that my pandemonium is actually pretty useful.
Yep.
Am I misremembering, or have we had 2 ship battles through the course of this game, and both of them have ended quickly and disastrously?
Yes.
Well, in fairness, my objection to firing the first shot going into the ship battle tonight was, I thought the plan was, hey, let's do it like we did the Kraken.
That's
more
different.
or less what I did.
If we'd shot the Kraken, he would have been like, that tickles.
Right, which is why I was fully on board. Let's not shoot until we have to. But then suddenly it was like, hey, so roll damage or like roll attack. I'm like, they haven't shot anything at us. So I was legitimately afraid that we were firing on a diplomatic courier.
Oh, I just realized you guys got one more item out of that exchange. I'm going to put it in the chat.
Also, I am vaguely curious how many coins got spilt on deck and how many of them we picked up. But
I picked them all up, and there were 50.
Yeah, Jay picked up all 50 of them.
He picked up all 34 of them.
I mean, there were 17. It's weird. Every time we counted it, it got smaller.
All right. I forgot to give this to you guys after after you killed my capillary. He also dropped a artifact on the ground where he had fallen to. I was just looking through his character sheet, and I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot to give that to you guys. So I'm gonna put that on there. Yep, of course, obviously. This would be the Stygian steel nail bat.
Yes.
That I had threatened you with before, back in the caves.
Okay, so I'm still not seeing that as I see where you typed Stygian steel nail bat. But...
It just looks like a crude nail bat to you, and you're like, all right.
Okay.
It does critical damage?
Aggravated.
No, but I mean, it specializes in hitting with critical damage very often.